Hello, dear friends. We're glad to still have the opportunity to welcome you to today's International Online Forum, Global Crisis, the Responsibility. My name is Olga Schmidt, and I'm the president of the Creative Society Project. This broadcast today is being translated into 100 languages by volunteers and streamed on thousands of media platforms worldwide. Each of us here today, people from all around the world, volunteers from different corners of the planet who participated in preparing this forum, hopes that today's information will reach the minds and hearts of every person on Earth. What you will hear today may evoke shock, fear, and confusion, but it's the truth about our future that each of you deserves to know and deserves a chance to prepare for the alarming events that will happen in the next few years.
We have come together and organized this forum because we understand that the most frightening crisis humanity has ever faced is threatening us, our families, and our children. At the same time, the global community is still silent and inactive. We're talking about the problem of escalating disasters on Earth.
We want to emphasize to our viewers that our goal is not to prove anything, convince anyone of anything, or scare anyone. Believe us, we've had our fill of all of those alarming headlines that have haunted me, since the beginning of millennium about newly invented doomsday dates and the apocalypse. We've seen it all on the internet. We're not here for that. We've gathered here to share facts with you, facts about the real threat to all of humanity.
These are the facts that specialists from various fields and independent analysts of the Creative Society Project have been collecting and analyzing on the volunteer basis for several decades. Behind every fact you will hear today, there are serious scientific studies, years of observation, and careful analysis. Everything we predicted 10 years ago is coming true today. It terrifies us. We don't want to scare anyone, but we cannot remain silent and inactive.
You might ask, who are we? Who are these people? Well, we are just ordinary people, just like you. I am a simple person. Yes, I'm a journalist, but I'm a person. I'm a human being. Simple volunteers, I'm a volunteer, and among whom there are representatives from various professions and scientific fields. We come from different nationalities, belief systems, ages, occupations, you name it. But we're all here for one purpose. We're all uniting for the desire to save our planet, to save our lives, and most importantly, to save our children's lives.
Absolutely. Throughout today's forum, you will hear from various speakers, experts, scientists from different fields of science, well-known bloggers, public figures, and ordinary people who care deeply about the future of humanity. Many speakers from various countries around the world will join us. And right now in the studio in Atlanta, USA, we have with us Marina Ovtsinova, who serves as president of ALLATRA International Public Movement. Her research interest resides between the psychosocial impact of climate change and its relationship to transnational security. It is also worth noting that Marina is also active on Capitol Hill. She's currently pursuing advanced studies in public leadership at the Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. With us also is Julia Najib. Julia is an investigative journalist, news producer, and award-winning journalist. Julia specializes in investigating contemporary societal crises. It is important for Julia to understand the real causes of climate change on the planet and to determine how to safeguard humanity from the impending large-scale crisis. Stephen Caston is an athlete, entrepreneur, representative of the professional sports community, and a public activist. Stephen's work is focused on changing the format of our society to improve the living conditions for people in various areas. Also joining us today in the studio are representatives from the Department of Information and analytical support for global climate change issues of the international project Creative Society. They will acquaint us with the key findings of years of research conducted by independent analysts and scientists in Earth geodynamics and climate changes. John Ahn, PhD, MBA, an expert in climate change, the development of new technologies in the energy sector, chemical processes, and natural sciences, is a member of the Earth Study Analytical Department of the Creative Society Project. Telly Shkurupi is a system analyst and an independent researcher on climate change issues. Today, John and Tali will tell us about the upcoming forecasts for large-scale climate events on the planet, what they are related to, and the threats they pose to humanity and each of us. Now, stay with us until the end, as today, in the last part of the forum, you will for the first time see and hear the most outstanding scientists of our time. These are scientists who since 1996, for 27 years, have dedicated themselves entirely to studying the causes and consequences of climate and geodynamic changes on Earth. They are the pioneers of new world of science. Today, you will be presented with their climate catastrophe forecasts for various countries in the coming years. Additionally, you will learn about their proposed theory for potentially mitigating all catastrophic processes. It is based on modern research and advancements in cutting-edge science. Furthermore, you will discover the most crucial aspect that concerns many today. What force is causing all these geodynamic changes on our planet, where it originates, and how contemporary humanity can resist it.
Dear viewers, I would especially like to note that everything you see now, this studio, lights, cameras, people organize all of this on their own. All the people you see in front of you now, speakers, technical support, camera operators, all these people are volunteers. We did all of today's forum, ordinary people, using our own money saved from our salaries, money held for vacations and entertainment, using our own resources and time.
Indeed, many of us have taken time off work to fully dedicate our time to preparing and participating in this forum. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg, just a tiny part of the vast number of participants in the international project, the Creative Society. Our broadcast is being translated into 100 languages, and all the interpreters are volunteers as well. The streams on hundreds of different platforms and live broadcasts on social media are done by ordinary people themselves. As participants and representatives of the international project, the Creative Society, we dream of a creative society. This is our dream, just like the dream of any sensible person, to create conditions where our children can live in stable, prosperous, and united world, where there are no wars, poverty, no incurable diseases, where every person lives in abundance, comfort, and most importantly, in safety. Considering the current situation in the world, the primary reason we have come together is the climate threat. Because if we don't address this issue, there will be neither a consumer society in which we currently live, nor a creative one. We must be clear and understandable to you. So we want to emphasize that our primary motivation and priority are our children's lives. If we preserve the lives of our children, we will also preserve this planet. Then we will have the time and opportunity to build both the creative society and an ideal one. By safeguarding our future and the future of this planet, humanity will sooner or later come to a unified understanding of the need for development in the creative direction, and incredible prospects will open up before us. Therefore, we take action ourselves, driven by our enthusiasm and personal motivation. Unfortunately, there are no organizations or governments that support us.
You know, Olga, let's emphasize, unfortunately, because if someone were actually sponsoring us, we would be able to have more information out there to the masses. We would be further along with our Creative Society project. All of you would have already heard about it and what's going on with the catastrophes worldwide. And you would already have heard about the Creative Society on globally. They would have heard about it through mass media, television channels, and from all global media platforms.
Yes, Julia, indeed. If we would be getting any help from anyone, this would be broadcasted on TV. But all of this is done by ordinary people. So you're watching this right now on YouTube, and you can see that there is restriction 18+ on it. And you know what? We put that intentionally because we want to have a chance to show you at least a little bit of that horrifying reality of consequences of escalating climate catastrophes. If you want to watch today's forum without censorship, please switch to Rumble. And regardless, even with that, we still had to leave out a huge part of the content because psychologically it's very heavy and it is a shocking material itself. And you're adults and you're supposed to understand that. The catastrophe is becoming much more severe and ruthless. And we have been talking about this for over a decade, but here in 2023, the destruction on our planet has reached such a fundamentally new level that we have never seen anything like this before. Even a year ago, there was no such rate of catastrophes and progression of global climate crisis around the world that we are witnessing today. This year, the series of devastating and anomalous earthquakes shook the world. The ones we've seen in Turkey, in Syria, Morocco, Afghanistan, Iceland, and much more, and other countries around the world. So many countries were affected. And you might have seen on the TV and internet people sharing pictures of red auroras. That has never been observed in such numbers around the world in places where that never has happened before. Oceans anomalously warm, more than ever in history of any instrumental observations. According to the forecast, this year will be the hottest in the past 125,000 years. I'll repeat, 125,000 years, and this year is not even over yet. Category 5 hurricanes have formed in all basins, all tropical ocean basins worldwide, for the first time in history. Let's compare this rate, this progression of climate catastrophes to a plane that was on a runway last year. It was speeding up, but this year it sharply took off. And now it's climbing up rapidly to the point of no return.
Yes, the threat that we're currently facing comes from the outer space. It's not a climate weapon. It is a cosmic influence that occurs in our solar system every 12,000 years. And once every 24,000 years, this effect becomes even stronger and more dangerous. And currently, we are in the midst of the most powerful phase of this cycle. The cosmic influence affects the core of our planet and the cores of other planets in the solar system. This energy from the cosmic influence keeps increasing, leading to the heating and the imbalance of the Earth's core. The Earth's core has shifted and become unbalanced, and this has changed everything. The magnetic field, the Earth's crust, the oceans, the glaciers, the volcanoes, and the earthquakes. But it will get even worse. Supervolcano eruptions and mega earthquakes, floods that resemble the biblical flood. We can say this with 100% certainty because exactly the same events occurred in the previous cycles 12 and 24,000 years ago. But today, we have even more challenging conditions.
Yes, John. It is very important to understand that previously, even through the worst catastrophes, life has always continued on our planet. And even though many species died out, but the life continued. But this time, because of the format of our society, which does not value environment, does not value human life, it only cares about consumption and money, we did something that has never been done on our planet. We killed the ocean. And right now, that protective mechanism that was supposed to cool down our planet through the peak of this 24,000-year cycle, it's not there anymore. It is the way that we deprived ourselves and our children of the future. It was the final blow, and it was anthropogenic factor. Yes, we, humanity, made a significant impact on the way the things are going right now. We ourselves have put that last nail into the coffin of our own civilization, because we people, we killed the ocean. Therefore, this cycle, our Earth may perish alone with all the people on it. Just become like Mars, a barren, lifeless planet with no signs of life whatsoever.
So here, I want to share my story. When I started coming across the graphs and videos related to climate disasters, like many people, I noted them, but I also ignored them because I thought that these disasters didn't concern me or my family, and they impacted some unfortunate people. But I was curious, so I did begin to pay a bit of attention and just loosely monitor climate disasters. And over time, I saw a lot of clips of, for example, just tornadoes appearing in very unusual places like India and Germany, and severe flooding that carried away the cars in the streets of Europe as if they were put in a water slide. And I thought, my gosh, are the climate disasters really increasing in their numbers and impact? So at some point, I decided to find out for myself. So first, I searched quite hard for the data, and that took a lot of effort because it requires much more than just a simple Google search. Then I crunched the numbers, made graphs, analyzed, and I did verify the progression and the growth of natural disasters. I think what shocked me the most in these graphs that I made was that first, that there was no signs of these disasters going away and everything just returning back to normal. And second, I saw that they were growing exponentially, meaning that while the climate disasters, whether that be flooding, tornadoes, earthquakes, while they're already impacting millions of people worldwide and causing billions of economic losses today, they will cost trillions and reach billions of people in just a few years from now. And I realized that just by statistics, my family and I will soon be impacted. And this also meant the end of everything, the end of what I have built, any possessions, my reputation, and more broadly, humanity and all of us. So, I watched many doomsday movies and imagined how living in the last day would be like. And I felt really relieved when the movie was over and just quickly forgot what it was about. But now I understood that the situation was going to become a reality. And when that idea sank in, my heart felt very deep very heavy with a deep sadness. But at the same time, I felt somewhat light, less burdened because all the problems that I had on that day, and even all the ones that I had before, whether it was related to work, relationships, or whatever life problems, they all became trivial because I realized that that what was important was that I was alive, that I was still alive, and I still had the opportunity to be kind to my friends, my family, even to strangers. And there was still chance to change certain things at this time. So friends, the climate, I'm not just referring to temperature, but also, for example, the number and strength of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. The climate is not just changing, it has already changed. And the consequences are catastrophic. Any reasonable person can see that. And next, you will hear about the stories from those who have experienced the climate disasters this year. It covers only several events out of thousands that occurred this year alone. But remember, the number and strength of climate disaster will grow even more, exponentially in the coming years. These emotions, just feeling of being just utterly helpless, that is what awaits many of us, you and your children, in 2024 and beyond, if we do not address the problem. So let's watch the video.
People across Mexico's southern Pacific coast are suffering from the effects of Hurricane Otis, the strongest storm in history.
Yeah, Netta, and that storm quickly intensified from a tropical storm into a Category 5 hurricane in just 12 hours.
The entire house. We lost everything.
This cannot be happening. Acapulco is destroyed.
Well, there's no food, and then no water. Honestly, it's terrible, because we don't even have water for washing, bathing, or using the toilet. These are the basic needs. And there's the issue of illnesses too.
Water swept away everything. Everything.
Hurry the fuck. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
No. Guys, we gotta walk.
Hell no, we're gonna die.
We gotta walk somewhere over there by the beach. Oh fuck! MG, wrong turn! Oh shit! No, not like this! Not like this!
Somebody's down right here. Somebody's down. Just go there. We cannot do nothing for her. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Just go there. Just go. We cannot do nothing for her.
Both sides, to the left and the right, are on fire. Fucking scary.
How many loved ones have you lost?
5 from my family. Mom, Dad, 2 brothers, and Grandpa.
Wait, Mom, Dad, 2 brothers, and Grandpa?
Yes.
What is it?
One of my sons died in agony, and 3 of my daughters were killed. My daughter-in-law is also sick, and I'm now bedridden.
Thousands of people lost their families in the terrible earthquakes in Afghanistan. This little girl lost her entire family.
We're desperate. We have no place to live anymore. If we go somewhere, I have to rent a house. But we don't have money to rent a house. I don't know what to do. Winter is also ahead. Many of my relatives, including my son, have died. My other son has been injured. Many people are still trapped under the rubble.
I don't know anything about my mother, my daughter, and my son. I don't know if they are still alive.
This earthquake has brought us a lot of grief. I lost 2 family members, my sister and my son.
13 of my relatives were injured. They need urgent help. You see what is happening here. Many casualties. In some families, everyone died.
The day isn't over yet, and I already dug 100 graves. There are more than 100 graves.
Oh God, what should I do?
Building remained. Hatay was ruined. Hatay was destroyed. We had been searching everywhere for 2 days. There was no residents in any of the buildings.
I've never seen such an earthquake in my life.
My 3 children and my wife are lying under the rubble. This is the 3rd day of the earthquake. My children have already died here from the cold. Isn't it a shame that no one hears our voice?
Here, the father of a 15-year-old girl killed near the quake's epicenter, refusing to let go of her hand.
Unfortunately, my daughter was sleeping in her bed like an angel. My daughter left without pain. She left without pain. I caressed her face. I kissed her hair. I kissed her face. I had no other choice. I had no choice.
My sister and my 3 nieces and nephews are under the rubble. I don't know how many days I have been waiting for them.
Fires are burning everywhere. People are sitting by the fires. Soldiers are walking around with rifles. They're looters. Houses are destroyed. When the breeze blows, you smell dead bodies, corpses. Someone is having a nervous breakdown. I can't describe to you what's happening here. It's so scary. According to the Libyan Red Crescent, more than 11,000 people died in the city of Derna, and another 10,000 people are missing. We found dead bodies of neighbors, friends, and loved ones. I cannot explain it.
I saw my family die before my eyes. I would do anything, oh Allah. There is no word on my tongue except oh Allah. The moment when it happened. No matter what I tell you, I just can't describe the feelings I had.
I was on the roof with my family, 4 floors up. The water flashed the building.
Can you imagine your kids drowning, carried away in front of your eyes?
It's just hard sometimes, you know, like we got out and like a lot of people didn't, you know.
Everything we had is now all gone.
Wish I could change it. That's all. There was a time where I thought that I was gonna die.
They threw children into my arms from the balconies. I said, "It's coming, get out." I said to everyone.
You know, you see it on the news, you don't think it's gonna happen to you, and it happens, you know.
You know, you only have to be human to feel what we just saw. And you don't have to be a mother, or a father, or aunt, or uncle. You only have to be human to know that those disasters are real. The things that we saw happening are real. And how can we not say that there is more than just a climate problem? There is a people problem, and we have to come together to realize that in order for us to get a hold of what is happening to us, these disasters that are going to keep happening, that we're going to keep telling you about, and we can only tell you about for so long because we don't know how much longer we have to be able to tell you that. But from my heart, and I'm saying this as a person, not as a journalist, just as a human being, because I do care about everyone's human life, not just my own, not just my family, but the future. It absolutely matters. And I saw the future die in some of the video that I watched. They'll never come back. We can't get them back. But we can start today. We haven't watched the videos beforehand. This is real. This is me, Julia, the person, Olga, the person, Marina, Tali, Steve, John, the people, because we do care that much. That is why we are volunteering and spending these long hours. The people behind the camera, there's so much more. The translators, we're all involved because there's a bigger picture here. There's something more bigger than us, and we can still do something about it. We really, really can. And the Creative Society Project, it's about all of us. I promise you that. There's nothing hidden behind it. There's no agenda. The agenda is human life. I can promise you that. I can promise you that, Olga.
You know, and what we just saw, it's terrible. It's terrible to see how many lives are lost. And I think the most terrible thing is that we know that we could have prevented it, you know? And today we still have a chance to prevent it. And we have hosted so many forums. And we, you know, I have seen so many things while preparing all this information for people. But, you know, when you see that father holding their child's hand, knowing that, you know, their child's not going to survive, you just think, you know, my heart just clenches and it's so hard to breathe. You think, you know, that nobody's going to come when that happens to your child. When it happens to my child, nobody's going to be there to save him. And it's frightening to know that this is the society that we live in today. And, you know, I wish that we can all realize this and understand that there is still a chance that we can still change everything.
You know, the way that human mind works, we don't want to imagine ourselves in shoes of those people over there. But the difference between the people who organize these events with Creative Society is that we are not trying to imagine ourselves in some imaginary world where that is not going to happen to us or our families. It has nothing to do with fear-mongering. It has nothing to do with hidden agendas. It has one goal: to save human lives, starting from ourselves and everyone around us and the people generally. None of those people was ever expecting to be there, losing their families. And then what you're going to say? You're going to be standing thinking who's to blame? Like, and the authorities, they say, we're not responsible. We could not predict that happened. How come that we have been able to predict that? We have been able to calculate this and try to deliver this message to people for so long. But again, you're going to blame the authorities. No, my friends, it's all of the people who have been hearing us, but never joined, never shared this message, because they were too scared. It was inconvenient. Why to even think, right? Why to manifestate negative things? Well, friends, this has nothing to do with manifestating negative things. This is already here, and it's coming for you. It's coming for your family. It's coming for all of us. The only difference with the people in this studio that we all realize that we have to speak up to avoid being in the shoes of those people who lost everything, including their relatives, and sometimes even their own lives. So friends, we are here trying to break through to you. I cannot find other words. If you're watching this, do something. And you know, by do something, I mean not to donate some dollars somewhere or whatever. Speak up. Start being a human from the capital H, despite the fact that there is going to be those who are not going to like this message, who's going to smear you, who's going to try to put you down. Speak up if you know that this is the truth. Speak up.
I absolutely agree with you. And it is frightening to realize that at any moment, cataclysm could come and take away everything, and I mean everything, that is most precious to you, your life. And you saw it today, even worse, the life of your children. And the vast number of people experience that every single day already around the globe. And I'm sure by now, every viewer who has seen this footage has experienced the same thing we have. It's normal to feel fear and anxiety, and realizing that and worrying about the lives of your children and loved ones is normal. It's absolutely normal. And that is the reason we are here now. because we don't want this to happen to us, our loved ones, our children, and to you, and to your children. That's why we're raising climate security issues while we can still make a difference.
And for me, I'm a father of 2 little girls. And, I don't want to be in the shoes of that man. Remember that picture in Turkey? The guy holding his dying daughter's hand under that rubble. I don't want to be something like that. I don't want something like that to happen. And I realize the climate is progressing, and I know that no one is safe. And it's just terrifying to think that my phone will just go off one day and a stranger voice will tell me that I no longer have a home or a family, or maybe I won't even be there.
And you think that if you're there, you're not going to be afraid, like you're just going to handle everything perfectly, right? Just remember Morocco, Hawaii, right? When those people saw that fire, when they were burning, how panic-stricken they were, right? Turkey, when you see these children dying under the rubble for hours, worse, days.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even thinking about it, I don't even want to think about it. It's just, it scares me, to be honest. And God forbid anyone should go through that. But given the progression of what's happening, no one, including my children, can avoid it. And that's why we're all here today. It is a main motivation of our actions. It's the lives and future of our children. And we're all here to tell you the real situation with the climate so that you can understand once and for all that the situation humanity is in right now has never occurred in the planet's entire history.
So we apologize to you, the viewers, for that raw human emotion. That's what it is, because we are human. We feel for our future. We feel for our children. Some of us might have children of our own, some of us do not, but it's still our future. We have a lot of important information, though, to be able to tell you today. So we want to move forward. We have a lot to tell you about, but we also want to be able to tell you that there is a way for us to be able to come together and do something about it. We just have to do something now. So I'm really hoping that you stay on, hear us out, hear more information that's going to help you, and that's going to help our future of our children.
Friends, the scariest thing about all of it is that majority of people on our planet do not see themselves in these situations. They cannot even imagine or understand that any of this can happen to any one of us and any one of you at any moment, where you will find yourself, we will find ourselves in the middle of devastating natural disaster. I constantly come across these comments on threads on our videos where people saying, why are you scaring us? Why are you doing this fear mongering? Why are you compiling all these natural disasters into one film, trying to make it look scarier than what it is? Why doing this when climate is not changing? This is all just fear mongering. Fear mongering? The progression is going exponentially. Do you not understand this? These disasters are multiplying exponentially. And you will find yourself in this situation. Each one of us is already in danger. And this, what you have seen, you being in that video, is just a matter of time. The number of natural disasters around the world has been rapidly increasing in the past decades. And that is an objective fact. Let's take a look at the trend of increase in precipitation and floods worldwide due to the heating up of the floor of the ocean from below. Let's compare two 10-year periods, for instance, the period from 1970s and the past decade. So if we take a look at the years 1970 to 1979, during that time, there were approximately 260 major floods worldwide. Take a look at this bar. It represents 260 floods. But in the past 10 years, from 2014 to 2023, there have been over 1,500 major floods already. Can you tell the difference? And this is considering the fact that this year, 2023, is not even over yet. You've probably come across news headlines like this, saying that abnormal, record-breaking rainfall was registered, but they probably didn't mean much to you, right? So to understand how critical the flooding situation is, let's take a look at it visually. But now, because of the abnormal amount of precipitation worldwide, kind of floods becoming more and more frequent, where water just within few hours reaches so high that it practically reaches the rooftops of the houses. Roofs of the houses are being flooded. And take a look at the floodwater levels in the state of Santa Catarina, Brazil, in October this year. Can you imagine this? Almost all single-story buildings were flooded. And unfortunately, in these cases, people usually don't have time to escape the buildings and simply drown in their own homes. And such floods become more and more frequent with each passing year. The next alarming indicator is the increase in the intensity of hurricanes. In 2023, for the first time in history, a storm system of Category 5 formed in each ocean basin. And almost every hurricane of this category set a record for strength, duration, and speed of intensification. Previously, when hurricanes rapidly intensified, they typically evolve their category up one level within 24 hours. For example, a Category 2 hurricane would grow into Category 3 hurricane within a day. This is known as rapid intensification. But now, because of the abnormal ocean heating that is happening from below, hurricanes have started accelerating at insane speeds. Hurricane Otis shocked climatologists when in less than 12 hours it intensified from a regular tropical storm into a Category 5 hurricane, the highest category. In other words, it went up 5 levels in just half a day. This has never been observed before. Take a look at the city of Acapulco before the Hurricane Otis. And Otis hit Mexican coast on October 25th, 2023, with a speed of 170 miles per hour. No one was prepared for that. And now you can see what happened to Acapulco after the hurricane. Another factor that is contributing to escalation of natural disasters on the planet is the increase in catastrophic wildfires. The areas destroyed by wildfires in 2023 in some countries exceeded the figures of previous years by orders of magnitude. Take a look at how dramatically the area of forest fires in Canada has increased in 2023 compared to previous years. And this is happening not only in Canada. Take a look at Australia in 2019. Take a look at Spain and Europe in 2022. This is our horrifying new reality. It is impossible not to notice how the number and power of destructive earthquakes have risen across the entire globe in recent years. Take a look. According to the USGS data, before years 2000s, there were 1 or 2 destructive earthquakes with a magnitude over 6 each year, and now they occur 8 times more frequently. What is a magnitude 6 earthquake? Take a look at the devastation caused by them. In fact, earthquakes with a magnitude over 6 have been recorded on all sensors across the planet since 1964, which makes it an entirely objective parameter. Along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the number of earthquakes with a magnitude above 3 have risen 6-fold. In the 90s, there were 10,000 of them, and now there are over 60,000 per year. What is especially alarming is the increase in seismic activity in the volcanoes, indicating their activation. Some of them are supervolcanoes, such as Campiflagre or Taupo. I'd like to highlight an important point for you. In the past, it used to take hundreds and thousands of years for magma to ascend through the Earth's crust. But now, magma can burn through 10 kilometers of the Earth's crust in only 6 months. This happened in 2021 in Bransfield Strait near the underwater volcano Orca, previously considered inactive. And this was accompanied by 85,000 earthquakes. Such rapid magma ascent has been observed in various volcanoes worldwide over the last decade. For instance, Icelandic volcanoes, Mount Etna in Italy, Mayotte in the Indian Ocean, La Palma, Canary Islands, and many others. So, the climate and geodynamics of our planet have not just changed dramatically over the past 30 years, they have catastrophically shifted. The trend of increase in natural disasters over the past 10 years have become even more pronounced and will only continue to escalate. Nothing like this has ever been witnessed before in the entire observed history of our planet. Unfortunately, these catastrophes very soon will affect every person on the planet. And the leading cause of all these climatic catastrophes is the cyclical, external, cosmic influence.
So what made us consider that outer space is the leading cause of the abrupt climate changes on Earth? It's the fact that similar abrupt changes have started appearing in other planets of the solar system, simultaneously with the Earth. And this points to the common cause.
So let's draw an analogy, John. So doctors investigate the cause of a person's illness, and then they discover that, as it turns out, his colleagues at work are simultaneously experiencing the same thing, or the same type of symptoms. So this helps him understand that the cause of the illness is the same virus, or similarly Earth and other planets, right, have similar symptoms, is what you're saying, if I'm getting this correct, indicating the common causes of their illness?
Yep, that is exactly right. And that's a really good analogy, and thank you for that, Julia. And in front of you right now, there's a table that shows a climate change that have appeared on the planets of the solar system within just a few recent decades. And notice their numbers are growing from year to year, just like on our planet. Save this table for yourself to study it in more detail. Each fact here is supported by scientific research from various research institutions around the world.
All right, I could see what you're talking about. But I bet a lot of people, even after seeing this, they want to know how the scientific community know that such changes are actually taking place on these planets, and hasn't it happened before?
So for this, let's listen to the comment on this from Dr. Yelena Podlachikova, a space physicist. Yelena is a leading researcher at the Leibniz Institute in Potsdam, Germany. She also received the International Zeldovich Prize for discovering the nature of the solar flares.
We got data of other planets in 1977 when the first interplanetary satellite Voyager was launched. Since then, we have continuously observed all planets and collected information about their conditions. It is precisely now, in the past decades, that various satellites and scientific teams, independently of each other, have started to record surges and catastrophes and geomagnetic changes on other planets. And solar activity is not the cause of this, because the current increasing trend in planetary catastrophes does not correlate in any way with solar minimums or maximums. In other words, it is not the sun that is causing the surge in catastrophes. This means that we can now talk about some cosmic influence on the Earth and on other planets, which has not yet been studied by our science.
Thank you very much, Yelena. Another thing that we know for sure about the cosmic influence through the observations is that it awakened underground activity on planets. This means that even dead planets that haven't experienced seismic or volcanic activity for thousands of years suddenly start to experience them due to this cosmic influence.
So to give an analogy, it's like a dead body, say of some mummies of pharaohs, which has been cold and lifeless for thousands of years, and suddenly shows signs of life as if it received a new surge of energy.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And this cosmic influence does precisely that. It adds additional energy to the planet. As a result, a dead planet begins to show activity that cannot be explained by anything other than cosmic influence. And the most clear proof of this is a planet closest to the Earth. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Here on Mars, a lifeless, dead planet. They've never recorded Marsquakes caused by underground activity on Mars before.
So what do we mean here? Are we talking earthquakes?
No, earthquakes happen on Earth. We're Mars. Marsquakes are happening here right now, although they shouldn't be. Mars is thought to have died 3.5 billion years ago from an unknown catastrophe.
Oh, I see. Because when I look around, what you mean is that this place is scorched. It's all burnt up. But except for this strange duck. I mean, really? Okay, but anyways, can you explain to us, the viewers, what you mean by Mars has died?
Of course. According to numerous studies, Mars was a planet with an ocean, a warm, humid climate, and life. But look around. There's no ocean here anymore, and there is no life. The core of this planet no longer functions, and the planet's interior is inactive. But at the end of 2019, suddenly, NASA detected a Marsquake here. And their frequency began to rapidly increase. As of today, in just such a short period, over 1,300 Marsquakes have been recorded, and their numbers are only growing. The most powerful Marsquakes in the entire observation period, with a magnitude of 5, occurred in May 2022. This indicates that Mars, once considered a dead planet, has actually come back to life. Seismic processes have been activated, suggesting that the planet is alive within.
What's this? It's the Marsquake?
Okay.
Okay, I'm okay.
All right.
So it turns out that seismic activity is now increasing on Mars simultaneously with what's happening on Earth?
Yes, and exactly for the same reason. According to NASA research, such Marsquakes begin to occur because magma starts to rise from the Martian depth. And as we know, this happens because external cosmic influence is supplying Mars with additional energy that heats the magma and causing it to ascend.
As far as we know, the same energy from cosmic influence once killed Mars, because when there is an excess of this energy, it can kill a planet. And this catastrophe occurred not 3.5 billion years ago, we're talking 24,000 years ago. So for more details on how this happened, watch the documentary film, Mystery of Mars Death Documentary.
Unfortunately, the same catastrophe that happened on Mars now threatens the Earth.
It's crazy for me to think that our own planet can turn into the same lifeless body as Mars. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think anyone would want that. So we've learned a lot about the cosmic influence that is currently affecting not just our own planet, but other planets too. Let's draw some conclusions for our viewers.
Okay, friends, so the external cosmic influence started impacting all bodies of the solar system several decades ago. And this influence brings this additional energy boost to all planets across our solar system and the sun itself. And that's the impact that is growing every single day.
The next important point to understand is that this cosmic influence affects solely the cores of planets. To visualize this influence, you can compare it to a flashlight beam shining from the depth of space through the galaxy to our solar system. Right now, our planet is entering this beam of light. This energy stream is currently passing through us, through the Earth lithosphere, mantle, directly to the core beneath our feet. And this energy, figuratively speaking, charges the core of our planet.
To make an analogy, it's kind of like a wireless charger for a cell phone, but instead of a cell phone, it's our planet Earth. And instead of that charger, it's that energy from space. So the core of our planet Earth, in this case, is acting like a battery in a cell phone. It's charging, it is heating up, it receives this additional energy from space. And as a result, it heats up. And that heating up triggers more catastrophes on the surface of our planet.
Right. And in addition, this cosmic influence hasn't been thoroughly studied by our modern science. One might ask, how did we realize that the influence is something new? That it's not gravitational, electromagnetic, neutrino-related, or cosmic radiation? It's precisely because this type of energy affects only the cores of planets. And let us now explain why.
Why don't we make this information even more clear to our viewers by briefly recalling how planet Earth is structured?
Oh, absolutely. Great. Could you pass me that peach, please? Thank you. So this peach represents our planet Earth. And let's imagine that the upper layer, the skin of the peach, is the Earth crust. It's about 40 kilometers thick. And underneath it, if we look at the flesh of the peach, it's around 3,000 kilometers depth of the mantle of planet Earth. And then, in this case, the core is represented by this pit. And with the core, it gets a little bit trickier because there is the outer core and there is inner core. So what is important to understand? That the external cosmic influence passes through all the layers except for the inner core. Why, you might ask? Because the inner core is extremely dense and heavy entity. It's the most dense thing possible, and this is precisely why it's not allowing external cosmic influence to go through it.
Right, and the inner core has a structure of a neutron star. This hypothesis was forwarded in the early 2000s by Dr. Igor Beluzarov. A neutron star is a very small cosmic object, but it's incredibly heavy. It's as if our sun was compressed to the size of the sphere in Las Vegas, but retained the same weight. A neutron star weighs so much because the neutrons, the particles it is composed of, are densely packed within it. Similarly, they're packed in our core, making it super heavy and dense, like a neutron star. It is precise because of this dense packing of elements that the inner core does not allow the cosmic radiation to pass through. It's like an X-ray that can penetrate through our tissues, but not through our bones due to their density. Similarly, the cosmic influence affects only the inner core.
Also, because of the weight of the core, its displacement influences the Earth's rotation speed and the axis of the rotation of the planet Earth. And you can compare it to the spinning top. And essentially, it's the inner core that determines how stable the planet's rotation will be.
Mm-hmm. And there's also the outer core. It is liquid and it rotates. It's a molten metal flows around the inner core at a tremendous speed. And it is a rotation of the outer core around the inner core that generates the magnetic field.
So if we summarize it, the external influence only affects the super dense core of the planet Earth. And the other layers of the Earth, like its crust, mantle, and even the outer core, are allowing this influence to go through it without interacting with this external cosmic influence.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. You know, I bet people are wondering, how do we even know that there are issues with the core of our planet? I mean, I'd imagine it'd be pretty hard to get down there and actually take a good look.
Yeah, and that's a valid question. But, science can study the core of our planet and the overall internal structure of the Earth using the seismic waves generated by the strong earthquakes. The global scientific community realized that we have an issue with the core due to the series of significant changes in various parameters of the Earth. This is a copy of our planet, Earth, reduced by 10 million times. And with the help of this copy, I will explain to you what anomalous changes have happened in the core of our planet in 1995 and 1998, and what dangerous processes these changes signify. So let's start. 1995. Scientific laboratories worldwide detected something they could not explain. Take a look at these maps. The north magnetic pole of our planet, which had always been drifting at the same rate of 15 kilometers per year, suddenly accelerated to 50 kilometers per year in 1995 and changed its route. It started heading towards Siberia. Simultaneously, other scientists detected another anomalous event, a glitch in the Earth's rotation. In 1995, the axis of the Earth's rotation changed from southward to eastward and suddenly started moving 17 times faster than before. In addition, in 1995, the rotation of the Earth itself suddenly changed. Take a look at this graph. Until that year, scientists were observing a slowing down of the planet's rotation, but in 1995, they detected a sudden acceleration of the Earth's rotation speed. In other words, independently, global scientific research centers documented abnormal changes in 3 Earth parameters. Number 1, rapid magnetic pole drift. Number 2, change in rotation axis. Number 3, acceleration of the Earth rotation. Please note that these 3 parameters depend solely on the core of our planet, because it is a core that creates a magnetic field, controls its rotation and its axis. So changes in these parameters signifies that in 1995, suddenly something has changed in the Earth's core. And we now know what it was. Because in 1995, the energy of external cosmic influence started to overheat the core. So our planet's inner core became imbalanced. This process can be compared to how, during the movement of a car, the engine began to overheat, and in various parts start to jam against one another. Similarly, due to the overheating of the inner core, the motion of all layers of the Earth began to be disrupted. Unfortunately, back in 1995, global scientific community did not give much importance to the fact because they had model of anthropogenic climate change in their agenda. Only a small group of scientists had a foresight and drew attention to the Earth's core becoming imbalanced. But even they could not predict the scale of consequences it will lead to, which are affecting us right now.
So, learning about this alarming fact that our core has become imbalanced, people are asking, how do we see this manifesting in our everyday lives? What sort of signs do you think we should pay attention to?
Right. So another sign of the heating and imbalance of the core is the sudden accelerated weakening of the magnetic field. A specific example of this is a South Atlantic anomaly, a huge dent in our magnetic field which has doubled in size over the past 60 years, according to NASA study. Currently, due to the weakening of the magnetic field, we see the northern lights penetrating into the more southern latitudes, where they had never been observed before.
Yes, John. In the summer of 2023, just a few months ago, northern lights were seen here in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. The northern lights are supposed to be at the poles, but not at the southern latitudes. In this November, millions of residents of southern Europe were shocked because they saw that these auroras are happening in their own region. Those things not supposed to be happening in these parts of the world, but they are happening there. And even more than that, those auroras were red.
Guys, there's nothing to admire here. The fact that the northern lights appear in southern latitudes is a sign of a major problem. This is a very alarming indication because the protection that is provided by the magnetic field against the cosmic radiation is now much weaker than it used to be. So you might ask, so what? Let me answer that. Soon, the magnetic field could weaken so much that we'll be completely defenseless against the harsh space radiation, and the UV rays from the sun will burn our skin. Such auroras are black spot for all of humanity.
Yes, absolutely. Such anomalies that are happening to the magnetic fields actually have a huge number of side effects and even fatal consequences when it comes to human health. And you have no idea how much your own health, our dear viewers, is affected by this. For more details, please check Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, International Online Forum. So, as we can see, one of the manifestations of the core imbalance is the weakening of the magnetic field, which leads to anomalies. And auroras is a prime example of that, especially the red ones. Those significant changes to the core of our planet, they started happening in 1995. But then something even more strange happened 3 years after.
So 3 years after anomalous changes in 1995, scientists recorded the next unprecedented phenomenon, the displacement of the Earth's core. Look at how it happened. This occurred in 1998. The displacement was identified through the observation of the Earth's center of mass using the DORIS satellite system. Now, look at the graph to see how the coordinates of the Earth's center of mass changed in 1998. Regardless of the first group of scientists, another team of researchers working at the Medicina station in Italy recorded a surge in the Earth's gravity right at the same time. Take a look in the step in the graph, indicating the surge in Earth's gravity. Simultaneously with that, the International Earth Rotation and Reference System Services recorded a sharp acceleration in the Earth's rotation. Take a look at the graph showing the reduction in the length of the day. Do you notice a sharp drop in 1998, the year when the planet's rotation accelerated? Simultaneously, measurements taken by the DORIS satellite laser ranging system observed a drastic change in the Earth's shape. That is, it expanded in volume. Look at the graph depicting how the equatorial radius of the Earth changed in relation to its polar radius. The planet anomalously started expanding around the equator and contracting around the poles, although before the trend was completely opposite. In other words, independently of each other, 4 different groups of scientists recorded anomalous changes in various geophysical parameters of the Earth. As a result of this displacement, the Earth's core dramatically altered its course by 90 degrees and shifted northwards towards the Taimyr Peninsula in Siberia. According to the opinion of Dr. Barkin, Professor of Physics and Math, Professor Smolkov, Doctor of Engineering, Professor Arushanov, Doctor of Geophysical Sciences, and many other scientists, this became the cause of changes in all layers of the Earth. Thus, a comprehensive analysis of the research indicates that a grand event occurred in 1998. A displacement of the Earth's core, triggered by the impact of the external cosmic influence during the cataclysmic phase of the 12,000-year cycle.
This is mind-blowing. The shift in the core is truly a shocking event.
Absolutely. Just imagine how much energy do you need to actually shift something as dense and as heavy as the core of planet Earth. Remember, we talked about its density and it's heavy as a neutron star. So this indicates that this external cosmic influence is enormous. It possesses colossal amount of energy. Moreover, Professor Barkin, he did the research and he was stating that this shift, this bounce of the core, has occurred synchronously on all planets of the solar system. The external cosmic influence constantly brings a massive amount of energy to our inner core, and this energy transforms into the heat. And that heat, that heating up of our core, heats up outer core, which in its turn heats up the mantle around it. And that's when it gets hotter, that's when the magma around it gets hotter, and that liquid magma goes to the surface. So our heart, the Earth's core, pumps magma like a pump.
The magma rises as a result of increasing centrifugal forces, like in a centrifuge.
Okay, so I'm trying to get this all straight in my mind. So the washing machine, right? It works on that same principle during the spin cycle. Under the influence of emerging centrifugal forces in the drum, the water is wrung out of the laundry. Similarly, magma begins to be pushed out of the Earth's interior. I think that's how that goes.
Yes, that's absolutely right, and that's a very great analogy, Julia.
Yeah, and due to the centrifugal forces, the magma rises, heating and eroding the mantle. The material in the mantle becomes more fluid, increases in volume, and approaches a crust. As the hot magma rises towards the Earth's surface, the pressure drops. This leads to a sudden release of dissolved gases, similar to what happens in decompression sickness for a diver. The escaping gases behave like air bubbles during cavitation, that is, boiling of the blood.
I understand what you guys are saying, but many people might not completely grasp it. Do you think we can elaborate just a little bit more?
Certainly. Let me explain this with a very simple example. Can I have a bottle of soda, please? Thank you so much. So this is our mantle. This is exactly what is happening on the interior of our planet. A lot of bubbles and a lot of very hot liquid magma that is coming. And this is exactly what is happening when the hot liquid magma from the very core of our planet tries to break through to the upper layers. A sudden pressure surge occurs in the upwelling hotter magma. This magma expands in volumes and collides with downwelling magma, which is colder. And that's what causes the explosion. And those are the explosions that we refer to as cavitation explosions in the hot molten magma.
So you may think, but we don't feel them at all on the surface. Otherwise, all the media will be talking about it, right? We do observe the consequences of these explosions through indirect signs, namely deep focus earthquakes. These are the earthquakes that occur at a depth below 300 kilometers. For comparison, the deepest well drilled by humans is 12 kilometers deep. Deep focus earthquakes, on the other hand, are now detected at around 800 kilometers deep.
Can I ask you to detail for the viewers by what indicators can we trace that magma has already begun to extremely heat the Earth's crust and cause it to crack?
Yeah, of course. Let me answer that. Of course, there are such indicators. And to put it in a simple words for our viewers, there are three main signs that you should track to track down this abnormal magma activity. So first of all, it is the increase in the numbers of the earthquakes and the cracks in the Earth's crust. Second of all, it's the increase in heat below caused by magma that is rising up to the crust. And third, it's the actual breakthrough of magma, so-called volcanic eruptions of magma. And abnormal manifestations of all of these indicators have been processed and have been tracked down since 1995. We can see that something really changed after that. That's when everything went way more active. And let's examine each one of these manifestations in details. After this, you're going to be able to monitor consequences of magma rising in your own region, so as worldwide.
So let's start with the first point. We already know that the enormous heating of magma expands the volume and exerts more pressure on the thin crust of the planet. This leads to the expansion of the planet and fractures in the Earth's crust, beginning first at its thinnest parts, which is along the boundaries of lithospheric plates and the ocean floor. In this example, we see the theory turning into reality because the number of earthquakes in the ocean floor has increased significantly since 1995. You can see this now on the graph.
So the Earth starts expanding from within like a balloon. That's the best way I see, and I'm trying to explain that also to the viewers. So because of this, it literally begins to crack at the seams. These seams are usually in the ocean, though, and it's on the seams that the earthquakes increase.
Yep, that is correct. And Professor Arthur Vitorino of Maryland Institute was the first to identify the increase in the number of earthquakes on the ocean floor since 1995. Let us now listen to his commentary.
What intrigued me most was the fact that the number of earthquakes was starting to increase rapidly on the ocean floors. And I said, gee, this looks kind of interesting because it sort of coincides with a large jump in temperature that we saw in 1995. And at that point, I started to research what I call the mid-ocean seismic activity. And sure enough, it's correlated very, very well with global temperatures.
Thank you, Professor Vitorino. Note that the number of earthquakes and their magnitude have started to increase on continent as well. Take a look at this graph. You can see an exponential growth in the number of earthquakes, according to Volcano Discovery Seismic Database. What you can see on this graph is not just a growth. It's an exponential growth. This means that the number of earthquakes is increasing with a huge acceleration. It's important to note that the earthquake has started occurring even in areas where they shouldn't happen. Consider the earthquake in Morocco this year. According to experts, it was abnormal, and no one expected it there. This means that very soon, earthquakes may start to occur where you are, even if you have never had them before. You can verify the recent increase in earthquakes for yourself, and many Creative Society project participants are also sharing with others how to do so. And here is one such example that we would like to share with you.
What you're about to see, you can double check and verify for yourself. After the earthquakes we had this year, I decided to do a little investigation into what's happening to our planet. Because some say that these earthquakes have always happened before and it's normal, while others argue that it's not normal and both the frequency and the intensity are on the rise. And I get it. It's easier to believe that it's normal. Yet, it's best to know what's going on. So I checked the website of USGS. That's the US Geological Survey. They collect seismic data from all over the world. You can download a list of significant earthquakes from over the last century. To download them, you gotta use this link in the earthquake catalog. Set the parameters for download. Minimum magnitude, 6, from 1938 onwards. Then choose a parameter that's called significance. It's a combination of magnitude, how strongly the earthquake was felt, and the economic damage it caused. Set it to 1,000. This includes orange and red danger levels. Choose an export format, CSV, and hit the download button. You can even plot the graph in Excel. I did it using Python. You see the significant spike in the number of earthquakes with a magnitude of 6 and higher in the 2000s. And that's despite the fact that the number of new cities worldwide hasn't increased significantly over the past 20 years. So you cannot attribute the damage to people resettling across a planet. Moreover, Earthquakes with magnitude of 6 have been recorded globally since 1980s. And I've actually seen this with my own eyes. Yes, there were powerful earthquakes before, but not in such quantities. The same pattern applies to deep focus earthquakes and other catastrophes. This isn't normal. Something strange is happening to the planet.
The graphs you've seen are not just bars and lines. Lives of people stand behind them. Now you will hear a few stories from people who survived earthquakes.
It didn't stop. It was really, really scary.
Today's earthquakes flattened all the houses to the ground.
We're scared that people here will die from hunger and the cold.
Now all the houses have been reduced to rubble. There is no place to stay, nothing to eat.
My son and his wife are under the rubble. There was no one there to recover the bodies.
Look at all the houses. Wherever you look, there are damaged homes. Maybe it would have been better if I died.
We empathize with the grief of each person affected by these catastrophes. Unfortunately, due to the progression of catastrophic growth, the number of such stories will grow exponentially. You might think that condolences are the only way to help these people and every person on the planet. We often hear the question, what can we do about natural disasters? As we mentioned before, salvation from escalating catastrophes is possible. Even earthquakes can be not only predicted few weeks in advance, but they can be predicted 6 months in advance and prevented. This is only possible by uniting the scientific potential of humanity. You may wonder, what exactly I do for this? You can speak up when all of us who have this information talk about the problems everywhere. We can create a public demand. Then we have a chance to survive together.
You know, thank you so much, Olga, because you're mentioning that right now. I was thinking like there was no way out, that it was absolutely hopeless.
Telly, you mentioned that another sign of magma activation is the cracks formation in the Earth's crust. Let's explain in a little bit more detail how this manifests.
Yes, the expansion of magma and its boiling puts a lot of pressure on the Earth's crust from the inside, and it's causing it to crack like a clay pot. Yeah, exactly like that. So when magma penetrates the Earth's crust, new zones of cracks and folds are forming, allowing water from the outside, from the surface of the Earth, to seep into the depths. This leads to rivers and lakes all over the planet to dry up, which you can see in massive amounts. So if you notice sudden drying of water bodies in your region, that could be a worrisome signal of magma ascent.
In addition, the sudden, abrupt acceleration of the Earth's rotation pushes anomalous heated magma from the depths to the surface. This results in a very catastrophic and terrifying process, which can be called the inhale and exhale of the Earth.
The breath of the Earth. As a result of a sharp acceleration in the rotation of our planet, rising red-hot magma begins to melt the mantle. When enormous masses of the Earth's mantle and crust melt, and these solid materials become liquid, they increase in volume. As a result, the Earth simply expands from within and begins to increase in volume, and multiple cracks begin to form. In other words, the expansion of our planet's volume creates deep cracks through which water from water bodies seeps to great depths, causing entire lakes and rivers to disappear. This planetary water withdrawal can be compared to an inhale. Currently, our planet is making an inhale. The next stage will be an exhale, At the moment when the planet's rotation abruptly slows down, there will be an expulsion of a huge amount of water from the inside out. And there is much more water underground than on the surface. Just imagine the amount of water that will emerge from underground when the planet exhales. In the past, during this stage, when water came out from underground, it flooded and covered huge mountains. Such global floods have occurred repeatedly on Earth, as evidenced by numerous archaeological findings. These serious floods, which practically erased traces of human civilizations, could not be simply caused by the melting of glaciers. The inhale and exhale of the Earth, that is the true reason that first leads to the drying up of rivers and lakes, what we are all witnessing today, and then to global floods.
Another unusual indicator is the increase in the number of fires. Now, let me explain what I mean. Gases such as hydrogen and methane are rising from the depth due to cracks and faults in the crust. As the number of cracks is increasing, more gases are released. These gases ignite readily, therefore, with each passing year, fires along the faults become increasingly extensive and frequent. This phenomenon has been discovered and studied by scientists such as Peter Lushvin and Professor Alexei Retium. This year, we witnessed a clear example of such anomalous fires along the fractures in Canada, Hawaii, and worldwide.
These fires were horrible. I mean, the amount of sorrow they brought people. I mean, we saw it for ourselves, and I'm sure people who are viewing have seen the same thing that we saw. Maybe they didn't. Need to go back and look at that. And then I read about how challenging it was to extinguish these fires. It's alarming that they are covering more and more territories each year. It's getting much worse.
Yeah, and I completely agree. Another sign that the magma is rising, which you may not know about, is the appearance of the large number of sinkholes and ground collapses. Sinkholes that were sealed for millennia are now opening up and the soil above them is sinking. This occurs due to the heating of magma and release of gases from the bowels of the planet. For example, in Turkey, such sinkholes appeared for the first time in 15 years ago. And by the beginning of 2021, there were 600 of them in the Konya province alone. And by the end of the year, there were 2,000 of them.
Today, it is commonly believed that the record temperature rise in the atmosphere is due to human activity. However, it's obvious that this warming is, first of all, affected by the magma uplift.
Yeah, right. And now let's talk about the second piece of evidence that the magma is rising, which is the heating of the lower layers of the atmosphere, oceans, and glaciers due to new magma rivers are formed, eroding the mantle and approaching the crust. The global atmospheric research institutions have determined that one of the regions where the increase in temperature has been growing 2 to 3 times faster than the average of the planet is the territory of Siberia. It was in this direction that the course shifted in 1998. Because of this, magma beneath Siberia rose to the surface fastest. And now, there is a huge magma chamber burning its way through the crust in Siberia. Heating of the Earth's interior leads to abnormal melting of permafrost and gas explosions under the ice. In the Arctic part of Siberia, winter fires have appeared under the snow. And in the areas above fractures, the icy water in drinking well became hot. And the frequency and the intensity of earthquakes are increasing. Let's now listen to Dr. Egon Chalakian about this. Dr. Chalakian is a visiting researcher at Harvard University, particle physicist, international tax law and intellectual property law professional with a national security background.
There are extreme increases in geothermal anomalies in Siberia. The number of gas emission craters is increasing in the northern regions, with intensified methane and hydrogen emissions being realized from the inner Earth. In the event you have not yet noticed, mud volcanism on the Arctic shelf is becoming significantly more pronounced. All these facts unanimously point out that the dynamic warming of Siberia today, which is 2 to 3 times faster than the rest of the world, is primarily due to an increase in endogenous heat coming from the Earth's depths. Siberia is warming from below. As a result of the core's pressure towards Taimyr, deep magnetic headspots form beneath Siberia, actively lifting magma closer to the junctions of the lithospheric plates. Consequently, heat accumulated beneath Siberia's upper mantle layers, and the thin lithospheric crust started the process of melting from the magma. In essence, the rates of lithospheric melting are accelerating due to the increasing temperatures and fluidity of the magma itself. So what now awaits us? The uncomplicated, simple, vividly clear answer is, simply place a cube of ice on a heated stove. What happens? The ice melts quickly. In the same manner, the heated magma erodes the plate, which melts just like our ice cube. It's that simple. This is what is happening right now beneath Siberia. Continuation of this unchecked process will lead to just one highly predictable outcome: a global catastrophe capable of destroying not only Russia, but also the entire world.
Thank you, Dr. Chalakian. Another sign of abnormal heating of the Earth's interior is the melting of glaciers from the bottom up. The phenomenon of glaciers melting from below, because of the increased heat flow from the Earth's interior, is currently studied by a considerable number of scientists around the world. For example, an American geologist and researcher, James Kemmis, has been studying this process for many years. He knows that the Thwaites and Pine Island glaciers in Antarctica are melting from below due to an increased heat flow from the Earth's interior. In the West Antarctica, which is a volcanic region, thermal anomalies have appeared under 2 kilometers thick ice, precisely where the volcanoes are located. This is because since 1995, a huge magma chamber has become activated beneath the thin crust of Antarctica in the Mary Bird Land region. You can learn more about it in the video in the glacier melting. Also, a similar situation is observed in Greenland. Since 1995, a magma chamber beneath the central part of the island has been activated, which accelerates the ice melting regardless of the season.
There is also another very dangerous sign of magma ascent, and that is the heating up of the ocean floor from below. Magma rising from the depths in huge volumes, and it infiltrates the oceanic crust just like a worm burrowing into the wood. As a result, waters of the ocean floor are heating up and rising up to the surface. In the essence, ocean today is warming significantly from below, and overall, for the past 30 years, this heating up has been 450% higher and faster comparing to the very same period before. So both middle layers of the oceans and deep ocean layers below 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles and deeper are warming up much faster than they should. And this summer set and broke all possible records when it comes to observations of the ocean warming. And first of all, it leads to increase in hurricanes and storms. And this is exactly what we have seen in 2023. We've already talked about it. The topic of ocean warming from below, of course, deeply concerns people, and especially on social media, we see a lot of them conducting their own research on this topic, and let's just listen to one of them.
Many people have noticed that this year's autumn is abnormally warm. Kazakhstan, France, England, Siberia, and other regions of Russia, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Europe. This past October was the warmest October in the last 170 years. July 2023 became the hottest month on record. And finally, the cherry on top. It seems to me this news has outdone all the rest. Listen to this. On November 8th, Reuters and other official sources reported that this year, 2023, could be the hottest year in the last 125,000 years. According to scientists, to heat the planet to such a degree would require as much energy as it would be released if 7 atomic bombs, like those dropped at Hiroshima, were detonated every second for a year. Just think what a huge amount of energy that is. To put it simply, that's 2,500 times more than all the world's power consumption in 2022. Where does so much energy come from if humanity doesn't detonate those bombs? What if I tell you that it's just the beginning? Next year will be much hotter. What does it have to do with polar auroras on November 5th and 6th? But first, a small warning. What you will hear next can shock you a bit, but this is the truth. And if you want, you can verify it for yourself. To understand where the heat comes from, look at the graph here. The blue line represents the heating of the ocean at a depth of up to 700 meters. That is the upper layers of the water. The red line is a heating of the water at a depth of over 2,000 meters. That is the deeper layers of water. And this graph shows that in the ocean's depth, the water is warming faster than on the surface. Imagine a kettle of water on the stove, and the water starts to heat. Why? Because there's a fire under the kettle. The same thing happens to our planet. It's heating from the inside, not because you drive a car, not because of the factories, not because of cow farts, but because the problem is in the Earth's core. And that energy is coming to the core from space.
Likewise, on the continents, underground waters begin to vaporize abnormally because of the very same thing, ascent of magma that is leading to increased record-breaking rainfalls and floods. The climate becomes chaotic, and it is also unpredictable because you cannot predict how it's gonna react. Seasons are swapping places, wind gusts become abnormal. They increase not only in frequency but also in strength. And that leads to abnormal and record-breaking size of hail. And atypical anomalies in weather occur all over the place. But if they are happening in your region where you live, then you should know that primary cause of that is the worldwide rise of magma towards the Earth's crust from underneath.
And now the third, the most frightening and final piece of evidence that the magma is rising is the magma itself reaching the Earth's surface. Currently around the world, the number of volcanic eruptions is increasing and reactivation of long dormant volcanoes is becoming more frequent. Furthermore, various anomalies are recorded in eruptions, notably the rapid ascent and eruption of exceptionally fluid lavas.
You know, when we talk about fluid lava, not all of our viewers may understand what makes fluid lava unique or how it differs from standard lava and why its appearance has alarmed so many scientists. Could you explain this in more detail?
Sure, I can do that. Now, for example, the Coimbre Vieja volcano in Canary Island used to erupt with this type of lava. And in 2021, it began erupting with this type of lava.
Oh wow, what a fire-resistant duck that is. Well, at least there is someone who doesn't care. But in fact, such abnormally liquid and hot magma much faster melts the Earth's crust, just like what is happening right now in Iceland, in the town of Grindavik. There are more and more cases of such rapid magma ascent around the world. And since cavitation explosions are also becoming much more frequent, magma heats up, expands in volume, boils, and very soon we will see volcanoes activating all over the planet. And let's not forget that on planet Earth we have 25 supervolcanoes, and many of them have already started to show alarming signs of activity. For example, Yellowstone, which we covered before, or Campi Flegrei, so-called Phlegrean fields in Italy. And from now on, it will only get worse.
Boy, oh boy, we are facing terrible threat, and many people do not want to acknowledge it. I mean, that's the reality of what we're dealing with, but we have plenty of evidence that is telling us that the Earth is getting destroyed from within. We can establish this through various signs. For example, the increasing the number and strength of earthquakes around the world, okay? probably in some of your backyards, by the emergence of new volcanoes and the eruptions of the old ones. That's clearly evident. By heating of the ocean and the melting of glaciers from below. By changes in climate and weather. That seems to be obvious to some of us. All of this indicates the magma rises towards the Earth's crust and heats it up. This causes the Earth's crust to crack and melt. It is very dangerous because the Earth's crust is the thin layer on which we live. If these processes continue to escalate, though, it will result in a huge catastrophe for all of us.
Yeah, and that's why people often wonder why we're so certain that everything is heading towards such a massive catastrophe. And how do we know that it will only get worse from here?
Well, we know how the situation will continue to develop because currently we're experiencing what our planet has faced in the past. These changes, caused by cosmic influence, occur once every 12,000 years, and we happen to be living in that very time. This is a cycle. Today, the number and intensity of cataclysms on the planet are growing exponentially. Humanity is facing a terrible catastrophe that occurs on the planet every 12,000 years, while every 24,000 years, it is more severe. How do we know that catastrophes occur on Earth with such periodicity? At different times, this hypothesis has been independently suggested by American and Soviet scientists, as well as researchers from different countries. Modern scientists can reconstruct the Earth's history by studying ancient ice layers known as cores, examining rock formations, fossils, and various soil layers. All this material is like Planet's Chronicle, valuable records of how the Earth's climate has changed over millennia. Thanks to these studies, scientists have realized the changes occurring on our planet today, such as the sudden temperature spikes and melting of glaciers, the increase in volcanic activity, the rise in the number and intensity of earthquakes, the drift of magnetic poles accompanied by weakening of the magnetic field have occurred 12,000 years ago. How do we know about these catastrophes of the past? They left behind a layer of destruction known as the Usella horizon. This layer, composed of soot and wood charcoals and ranging from 5 to 15 centimeters thick, has been found in the territories of 10 countries across 4 continents.
That is the so-called black mat layer that separates the Pleistocene from the Holocene, and it is loaded with soot, amongst other things. But this black mat layer was known for decades, and one of the interesting things about it was that below that black mat layer, remnants of extinct megafauna had been found, but rarely, if ever, found above it. In fact, almost never were the extinct megafauna found above that black mat layer. Now, that black mat layer has now been identified on 4 continents.
German geologists discovered that the layer formed during the massive eruption of the Lachersee volcano in Germany, and its ash was detected throughout Europe. Scientists attributed the layer to a gigantic forest fire caused by volcanic eruptions. A similar layer of coal and ash formed at the same time was found in North America and named the Clovis Horizon.
Carbon-rich black layer dating to 12.9 thousand years ago has been previously identified at 50 Clovis Age sites across North America and appears contemporaneous with the abrupt onset of younger Dryas cooling. The in situ bones of extinct Pleistocene megafauna, along with Clovis tool assemblages, occur below this black mat layer, but not within or above it.
Traces of large-scale fires of the same period were also found in Siberia. In addition to the Lachersee volcano, dozens of volcanoes and supervolcanoes erupted simultaneously around the world. Look at the map to see where they were located. Eruptions affected every corner of the world, according to numerous studies by other groups of scientists. At the same time, there was a sudden melting of ice, catastrophic floods, intensification of winds, and a rise in sea levels. What kind of catastrophe was this? 12,000 years ago, the global temperature surged by staggering 15 degrees Celsius over the course of several decades. A significant portion of the ice sheets melted,
catastrophic floods and tsunamis started. Some areas on Earth became submerged entirely due to the rapid rise in sea levels. After that, however, there was an equally dramatic cooling. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found along the northern slopes of Siberia's ravines. Continents experienced mega earthquakes, supervolcano eruptions, and massive fires, as evidenced by layers of ash and rock formations. All these abnormal changes and cataclysms 12,000 years ago led to the mass extinction of megafauna and a sharp reduction in human population, including the disappearance of the Cro-Magnons. Some researchers attributed this catastrophe to meteorite impact. However, the analysis of trace elements in the ash layers at that time showed that the actual cause of the catastrophe was volcanic eruptions.
It has nothing to do with a comet or meteor hitting the Earth, because that would be a random event. This is not a random event. By carbon-14 dating and other dating methods, it happens every 12,068 years.
In November 2023, a study of American and Spanish scientists was released, revealing the discovery of 3 gigantic lava flows on the floor of Mediterranean Sea originating from supervolcano eruptions. The scientists concluded that these 3 catastrophic events occurred in Europe with a cycle of 10 to 15,000 years.
That gives rise to the cyclical supervolcano cycle. And you can see it like clockwork. Exactly a half a great year ago, 12,500 years, Campi Felgari off the coast of Italy. Supervolcano, boom. Exactly 1 year, 1 great year ago, 24 to 25,000 years ago, Taupo in New Zealand went off. Exactly a great year and a half ago, Campi Felgari went off again.
Each cycle of global catastrophes leads to mass extinction of megafauna and a sharp reduction in the human population. For example, a large amount of cosmic radiation during the Lashamp excursion caused the extinction of the entire human species, the Neanderthals. According to other theories, it was caused by the eruption of a supervolcano in the Phlegraean fields and by subsequent acid rains 36,000 years ago. 72,000 years ago, after the eruption of the Toba volcano, humanity nearly went extinct, with only around 10,000 people remaining on Earth. The composition of these layers suggests that 12,000 years ago, volcanoes were not merely erupting. Their magma contained rare elements found only in the deep layers of the Earth, near the planet's core. This indicates that the magma originated from deep layers, much like what we observe today. The only plausible explanation for this would be the overheating of the Earth's core. The massive amount of energy required for such magma heating and its ascent from depths could not have appeared out of nowhere. Core overheating can only occur due to receiving additional energy from outside, from external cosmic influence. Therefore, the cataclysms that occurred 12,000 years ago were also the result of external cosmic influence.
We have cosmic seasons that I think are characterized by glacial ages and interglacial ages. What we need is a long-term, like over hundreds of thousands of years of statistics in order to see what the precise timetable is that we could take as an average. But yeah, I mean, 12,000 to 13,000 years in that range, it seems to me, because when we go to 25 or 26,000 years ago, there was a major climate shift.
The completed spectral analysis of temperature and carbon dioxide revealed the presence of 12,000 and 24,000 year cycles in the spectrum of these characteristics oscillations. Similar cycles are also present in the fluctuations of the Earth's core. It was concluded that these cycles are associated with cosmic factors. They impact the Earth's core, which in turn affects the climate system, leading to the changes that we are currently observing.
Another consequence of core overheating, both today and 12,000 years ago, was a weakening of the magnetic field and the drifting of magnetic poles. Note in which time intervals the drift of magnetic poles took place over the last 120,000 years. The interval between them is approximately 12,000 years. It is shocking that at the same time, there were severe earthquakes, sharp rises in world sea level, the strongest volcanic eruptions, and glaciations. Each time during the drift of magnetic poles, the magnetic field of the Earth became 8 to 10 times weaker, and this led to an increase in the flux of cosmic radiation. Modern science cannot explain why the magnetic drifts coincide with dramatic changes and glaciations. Hartmut Heinrich, a German marine geologist and climatologist, while studying the seafloor sediments, lakes, and rivers, identified periods when the climate changes dramatically. First, it becomes warmer by 8 to 10 degrees Celsius, and then glaciation begins. Professor Sidney Hemming has confirmed that such fluctuation occurred every 12,000 years. So, a spike in catastrophes was observed 12,000 and 24,000 years ago, and even earlier, 36, 48, 60, and 72,000 years ago. Thus, we can see that the intensification of catastrophes on Earth occurs cyclically every 12,000 years. This implies that the cosmic influence that provides additional energy to our planet's core affects Earth once every 12,000 years. So now we know that every 12,000 years, the following events occur on the planet: catastrophic volcanic eruptions, sudden changes in atmospheric temperatures, intensification of winds and hurricanes, change in the global sea level and large-scale floods, melting of glaciers followed by abrupt glaciation, shifts in magnetic poles and weakening of the Earth's magnetic field. It's worth noting that even more severe cataclysms characterize each 24,000-year cycle. The bad news is that today, we're not just living during the time of external cosmic influence. We're living during the 24,000-year cycle, which is even more destructive. We will fully enter this cycle in the year 2024. This means that the energy affecting the planet's core and the intensity of the destructive cataclysms will increase significantly. This cyclical cosmic influence can be likened to a flashlight in the fog, in the darkness. There is a concentrated beam of light, and there is a scattered illumination around it. Only the scattered portion of this cosmic light is now reaching the Earth. The concentrated beam hasn't even touched us yet. And we're already witnessing a rapid increase in the number and intensity of cataclysms. It's only going to get worse from here. However, despite the fact that the planet has been going through cycles of catastrophes for millions of years, the current cycle may be the last for it. The ocean was a key mechanism that allowed our planet to go through a cycle of cataclysms. It naturally dissipated heat from the Earth's interior. But now, humans have added plastic and hydrocarbons into the ocean due to oil spills.
We started doing something that no one had ever thought of before: producing synthetic hydrocarbons that we know as a plastic. Before us, there was no plastic in the ocean. And starting from the 1950s, the all plastic produced on the planet sooner or later ended up in the ocean. Since plastic does not biodegrade and decompose in the environment, it stays as it is, and significant portion of it simply breaks down into tiny particles, known as the micro and nanoplastics. These particles permeate the entire depth of the ocean, and practically every drop of the ocean contains nanoplastic particles. Due to its specific composition, microplastics have a unique property: they disrupt the ocean's heat conductivity. So, the cause of the disruption of the ocean's function is the anthropogenic factor, and more specifically, it is the plastic that we have created, and now it is everywhere in the ocean. And instead of removing heat, the ocean has become like a thick blanket for our planet. And the planet is exactly what needs to be cooled.
This led to the fact that the ocean ceased to effectively cool the Earth's interior, excessively heated by the core during the cyclical cosmic influence. This is exactly the reason behind the increase in the number of explosions inside a mantle, which we record as defocus earthquakes. This is the first time this is happening on such a scale in the entire history of the planet. Thanks to the study of coral reefs in the ocean, we know that in previous cycles, the ocean effectively dissipated heat. Now, they are dying from heating, while in the previous cycles, they continued to live. According to our estimations, the planet will enter the cycle under the direct rays of external cosmic influence at the end of 2024. However, the cataclysms, which, according to our preliminary calculations made more than 10 years ago, were supposed to begin in 2024, are already occurring in 2023. Unfortunately, the cataclysms are outpacing our optimistic forecast of how much time we have left. Based on all the facts and gathered data, it can be said confidently that we're entering an era of immense catastrophes of unprecedented power and scale.
Wow, what a time for us to be alive.
So let's draw a brief conclusion. This time, it will be much worse because, first, we're living in a period of cataclysms of 24,000-year cycle, which is more catastrophic than the 12,000-year cycle. Second, the ocean is dead. That is, it has lost its ability to cool the planet, or in other words, the ocean cannot dissipate the heat. And third, we're still doing nothing to prevent climate catastrophes at a time when all the processes are already accelerating.
It would be wrong to say that we are doing nothing at all. In any case, the Creative Society volunteers try to do everything they can. Unfortunately, our abilities are limited because we are ordinary people and do not have serious support from those with significant resources, even though the threat is the same for everyone. Yes, ordinary people do a lot. And instead of receiving help, they are pressured. And right now, we so critically need help from those who have any opportunities and capabilities to warn people of the coming catastrophe, because the future of all humanity depends on it.
Despite our persistent efforts over the years to convey the information about the climate, comparing a vast amount of facts, explaining to them, and substantiating them with scientific data, there are still those who do not understand, who doubt the seriousness of the processes taking place in the planet because they lack the intelligence to grasp the complexity of what is happening. Let's use a simple, straightforward example to show what is actually happening to our planet and what awaits all of us in the near future. To understand the global consequences of external influence on our planet, let's return to the comparison of the Earth to the peach. Imagine that this peach has been placed in an oven, and then the oven is turned on. What do you think will happen as a result of heating? First, the peach changes its tilt because the flesh inside starts to melt, and the seed moves, just like the Earth's core. Then, notice how the skin begins to swell from the inside, just like the Earth is currently swelling due to internal heating. And now, look at how the skin breaks open and the melted flesh starts to flow out of the peach, just like magma. Look at it. It's completely melted. That is our future. Now, take a close look at this peach. Doesn't it remind you of anything? Where will you survive here? Tell me. Because everything is heading in that direction. There are no signs of these processes stopping. What we need to do is turn off the oven.
Friends, I know you may feel some dissonance. Why are we talking about such serious things with climate, with some jokes here and there, and somewhat it may seem even fun. But friends, I want you to realize that right now, what is happening around the world is a huge stress for those who don't know about it. But all of us, we have been living with this stress for many years, trying to convey it to people. So to continue to live with it, for those of you who just found out about all of this, to make it easier for you to understand that we're trying to explain it in some simple and understandable ways. In previous forums, we tried all possible things. We tried to explain this with all the seriousness. But then people were experiencing fear. They got scared and they told us that we deliberately trying to scare them, that we do fear mongering. There is nothing to be scared of. There is nothing terrifying about what is happening with the climate and what is happening around the world. That's why we are trying to ease up all this terrifying horror with this very same duck, for example, just to make it easier for you to understand what is happening.
You know, we have absolutely no intention of scaring anyone. Our main goal is for people to understand what is happening and realize that there is still a real chance to save themselves, their children, and the planet. We want our motivation to be understood by everyone because what drives us is our children's lives and their future. And honestly, our lives too. We want to survive to live a full life. For us to survive, everyone must understand that he or she can do a lot. One can act like a responsible, caring parent, looking into your children's eyes and deciding to act. Each of us can start paying attention to what dangerous processes are happening within our planet right now. Just raising awareness might seem like a small thing, but it actually means a lot. The sooner people understand the essence of what is happening with the climate, the better chances that we have of reaching those on whom our future depends on. And our survival depends entirely on the outcome of that group of scientists, which has yet to be assembled. If we want to live and want our children to survive, we must inform people about the planetary threat. Only then will our politicians and scientists learn about the real threat from the climate. That's when they can set aside their ambitions, postpone their personal urgent matters, and start dealing with what should have been dealt with at least 10 years ago. Humanity has no greater problem than the climate and geodynamic changes on Earth. The sooner people realize that, the sooner we unite, and the sooner we can solve this problem. To be heard, we need to speak loudly and together. No one can do it individually, but together, we can reach out and draw attention to the climate. When we speak loudly and together, then we will be heard. Otherwise, an unfortunate outcome awaits us. Look at what happened to this peach. The same thing happened to Mars. The same thing could happen to our planet.
I would like to address everyone who watches us. We, as humans, are the ones living on this thin skin of the peach, as I just stated before. It's terrifying to imagine what will happen to us when our peach, Earth, heats up. If you can understand the seriousness of the climate and the geodynamic changes on the planet, if you are a rational and responsible person, and if you truly want to live, especially if you have children like I do, like many of us right now on this panel, then you have to be with us. You just have to understand that there is a bigger picture to all of us. All of this means so much more than just us on this panel. It's our human lives. And you are human, and we care about your life. We see this as the only way that we can save ourselves, our lives, our children, our planet, our future. I am telling you right now, I have not seen another option. I've researched up and down, and this is the best option. Please hear us.
Yes, Julia. Thank you. Thank you very much for your honesty and your sincere opinion on this topic. I absolutely agree with you. Our only option is to come together and create a public demand to unite the world scientists to find protection from external cosmic influence. Unfortunately, today, due to their narrow specialization, many scientists cannot fully grasp the criticality of the climate situation because of the limitation of modern science. Despite all the work done by ALLATRA scientists and participants, they have not been understood by the wider public. simply because most people didn't want to delve deeply into the presented information, analyze and compare. However, there are many intelligent and talented individuals in the world, and these people from various countries have joined ALLATRA. And ALLATRA as an international organization grew rapidly. Such rapid growth of ALLATRA and widespread popularity among people started to frighten many, especially those in countries with totalitarian regimes. Evidently, they thought ALLATRA as an organization was secretly gaining strength, intending to wait for the right moment to enter the political arena. Therefore, those particularly concerned about their political future actively try to fight ALLATRA. Consequently, in countries where this occurred, fake and false publications about ALLATRA started to appear in large number. ALLATRA was literally under attack. Many of you, dear friends, have heard about what happened to ALLATRA and its participants in Ukraine. We hope that this is just a tragic misunderstanding and that all of this will be resolved soon. As the president of the ALLATRA International Public Movement, I want to clearly declare that we have not, are not, and will not engage in politics. ALLATRA is not a political organization. For us, the most important thing is the lives of people. Yes, among the participants of the Creative Society, there are many participants from ALLATRA as well. But this is only because our goals and tasks are very similar. In ALLATRA, they are broader, ranging from studying the history of humanity to researching various branches of science. Still, the main goal is the same: to preserve life on our planet. To our great regret, neither Creative Society nor ALLATRA is backed by any countries or organization, and no one sponsors us. And for your understanding, no one uses us for their purposes in opposition to each other. Both in ALLATRA and in the Creative Society, we clearly understand that every citizen of a country should defend the interest of that country and not work for the interest of competing nations. The misunderstanding of the essence and purpose of both ALLATRA and the Creative Society leads to attack in some countries. To think that politics interests ALLATRA or the Creative Society is a grave mistake and a sad misconception. We understand the situation with the climate too well. We know that if we as humanity cannot stop the progression of climate and geodynamic catastrophe, there will soon be no one politician left, nor a single person. Catastrophes are already claiming human lives. So, what we do is much more important to us than any political games. We regret that some officials in position of responsibility have not understood to this day the essence, goals, and objectives of both ALLATRA and the Creative Society. They have not grasped our motivation, which is one and the same: to preserve our own lives, our children's lives, and even those who try to oppose us out of the misunderstanding. But we hope those who oppose us will have enough intelligence to learn and, instead of resisting us, join us. Together, we will fight for the lives of our children. Indeed, it's disheartening for us because such situations create obstacles to the research and scientific activities of ALLATRA scientists. One of the harshest injustices is the ban on ALLATRA in the Russian Federation due to someone's political ambitions and fear, and the lack of understanding of the essence of ALLATRA. It has been unfairly accused and banned. In this way, they have prohibited scientists who work on climate and geodynamics from collaborating with scientists who are part of the ALLATRA Association, and are studying external cosmic influence and searching for solution to counter it. ALLATRA scientists collaborate with members of the Creative Society. However, in some of the same countries, unjust treatment for the Creative Society project started to occur, just as it happened with the ALLATRA International Public Movement. Due to this injustice, our beloved speaker, a scientist, cannot be present with us at this forum today because she is not allowed to participate. However, we have decided to create at least a virtual representation of this speaker. Now, we will ask the virtual speaker, Lisa, to summarize all the processes occurring on Earth during the 12,000-year cycle.
Greetings, dear friends. Happy to be here. Before summarizing all the processes, I'd like to share with you one more important piece of information. Without this information, the picture of the ongoing processes on Earth as it enters the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes will be incomplete. As you already know, there is an exponential increase in the number of a mysterious phenomena on Earth, deep focus earthquakes. The mystery of these earthquakes lies in the fact that they are recorded beneath the Earth's crust, not within it. To understand the oddity of this phenomenon, let's recall the structure of the Earth. The Earth has three main components: the core, mantle, and crust. The mantle is very hot and viscous. You can say it's pliant, like clay or a slime. There are molten streams of this substance in the mantle called liquid magma. The Earth's crust is a thin, brittle layer on the surface. It can be compared to a cracker. It breaks. That's how ordinary earthquakes occur in the Earth's crust. But deep focus earthquakes occur beneath the Earth's crust, within the mantle, which is pliant like a slime. There is nothing there that could break. Deep focus earthquakes can be called intramantle explosions. Since 1995, an exponential increase in the number of these earthquakes has been recorded. As you may remember, a number of sudden changes in the Earth's geophysical parameters were also recorded in 1995. The most powerful deep focus earthquakes occur at great depths, 500 to 600 kilometers, precisely where we currently observe the greatest temperature contrast in magma flows. Look at the graph. These depths are highlighted by the red rectangle. Intramantle explosions have also begun to occur at depths ranging from 75 to 200 kilometers, although they are currently not so powerful yet. You can see on the graph how these earthquakes have been increasing in depth. The increase in earthquakes at depths of 50 to 100 kilometers in the upper mantle layer indicates that magma is now rising close to the Earth's crust, whereas there are almost no explosions below 800 kilometers because the mantle substance at these depths is almost completely melted by magma. Explosions at depths up to 800 kilometers are extremely powerful. One such explosion is much stronger than the entire nuclear arsenal of humanity. We have no weapons comparable in power to these intramantle explosions. Now imagine what would happen if these explosions reached the depth of the Earth's crust. One such explosion could wipe an entire country off the face of the Earth. Why did this abnormal phenomena, deep focus earthquakes, start occurring since 1995? This is a dark spot in science because as of now, the majority of scientists don't even comprehend the threat posed by deep focus earthquakes. The danger of deep focus earthquakes is significantly underestimated by modern geologists who fundamentally misinterpret the processes occurring in the Earth's crust. This misconception leads them to overlook the fact that our planet is rapidly approaching a catastrophe. This misconception allows present-day geologists to turn a blind eye to the increasing number of deep focus earthquakes. Their error stems from the assumption that our Earth hasn't changed in size for billions of years, and that the Earth's features are solely determined by the tectonics of the lithospheric plates. You are about to learn one of the greatest secrets of geology, unknown to the majority of the world's geologists today. However, if this remains a secret, it will have devastating consequences for the life of each of us. For you to understand this, allow me to briefly describe the modern theory of the Earth's crust structure. According to the principles of plate tectonics, the lithosphere is divided into several plates that move across the mantle. Continental plates are thicker, while oceanic plates are thinner. In the ocean, the plates move apart as a result of mantle substance intrusion, where new oceanic crust is formed. This process is known as spreading. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is considered a prime example of spreading. It is believed that along the margins of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the edges of oceanic plates subduct beneath the thicker continental crust. Moreover, it is believed that the plate is sinking under its own weight. This imagined process of one plate sliding beneath another is called subduction. In fact, this is just a theory, while in reality things are quite different. The theory of subduction zones emerged because deep focus earthquakes began to be registered exactly in these regions. And since science posits that earthquakes can occur only in the brittle plates, scientists concluded that the crust extends so deep into the mantle. However, this idea is incorrect. The fact is that the oceanic crust doesn't subduct under anything. It is simply impossible. Therefore, the cause of deep focus earthquakes is completely different. And now you will see this for yourself. The modern theory of subduction zones fails to answer the following simple questions. Question 1. How can an oceanic plate with a density ranging from 2.8 to 3.2 kilograms per cubic centimeters sink deep into the mantle, the density of which ranges from 3.6 to 4.6 kilograms per cubic centimeters? In other words, the density of the mantle, even in its upper layers, is almost twice as high as the density of the crust. Therefore, plates cannot sink into the mantle under their own weight, even to shallow depth. This is impossible due to the laws of physics, and it's all the more impossible because the rocks inside the mantle are under enormous pressure that increases with depths. It's like trying to push a cracker into a piece of thick rubber, like a tire. How can a plate go into the mantle like a knife into butter without experiencing any resistance from it? This is absolutely impossible. Question 2. The speed of plate's movement ranges from approximately 2 to 12 centimeters per year, and the temperature in the upper mantle averages 1,200 degrees Celsius. Attention! How can the plate at such a slow speed not melt inside the mantle over such a long period, and not shatter into small pieces under such pressure? Because their theory suggests that the plates sink into depths of 700 kilometers, which would take hundreds of millions of years. Question 3. The plates are believed to subduct into the mantle at angles between 30 degrees and 90 degrees. I mean, according to this theory, the plate would be bent at these angles. However, a plate cannot withstand even minor bending without deformation. Look, the entire ocean floor is covered with fractures, indicating the brittleness of the plate. Therefore, during subduction, series of cracks tens of kilometers wide should have appeared. Where are they? These cracks have not been found in the subduction zone areas. Question 4. Every layer inside the Earth is moving. There is plate motion, mantle motion, and core motion. The core in particular rotates faster than all other layers of the Earth. There is a regularity. The further a layer is from the core, the slower its movement speed. As you already know, plates move at a rate of 2 to 12 centimeters per year. The mantle, which is closer to the core, moves faster than the Earth's crust. This means that any end of the plate, for whatever reason submerged into the mantle, would be torn off by the mantle's flow. But it doesn't break off, because it's just not there. Question 5. The lengths of mid-ocean ridges where the crust is accreted significantly exceeds the lengths of subduction zones where access plate material supposedly crawls in. So what does this imply? More crust accretes than crawls into the subduction zones? There are many more similar inconsistencies and unanswered questions. Moreover, 60 years ago, scientists perfectly understood that the subduction theory and lithospheric plate tectonics in general were entirely untenable. Thousands of scientists from various countries wrote about this, relying on the empirical experience of geologists and geophysicists from all over the world. Nevertheless, the erroneous theory was imposed and artificially propagated as the dominant theory. Similarly, faulty theories regarding climate change are being imposed now. Do you wonder where that extra part of the plate which doesn't subduct and has never subducted into the mantle actually goes? Nowhere. The Earth is expanding in volume, and while it used to expand slowly, now it's happening rapidly. That's right. Imagine our Earth was once as small as Mars, but over hundreds of millions of years it grew to its present size. There are numerous works by eminent scientists based on a vast amount of scientific evidence that support this. But we will talk about this next time, if we have an opportunity. Now, let's go back to deep focus earthquakes. What's actually happening there? At the boundary of the continental and oceanic plates, their vibrations are more intense than in the middle of the plate. This is why earthquakes occur at the plate boundaries. During an earthquake, energy is released. Some of it propagates through the plate itself, some of it goes into the atmosphere, and some goes into the mantle. Although it's a small force, constant jolts deform the mantle, heat it up, and liquefy it. So the more regular earthquakes we observe in the Earth's crust, the more favorable conditions are created in these areas for the formation of deep focus earthquakes. Seismotopography reveals the difference in the movement of acoustic velocities at the boundary between the hotter liquid and the colder viscous mantle, as well as deep focus earthquakes caused by the collision of slightly colder and hotter magma streams. The thermal contrast occurs primarily because hot magma, superheated by the core, is currently rising from the Earth's interior. Today, as Earth enters the cycle of external cosmic influence, additional energy is reaching the Earth's core, which turns into heat and warms the mantle. But the problem is that now, unlike in previous cycles, this energy is not dissipated from the mantle as it should. This is happening because the ocean has stopped performing its cooling function. It can be compared to an overheated nuclear reactor when its cooling unit breaks down. The temperature of the mantle magma has been stable for billions of years. If the magma temperature drops even by a degree or a degree and a half, especially in the lower layers, the mantle will start solidifying. However, the magma temperature has begun to rise now. As a result, the mantle, which in previous cycles had only been slightly melting from heating of the core, started melting with a record speed in this cycle. Magma near the core has become extremely hot and fluid, rapidly eroding the mantle and creating new paths within it like holes in cheese. As a result, ducts begin to form in the mantle itself in zones of increased melting. They're like caves in the mountains that are eroded by underground rivers winding inside the mountains. The shape of the caves is determined by how well the rocks inside the mountain dissolve. Similarly, magma dissolves the mantle unevenly due to the difference in the malleability of the substances. As a result, new magma streams started to develop in certain parts of the mantle, and because the magma temperature and consequently the mantle temperature is increasing, the magma becomes more fluid and the number of magma streams increases rapidly. Due to the sudden acceleration of the Earth's rotation in 1995, the centrifugal forces began to push red-hot liquid magma from the core towards the crust. As a result, this magma began to rapidly ascend through the new magma channels. Magma at great depth is pressurized by the layers of the Earth's crust and can be compared to a compressed spring. When magma rapidly rapidly melts its way up and descends, it expands in volume because there is less pressure on it from the rocks as it moves higher. This means that magma can straighten out like a spring, thus dramatically increasing in volume. This rise and expansion of magma occurs abruptly, so the movement of hot magma occurs at high speeds. When the hot magma ascends higher, it meets a stream of colder magma, because the closer to the crust, the colder it becomes. The temperature difference between them can be just a few degrees, but it is enough to form magma flows of different temperatures heading towards each other. Some new magmatic rivers approach directly under the very plate. This is what we observe in Siberia. After magmatic rivers transfer their heat to the plates, they cool down and descend. And when the descending river of magma meets the ascending red-hot river coming from the core, their collision leads to what we call cavitation explosions. These powerful cavitation explosions release gases. The cause of the explosion is actual nuclear reactions that release enormous amounts of energy. It would be more accurate to call it an intramantle nuclear explosion. However, we call these explosions in the mantle cavitation explosions only because of the associative similarity. It is these explosions that are being registered as deep focus earthquakes. The greater the contrast in temperature, velocity, and pressure between the colliding magma rivers, the greater the explosion. In terms of power, these explosions are equal to millions and billions of nuclear bombs, and they have never occurred in the mantle in such quantities before. Take a look at the map showing the frequency and number of deep focus earthquakes in recent decades. Currently, deep focus earthquakes are also being detected outside the plate's boundaries, and scientists have no idea how to explain this. Look at the map with the examples of the earthquakes outside the plate's boundary zone. However, they also occur in other parts of the mantle. It's just that the shock wave is not always detected and correctly identified by the sensors. The shock wave propagates tangentially from each of the explosions. It is possible to determine the direction of the intramantle explosion by drawing a straight line from the epicenter of the deep focus earthquake to the center of the Earth's mass. The explosion occurred precisely along the line from the epicenter of the Earth's center of mass, the core, at the depths detected by the sensors. An intramantle nuclear explosion affects both the Earth's crust and the Earth's core. This is similar to the Yudkin effect, when shock waves from explosions within the mantle destabilize the Earth's core even more. These explosions cause further melting of the mantle in the Earth's interior, which generates even more heat and pressure. As a result, the amount of red-hot fluid magma increases even more, and the temperature inside our planet rises even higher. Each intramantle explosion increases the amount of heat. Since real nuclear reactions with a power of billions of nuclear bombs are occurring in it, the temperature at the epicenter of the explosion reaches many millions of degrees. Because of this, both the magma and the mantle melt even more, and the temperature rises even more. This happens with every deep focus intramantle nuclear explosion. The explosions also change the direction of the magma rivers themselves. They collide, causing more and more such explosions. This leads to an exponential growth of explosions. There are not so many of these explosions under the surface yet, because the difference in the temperature and pressure of the colliding rivers is not great, and so the power of explosions is less. External cosmic influence heats up the core and increases entropy. Moreover, the intramantle explosions release more heat. Add to this a malfunctioning cooling system, meaning the ocean, which has stopped dissipating heat. The intramantle nuclear explosions cause self-acceleration, similar to the process of bacterial division, and therefore their number is growing exponentially. Explosions within the mantle also increase the load on the Earth's crust, which in turn leads to an increase in the frequency and power of earthquakes in the Earth's crust itself. In other words, these explosions also destroy the Earth's crust from within. Remember the earthquake in Turkey and Syria this year. After all, it occurred precisely in the zone where 90% of all deep focus earthquakes in the world were recorded in 2021. Today, the number of deep focus earthquakes around the world is growing exponentially, and this means that our demise is approaching us exponentially. On November 24, 2023, 15 earthquakes occurred in the Mariana Trench area at the depths of 10 kilometers. Take a look at how the number of magnitude 4 earthquakes is increasing in the Mariana Trench region. And in this diagram, look at how over the years earthquakes in the Mariana Trench occur closer and closer to the Earth's crust. In the very zone where the Earth's crust is the thinnest and can be easily breached by hot magma. However, at lower depths, deep focus earthquakes do not occur, because below 300 kilometers in this zone, the mantle is almost entirely molten. And this is an indication that the energy is growing at a tremendous rate due to the external cosmic influence. Already now, the mantle is melting faster every day. But this is just the beginning. At the end of 2024, we will enter a cycle where the external cosmic influence reaching the core will increase by orders of magnitude. And that means that the heating and melting of magma will increase tens of times more. Over time, this extremely hot magma will increasingly melt the mantle and rise closer to the surface. Currently, it is at a depth of 500-600 kilometers, but when the entire mantle melts and becomes uniformly hot, the deep focus earthquakes will stop, because there will be no more cold countercurrents. Everything will be fluid and hot, like melted cheese. As a result, the Earth's crust might be easily breached by magma. We are already seeing this trend under a vast territory of Western Siberia. This indicates that magma is approaching the Earth's crust very quickly over an extensive area. By the end of the cycle, our fate will be similar to that of Mars. Look at Mars. You can see huge lava flows on its surface. When molten magma poured out without any resistance from the Mars's crust. Will we have time to stop this process on Earth and save humanity?
It's sad for the duck, but the current trend is that the climate catastrophes are growing exponentially. What does that mean? Remember how explosions in magma multiply like bacteria? So right now, the number of catastrophes is growing exponentially due to increased heating in the Earth's interior. The characteristic of exponential growth is that initially, it grows slowly and almost imperceptibly. Then suddenly, it starts growing many times over. That's why we're sounding the alarm now, because we don't want to wait for the moment when the exponential function starts to skyrocket and when nothing can be changed. Let's look at the graph showing the increase in the number of earthquakes extended along the exponential function for the next 5 years. This is a pattern. It's mathematics. There's no other way to put it. What does this mean to us? For us as humanity, it's not just a graph of increasing climate disasters. It's a verdict. There will be more and more earthquakes, and their strength will only increase. This means that the number of strong earthquakes with magnitude over 8 will increase, and strong earthquakes, like this year's in Turkey, will occur almost every day in different parts of the planet. How many cities do you think will survive? With such an increase in catastrophes, life will become impossible. In 5 to 7 years, our lives may turn into hell. Let's hear a comment from marketing executive and mathematics analyst with an emphasis on statistics and probability, Lenis Jabari Najib Mohammed.
I was really intrigued with 2 forms that I watched. What intrigued me most was the graphs and looking at the earthquakes and the geodynamics of the earthquakes that are happening all over the world. I was so alarmed and I was so devastated. I said, let me go into more of this because I want to prove that maybe something is wrong. Something has to be wrong because if this continue to increase, we are in trouble. And then I start plotting these earthquakes on a graph that I developed and seeing it, and also talking to some colleagues of mine, some of which are mechanical engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers, and then went to some of my professors at Fresno State University and then talked to some of them about the troubles that I was having with the numbers. I was concerned with my own life, my life of my family, my life of my loved ones and friends, and trying to determine, okay, how would this make sense to me? So I went on into details as I was talking to my colleagues, and they was confirming with me exactly what the Creative Society was showing us. I was so devastated because numbers don't lie. Based on the numbers that we observed, and also we went over through the graphs that we watched and saw. And as those numbers exponentially increase and go up, we're going to be seeing more catastrophes, more earthquakes, and it's going to be devastating.
Of course, it brings up the question, which we often hear, based on all the data, what is the final point? Is there an ultimate date of humanity's verdict?
So we have calculated various scenarios and concluded that if we're not heard or supported, if people do not understand the seriousness, then in any, even the mildest scenario of the current cycle, all of humanity will perish. And here, it's important to understand that by the word humanity, we mean me, you, our children, your children. It's us, the real people, not just an abstract concept of humanity. According to our mathematical model, the death of the planet will happen no later than 2036.
Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. There will be microfractures in the crust in some places, which will increase magmatic activity. And it will keep increasing even more until it provokes a large-scale rupture in the thinnest part of the crust, which is in the ocean. This is inevitable. There is a 99.9% probability that this rupture will occur in the area of the Mariana Trench. This is where deep focus earthquakes are registered and where the Earth's crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers. At first, when a small amount of water will meet magma, magma will break through the crust for the first time, exploding violently. When we say the micro-explosions will occur, we mean that, in fact, each of these explosions is equivalent to the explosion of dozens of nuclear bombs. This will destroy the thin layer of the crust beneath the Mariana Trench, but the worst thing will happen next. And to understand what happens next, we will show you an experiment. You see what happened when the water met red-hot metal? Now multiply it by 100 billion times. A gigantic volume of magma from the magma plume will rip the Mariana Trench in an instant. Billions of cubic meters of water will meet billions of cubic meters of magma. Due to the sudden breakdown of ocean water molecules, oxygen and hydrogen will be released under tremendous pressure at the floor of the Mariana Trench. A huge explosion will happen. This explosion will be equivalent to thousands of times of the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons available on Earth. Under extreme pressure, the ocean won't just boil, it will explode. This will raise a huge column of steam mixed with dust. And under tremendous pressure, this gigantic column of steam will rush so high up that it will tear through the atmosphere. The atmosphere will curl up like a blanket and will be blown away by the solar wind, meaning our atmosphere will literally be swept away along with the entire water cover. Also, at the same time, This gigantic explosion will cause a powerful hydraulic impact directed inside our planet. Because 11 kilometers of water in the Mariana Trench is an enormous pressure at the point where the explosion will take place. And that pressure will in turn be reflected in the hydraulic impact. There will be a very powerful blast wave directed into the center of the planet, into magma, which will spread tangentially and will provoke additional cavitation processes. This will lead to an abrupt expansion of magma in all directions by a factor of 10. That means that there will be 10 times more magma. This will literally tear the planet from the inside. With such an impact, magma will behave like a gaseous substance. All volcanoes, cracks, fractures, all boundaries of lithospheric plates will burst and erupt simultaneously. The Earth will be flooded with lava flows, just like as it happened on Mars. Naturally, due to the impact, the inner core will bounce away and the motion of the outer core will stop. Our planet will die. This process will take only a few minutes. Due to the stopping of the core, the electromagnetic field of our planet will disappear and the gravitational field will be almost completely gone. Therefore, all the satellites will fall from the near-Earth orbit. Including the moon. But we, humans, will no longer be threatened by this. Because as a consequence of these events, we as humanity will already cease to exist completely.
We're often being asked, especially on social media, why does regular lava does not cause such explosions? And you have to take into account what is happening inside of our planet has nothing to do with the word normal. The increased pressure in magma due to cavitation explosions that never happened before like we're seeing right now, and the fact that this is a super fluid and abnormally hot lava, those things should be taken into account. And remember the explosion. I think all of us can recall the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai that happened in January of 2022. That one was a unique. That was something unprecedented because it broke through the mesosphere for the first time in recorded history. Yet, that was only an explosion of a tiny, small volcano. If the Mariana Trench ruptures, like John just described, then due to hydraulic impact, we're gonna lose oxygen, we're gonna lose water on our planet, and as a consequence, there will be no green zones, meaning no territories that are suitable for life.
Yes, that is right. But habitable zones on Earth will cease to exist even earlier. By 2028 and 2030, just 5 to 7 years from now, the global economy will collapse as it will not be able to withstand the losses from catastrophes. Chaos, massive migration, hunger, and devastation will ensue, making life unbearable. And in 10 years, all of humanity will perish.
Honestly, everyone on this panel, you the viewer, this prospect scares me a lot. It really does. My spirits really do drop in hearing this information, just hearing the truth of the matter. It is what it is, whether we want to believe in climate change or not, it's happening. And indeed, the rise of catastrophes is like boiling milk. Until you turn off the stove, it won't stop. It won't stop. I'm afraid, and I can understand people who also feel the same fear that I do, and maybe that some of you do. And I understand that alone, I can't do anything by myself. I can't. Neither can we. But together, if we all come together, there's so much more we can do. If we pay attention to this threat, which we can, we'd have to do it now. It's not waiting a year from now. It's not waiting 2 years from now. And it's not waiting till something happens. We have a chance. We still have a chance if we start now?
Yes, we do have a chance. And you're absolutely right. We need to start now. We cannot wait. And that's why, dear friends, I completely understand you. You might be frightened right now, and it might be overwhelming for you to hear this information. And I understand. Feeling fear is normal. It's a natural reaction of a mentally healthy person. And we all here, we are scared too about what might happen. Like you, we would like to forget about it as soon as we will leave the studio. But unfortunately, this is our reality, and we cannot forget it. And if we don't overcome this fear and this doubt now, all of this will happen to each of us without exception. Wait, we have a solution. Don't think that this is the end, that there is nothing you can do. We are here because we know we can do something and we can save all of humanity. You will ask right now, how? What can we do? First and foremost, draw attention to this issue of those who can actually gather scientists and bring the smartest minds on the planet to the table to address this problem. But that's on the condition that we are heard, that the current situation is taken seriously as they take their election campaign. Then we will succeed. This is our chance for the future of our children and ourselves. Otherwise, we have no future. If we are not understood and heard, if we don't draw attention to this problem, it's genuinely scary to think that such a future will become inevitable for every person on this planet, and therefore for us and our children. We don't want that, and that's why we are here. We speak about it where we can, with everyone who listens, and we are grateful to everyone who hears us, because this is our chance.
We don't need any power or influence. Our dream is a creative society. There's so much more, and we can make this dream a reality. We really can. We just need life and a chance for a better future. But it would have to start now. And if and when humanity survives, as we decide to come together, sooner or later, the creative society will be built. It will be built. I know some of you watching out there, you just don't know what it is to do. And that's okay to not know what to do. And it's okay to ask, what can I do? Maybe it's in social media. Maybe it's with just giving the word. Maybe you think, I don't have enough power to do anything, so I'll just call a friend and tell them about it. That's okay too, that's a start. So either through this evolutionary development or by the will of humanity, the creative society will happen with your help as we all come together. It's inevitable if humanity is to survive. And that if is the key to our motivation. Our aspiration and desire are to preserve life on the planet. It is. All of us on this planet, on this panel right here, we all feel the same way. We want to preserve life for the future, for ourselves, and most importantly, our children, your children. That is our true goal. It really is.
Yes, Julia, we are united here by this goal. And in case, our friends, if you think that there were no such attempts or scientists who would understand this cause, all the seriousness of what is happening to climate before us, you're mistaken. There were many true scientists who were genuinely studying what is happening, and they were ready to address this issue, the true cause of climate change, and the problem, the challenge of humanity's survival. For example, back in 2010, there was a report released worldwide by a recognized scientist. They were well known, they were recognized, and they were official. They were going by the name of GeoChange. Their international group was called GeoChange, and it was an official appeal that was presented to the United Nations, signed by more than 300 scientists from 85 countries of the world. This report was dedicated to the fact that in 2010, many scientists already noted global changes in all of the Earth's layers due to the change in the planet's core itself and in the mantle. So this report was sent to the UN Secretary General, the President of the European Union, heads of the states, and international organizations. So why do you think there was no progress made? Because in 2010, it wasn't so obvious that the catastrophic change is about to happen. If you would simply go and check what's going on in the streets, nothing's going on. So therefore, the scientists, they were ignored and misunderstood. Instead of recognition, instead of support, they faced threats, blackmail, and layoffs from their jobs. Some even lost their lives, and not because of their own willingness. All because of their statements. Those were too serious and would have affected the political structure and the economy of the countries. So it was easier to fix this issue the way it was fixed. Less costly, definitely, for those who were making decisions, for those who had power, but catastrophic for entire humanity. Decision makers not always making the best decisions, and especially when they're too busy with their day-to-day issues. Therefore, scientists faced such a tremendous pressure. Of course, repressions were terrifying, and therefore, the scientists who were even knowing the truth, they got scared, and some of them retracted their statements. They said, we didn't mean that. Understandable. We all are ordinary people, and we don't want to see those challenges. We're not looking for trouble. We're not looking for additional complications with our lives. And therefore, sometimes, simply because of the desire to live nicely without worries today, we deprive our children of their future. And the rest of the humanity as well.
But there were a group of scientists who went all the way, and these are the Alatra scientists. Thanks to them, we now have the opportunity to reveal the truth about the rise of catastrophes due to the 12,000-year cycle. Our current report is based on the work of scientists who have been studying this issue since 1996 and searching for a solution. There are also scientists who joined in to openly spread the truth. For example, in 2023, a peer-reviewed article was published in a scientific journal, German International Journal of Modern Science, by Mikhail Arushanov, a scientist specializing in atmospheric physics, meteorology, hydrodynamics, numerical models for weather and climate prediction, and a professor of geographic sciences, devoted to the cyclicity of 12,000 and 24,000 years. Only true scientists can save us, all of humanity, as they are the only ones capable of understanding the complexity of today's climate situation and finding a solution to this problem. As humanity, we can still survive, as we have a relatively calm period until the collapse of global economy in 5 to 7 years from now. But with each day passing, the time is running out because the climate is destroying laboratories, sensors, and institutes. In order for scientists to unite and begin to solve one of the most complex problems that humanity has ever faced, appropriate conditions should be created for their work. And this can only be done by those who are capable of making such decisions. Yet, for them to make this decision, they must learn the truth about the climate. And they can learn about it only if the majority of people on the planet talk about it. If the majority of people on our planet truly demand a future for their children, then we do have a chance to be heard and be understood. We have only one motivation and one desire: to live. To live for ourselves and for our children to live. Of course, it is inspiring to see more and more people stopping silent. People are starting to act and talk. Volunteers of the Creative Society and people from all over the world in different languages are using all kinds of communications, including social networks, to make the whole world hear about the climate problems. Let's watch a video about how people from around the world are doing it.
don't you feel like something's off with our planet? Look. Seems like a compilation of events over a long period of time, doesn't it? Oh, wait, that's just over 3 days. Now, let's check out a week. 2 weeks. A month. And finally, a 3-day earthquake map. Don't you guys think that's kind of fucked up? You know, it's time when everything becomes undeniable. You cannot say it's just tales or scare tactics. It's not the way it always was. Nope, the graphs you see below aren't going down. It's been more than 10 years now. Wake up, they're skyrocketing.
We live in a country where our families, children, homes, and lives are under threat.
Look, this year is not even over yet, and the number of cataclysms in Italy is already in the thousands.
Every morning I wake up with an anxiety that today this may come to the area I live in, and I don't quite know how to act.
You can see how the weather is changing. Look, do you see it? It's the end of November. Look, it's foggy. You can't tell whether it is spring or winter has come.
Lakes are vanishing underground right before people's eyes in a matter of hours. And you'll say it's evaporation due to rising air temperatures? Look at these shots. Do you see evaporation or something else?
Friends, there are red polar lights over Germany and Europe again.
Now, I will tell you the whole truth about our future. You won't hear it from the government, official science, and the media right now, unfortunately.
We are experiencing external cosmic radiation that is affecting all planets. This cosmic radiation provides additional energy, which the core of our planet releases in the form of natural disasters.
Due to the destabilization of the Earth's core, magma is getting hotter and rising to the surface. Beneath the Campiflagre, magma has risen to a depth of only 4 kilometers from the surface in just a few years. Do we realize what this danger means?
Volcanic activity has already been recorded in the calderas of Aso in Kumamoto Prefecture, Aira in Kagoshima Prefecture, and in the Kikai caldera. The lives of 126 million people are at stake.
Mass evacuation is taking place in the town of Grindavik in Iceland. The government has declared a state of emergency as the Fagradalsfjall volcano is threatening to erupt. Since November 8th, there have been more than 2,000 earthquakes.
Is that normal? If that didn't sober you up, here's a little more. An increase in floods, wildfires, Antarctic and Greenland melting from below, a rise in earthquake at great depths, increase in seismic activity, changes in the magnetic field, new composition of rapid magma, evidence of cyclicity, sudden adult death syndrome, extreme temperature swings, clear air turbulence.
Humanity will face inevitable death long before 2036, and the real and proven cause of climate change is external cosmic radiation that affects the cores of all the planets in the solar system, including Earth.
Rise in deep focus earthquakes directly indicates an increase in cavitation explosions within the planet's depth, implying that the Earth's core is rapidly destabilizing and heating up, sending shockwaves across the entire planet.
Have you had a glimpse of children being swept away in floods? After a powerful earthquake, have you seen whole families trapped under the rubble? Have you not?
So the people in Hawaii tried to hide from the fire. As you can see, they have nothing left. No one is coming to save them. They're completely on their own.
I ask myself sometimes, why must I speak up? Well, because you and I can be the next.
So it's necessary for people to start becoming aware so that they can demand from the official science a report on what is really happening.
We can overcome these threats only by changing the format of society and prioritizing human life, and only through joint efforts.
People, we have the last chance to save ourselves. We must unite and gather scientists from all over the world. Only then we will be able to cope with all the cataclysms happening now.
People need to unite and call for the creation of a unified scientific center capable of confronting the climate crisis.
So we will create the conditions and change the vector of their work. Instead of weapons, they'll be creating a shield.
Scientists, you are our best hope. Scientists, unite to save the world.
Until it's too late, share information with absolutely everyone, openly. Talk about it, discuss it openly, because nothing is more important than this. No business, no schools will save us if these events continue to unfold. Then we'll be able to do nothing at all.
Do you want to live? Pick up the phone right now. Call a friend, a second, a third. Call a relative. Take your phone, turn on the camera, and talk about the impending disasters. These are our lives. Do you want to lose your life? No. And I don't want to either.
Why aren't you telling the truth about what's really happening with the climate? Why are the media silent? Why do we sponsor wars when climate disasters are happening all over the world and people are dying? Why are we not spending all our money to save people but wasting it to destroy them? When all the people start asking questions like this, writing articles, posts, emails, recording videos, such a global demand will be impossible to ignore.
Dear friends, through our forum, we want to reach out to each and every one of you, every person on this planet. You can help change the situation. Thanks to you, we can draw the world's attention to the real climate threat and alter the course of tragic events. We must not allow our humanity to disappear and our planet to perish. There are two plans on how to do it. Plan A and Plan B. We're moving on to the next part of the forum, where you will learn about these two options and why scientific involvement is so crucial in addressing the climate threat. We'd like to remind you that you can also watch our forum, Global Crisis, The Responsibility Uncensored, on the Rumble platform right now. Please share the link and invite your friends and acquaintances to view it. We have no one else to rely on for spreading information except for you. We've also been joined by new speakers here in our studio today. We have with us Olga Koftin, who is an entrepreneur, marketer, designer, and blogger. Allegheny Mata, who is a healthcare interpreter and social activist. Also with us is Jason Bell, Staff Surgeon, U.S. Army, retired, Bachelor of Science, University of Michigan.
Let's once again carefully and impartially outline the point where we as humanity find ourselves right now. Our planet has entered a cycle of external cosmic influence. The energy from this influence is destabilizing our planet's core, leading to magma heating and causing a surge in cataclysms on Earth. But what's even worse is that this heating that's happening right now is heating exponentially, accelerating due to the dying ocean, as we've discussed. And everything is heading towards a global catastrophe, unlike anything in Earth's history and our humanity has never seen before. Now let's answer the question together. What should we all do? What should every single one of us do? Indeed, to avoid such a scenario that culminates in a global catastrophe for everyone, humanity needs to halt or deflect this external cosmic influence. Again, we've discussed these things. The force currently attacking the core of our planet from space. So what's required to stop this? Naturally, it needs to be studied. Its nature understood. And a way to affect it must be found. How to do that, you might ask? Well, this force is an unexplored stream of particles coming from the depths of space. So the solution lies in the realm of physics. Therefore, the answer to the question that we all ask, how to do it, seems self-evident. Our science needs to tackle this issue, thoroughly study this energy, and discover how to stop it for each and every single one of us. You know, it's like an American blockbuster that we're all used to, where we've seen the bad guy. The bad guy here is the cosmic energy, and the hero, our science and our scientists, which will save us. Our modern scientists must come together from all over the world, sit down at one single table, and find a solution to this task for every single one of us. Listen, if this doesn't happen, unlike the Hollywood scenarios we've all been fed, we face not a happy ending. You can't just shut it off, but a tragic end for all of humanity.
Yeah, I think we're a little adjusted to all those Hollywood scenarios, right? So let's just hammer in the truth a little bit more here. The whole point is that our science is precisely what we so desperately need in order to stop this external influence on the core of our planet and thus save the future for us and children, right? Those future generations. To solve this critically important task for the survival of our humanity, we need the brightest scientists in the world. And guys, we're not just talking about scientists whose names and faces are popularized in the media, right? We normally know why those people are there. People that are published in some scientific papers or adorned with titles, honors, grants, you know, the ones who normally are bought and paid for some agenda that's behind the scenes, right? I'm talking about a different group of scientists, the ones whose names are kept secret, right? The ones we don't hear about. Those ones possess exceptional intelligence, a broad range of knowledge, and are deeply engaged in real, practical tasks related to new physics principles. There are no more than 200 such scientists in the world. They are scattered all across the globe, but we know where to find them. They work at secret bases, developing next super weapons based on new physical principles for their countries. They work beyond the research that will be publicly disclosed. These are things we don't know about. However, these scientists have the necessary knowledge and the right approach and the potential to study this cosmic influence that we're dealing with and to find a solution to it. That's why we, all of humanity, need them so desperately right now.
And simply retrieving these scientists, as discussed by Steve, from closed laboratories is not the end of our task for all of humanity. There are three more key aspects that we must consider. Firstly, these scientists, they must work together like us, not for individual countries, but for all of humanity. Secondly, they must have access to the necessary data, resources, information, and laboratories. Thirdly, nothing should hinder their work. They must focus. They should not feel pressure or danger from anyone or anything. Naturally, the next question in our sequence of events is, how do we achieve this? How do we ensure the best covert scientists from different countries come together, receive all the necessary conditions, and find a way to safeguard humanity from destruction? And here is where we, all of us, and you, and the other 8 billion people on our planet come into the picture.
The thing is, the only way to peacefully and promptly bring about changes in science and to unite scientists is that we have to request it, right? There needs to be a public demand for these changes. What's a public demand? It's when me, you, your grandma, grandpa, and everybody else that you've ever met in your life, all 8 billion of us, publicly request and express that we need scientists to come together, study the real causes of the climate threat, and find ways to counter it. We openly and loudly demand to save our children. We want our children to stay alive. And we express this demand through the available means of communication. Guys, we're talking social media, websites, blogs, forums, videos, text, art, anything and everything that we can possibly think of, we express it. We talk about it. And most importantly, we never stop talking about it. To the people just like us who may not yet be aware of the real danger of the climate change. And we ask you to join this process, the process of saving our lives and our children's lives. And this request must come from all of us, because individually, no one's going to hear us. They will only listen to us when we come together. In unity lies our chance to save the lives of our children. Let's just draw an analogy real quick, right? Imagine you and a group of friends are lost in the woods somewhere, and you guys want to be found. You want to be rescued, right? Imagine you're with your group of friends and you're the only one shouting for help. And everyone's just standing there like, oh yeah, I want to be helped too. That's interesting, right? Like imagine that, guys. Our voice would be so weak that no one would find us. But if we all call for help at the same time, maybe even in the same exact direction, because we know there's a town over there, right? We're a lot more likely to be heard, right? So the situation here is the same. It's the be saved. We need to make ourselves heard by those who can actually make a difference, right? And since there are billions of us on this planet, we also need to call for help as a multi-billion community. And when we are heard, and changes, preparations, and organizations of these scientists' activities begin at the international level, when they sit at the same table and they start working, only then can we consider our goal achieved. Only then will we have a chance to save our children's lives. Until then, the key is to keep calling to help and not stop. It's crucial to do it all together, just like being stuck in that woods. We have to work as a team, as a united humanity, and do it now while there's still time.
Great analogy.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
And I would also like to explain why it is crucial that everyone to get involved in this process right now. We've already mentioned that we're currently living in relatively stable times. Yes, there's already unrest in many places, but at least the communication, the internet is still functioning. The global economy is still afloat. And scientific laboratories and institutes are operational. These are our capabilities that must be utilized now while they still exist. In 5 to 7 years, all of this may no longer be available. Every year, more and more research centers and laboratories fall under the impact of climate catastrophes. Our capabilities are diminishing. Moreover, when the situation becomes so critical, even if the buildings or equipment are preserved, will the scientists have the time and capacity to delve into the complex problems of physics that require complete immersion and comprehensive research?
No way.
Or will these scientists at that time worry about how to secure their and their children's lives and solve the massive domestic and economic problems that will inevitably accompany climate chaos? Will they be able to tackle new physics challenges at that time? No. That's precisely why they must start searching for solution right now, as early as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late. Furthermore, I would like to emphasize that the task ahead of them is comparable in its complexity to those on which humanity spent 100 to 200 years before any scientific breakthroughs were achieved. And now, a similar breakthrough needs to be made in 1 to 2 years. Yes, today, we have the artificial intelligence in the service of humanity, capable of analyzing and comparing vast amounts of data. But what if the data required to study it is not in the database yet? What if the modern AI is not trained for the approach that needs to be applied? Thus, we are faced with a challenge that relies more on the experience and intelligence of people. More specifically, the scientists who are currently scattered and working in different laboratories around the world, and who need to come together and start working together as soon as possible. Our chance to save the lives of our children and all of humanity depends on this.
Yes, and we understand that upon hearing this information, you naturally have some questions that might arise, such as how can we ensure such a reorganization of science as it requires some restructuring of the global community as a whole? And there are questions of coordination and economic nature, and we understand all of this. That's precisely why we want to tell you about two plans now. Plan A and Plan B. Both of these plans aim to ensure that the world's best scientists can find a way to prevent the destruction of humanity and our planet.
So, let's start with the Plan A. The first proposed solution for uniting global scientists comes from American scientist Dr. Egon Chalakian, a visiting researcher at Harvard University and retired particle physicist, international tax law and intellectual property law professional with a national security background. Early on in his career, he served as a legislative tax analyst assigned to the President's Commission on the International Trade and Investment Policy, the White House, Nixon-Ford administrations. And while affiliated with the Harvard Legislative Research Bureau, he simultaneously served as a legislative tax analyst attached to the Joint Taxation Committee on the Committee on Ways and Means and Finance, U.S. House of Representatives and Senate. During his early career, Dr. Chalakian likewise served both the Reagan Kitchen Cabinet and Reagan White House as a legislative tax analyst as well. Egon Chalakian counts himself exceedingly fortunate to have served 4 standing U.S. presidents during his career and 3 standing assistant secretaries of the United States Treasury Department. Dr. Chalakian holds like-level qualification within the particle physics, material sciences domain, with his name duly cited in all 4 volumes of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Colliders Study Report. We often hear the question, why are not most scientists talking about the geodynamic and climatic progression caused by the 12,000-year cycle and the danger it poses to all of us? Because the only people who don't speak up are those who don't seriously delve into the facts and data. And those who have studied, cross-checked, and analyzed everything themselves cannot remain silent. Dr. Chalakian is the scientist who delved into the essence, cross-checked all the data, and independently came to the same understanding as us. All the facts, graphs, and trends in the increase of catastrophes indicates that this process will not slow down, but accelerate at an alarming rate. Consequently, we need to take urgent measures. Dr. Chalakian is the person with outstanding intelligence who quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and put forth a rational proposal. He proposed the creation of International Scientific Center, essentially an international interdisciplinary alliance of the world's best scientists who will work on solving the climate problem and saving our planet. Let's listen to how Egon Chalakian envisions implementing this unified international scientific center.
We have recently detected a number of alarming anomalies in all the layers of the Earth's system. There is an extraordinary displacement and destabilization of the Earth's core, a sporadic and chaotic acceleration of the planet's rotation, and a shift in its rotational axis. This scenario is compounded by a critical weakening and emergence of atypical anomalies of the magnetic field and a change in the composition of the upper layers of the atmosphere. These events have culminated in an extreme activation of magnetic foci and an accompanying increase in deep mantle earthquakes, a decrease in the thermal conductivity of the ocean. As a consequential result, our oceans have lost their ability to function as a compensatory and cooling mechanism. All these alarming factors indicate only one thing, to wit, our planet is on the verge of self-destruction, and humanity only has a few years remaining to avert this impending catastrophe. Today, our planet is facing an unprecedented catastrophe. This situation would seem hopeless if not for one crucial and valuable factor, alatra. It is precisely due to the interdisciplinary and unbiased approach embraced by the scientists at alatra that the cause of anomalous changes in the Earth's core and the increase of catastrophes in the current time has been identified. This cause is the cyclical nature of climate catastrophes, which occur on our planet every 12,000 years, with even greater intensity every 24,000 years. Representatives of alatra began publicly warning us about this climate danger over a decade ago, about a threat that looms over the planet and all over humanity. And they offered a real solution, a genuine solution. But did we listen to them? No. Did the scientific community listen to them? No. We as scientists consider ourselves too clever to listen to someone else. I was like that too. I was accustomed to trusting only my own data, my own calculations, and my own proofs. And now, I myself meticulously examined all the data provided by alatra, verified the mathematical model that predicts the geometric progression in the growth of climate disasters, and I confirmed that, unfortunately, it is accurate. I, Egon Chalakian, as someone who was involved in developing the methodology for analyzing the reliability of information used by the CIA and other intelligence agencies today, meticulously examined this mathematical model. I possess sufficient professional experience and competence to confirm the fact that it is truthful, accurate, and reflects the actual dynamics and the trend. Yes, it's not a reassuring trend, but that doesn't make it any less real. Any scientist can verify this independently by simply conducting their calculations using open data. This mathematical model is absolutely real, just as real as the fact that modern humanity has less than 10 years to take swift and vigorous action for its own survival. Front and center, it is necessary to establish a unified international scientific center to bring together the finest scientific minds from around the world to address the issue of climate collapse. For effective operation, this center must be equipped with access to all necessary equipment, satellites, observatories, and research stations across the entire globe. It is crucial to emphasize that such an endeavor will demand extraordinary, unlimited funding, as solving a task of this magnitude will require the dedicated commitments from all laboratories, research centers, colliders, and the like that exist today. We will need to continuously collect and analyze data from practically every corner of the Earth, from all its layers, ranging from the core to its near space environment. Only through such means can we establish control over the processes currently driving us toward destruction and terminate them. Secondly, it is imperative that we immediately cease all wars, military conflicts, disagreements, and geopolitical disputes. It is crucial to halt the destruction and fragmentation of the world. We all face a common enemy today that threatens all countries, the climate. We need to consolidate our resources. We must acknowledge that disaster never strikes when it is convenient. Therefore, we must address the issue of climate migration immediately, while we still have the opportunity to do so in a relatively stable situation. Conditions for people's relocation to new territories should already be established based on a democratic approach without coercion with the free will of individuals respecting all human rights. People should feel like human beings. They should feel that their lives are valuable, important, and protected, that they receive genuine rights and freedoms. We need to acutely realize now that there will soon be no one ahead or behind in this race. Therefore, countries' borders should already be open for free movement for everyone. I am fully aware and acknowledge that such unrestricted movement entails the inevitable interaction of people from diverse cultures, traditions, and customs. This necessitates the formulation of unified measures and rules that should not infringe upon the interests of other migrants or host communities. These rules should be founded on humanity and the need to respect each other and live in peace and harmony. It is vital that people don't have artificial reasons for conflict, that their honor and dignity are not violated, and that they preserve their human identity. Clearly, large-scale relocation of people will entail the necessity of reorganizing the economic system. While maintaining individual national economies, a unified planned international economy is required for the distribution of essential products and necessities and for other purposes. This unified economy should be focused on ensuring human dignified living conditions for all people, regardless of their place of residence or relocation. In light of this critical situation, it is urgent to globally transform world politics and channel all efforts in consolidation. The armies of the world should alter their operational modes, shifting from the destruction of enemies to the saving of people. We as human beings are not enemies to each other. There is no longer a reason to wage wars and remain divided. The only sense lies in seeking ways to unite. No country is capable of withstanding what is looming ahead.
Thanks to Dr. Chalakian for using his knowledge and intelligence to truly understand the essence and value of the work of ALLATRA scientists and to grasp the reality of the climate threat. We appreciate Dr. Chalakian for his concern for the fate of the world, for his courage, and for the initiative he puts forward. This initiative holds immense significance for the entire global scientific community. Let's briefly summarize what Egon Chalakian's proposal entails. Dr. Chalakian proposes the creation of a unified international scientific center that would bring together the world's best scientists to address the climate threat. To enable this scientific center to function effectively and fulfill its missions, Dr. Chalakian outlines several necessary conditions. Ending all conflicts on Earth while maintaining the existing political system and power structure unchanged. Addressing the issue of climate migration. Establishing a unified global planned economy. Organizing global politics with the focus on consolidating all countries. In essence, Dr. Chalakian proposes an option that involves making minimal changes to the format of our society while providing the world's best scientists with the opportunity to come together and work effectively and freely toward solving the climate problem. Egon Chalakian has indeed proposed a timely and relevant solution to the urgent challenge facing humanity today. However, has his proposal been globally supported? No. Unfortunately, not yet. This is because a global response will only be possible when people start expressing this demand on a mass scale. Only then can individuals with the authority to make the necessary decisions respond. When all people begin discussing the real causes of the climate threat and demand to secure the safety of their children's lives, conditions will be created for scientists to unite and work together productively. This means that we, and most importantly, our children, will have a real chance to survive.
So we've just listened to what Dr. Chalakian's plan entails. This plan aims to achieve a temporary ceasefire and unite all countries to prevent a climate catastrophe. Once a solution is found, everything will return to how our society used to be. That's the first option. In both Plan A and Plan B, we must change the current societal norms to bring together the best scientists to address the climate threat. To address the real climate threat driven by the cycle, Plan A requires the unity of scientists and the creation of conditions for their successful work. This means ending all political and economic disputes and conflicts, and a temporary halt to all military conflicts. But if we as humanity choose to make these changes to save our lives and the lives of our children, changes that include improving economic and political relationships and ending all military conflicts between countries, then why should we revert to the old format of the world after resolving the global climate threat?
Good question.
The world we currently live in is the one marked by political tensions, crisis, and wars, and it poses real threats to the lives of our children. Given that we're embarking on such profound global changes, wouldn't it be better to immediately build the kind of world where there never be any political, economic, or any other crisis, and most importantly, no wars? In other words, the creative society, a society where the value of life takes precedence, where our lives and our children's lives are of the uttermost importance. That's the essence of Plan B. Now let's delve into the details of Plan B. Plan B involves a complete shift from the current consumer-oriented society to a different format. In this format, geopolitical disputes, armed conflicts, and disagreements will cease to exist forever. And every individual's life will become the highest value. This format is called the creative society.
Let's consider how the creative society can help unite our scientists, and as a result, halt the climate collapse that we've been discussing today. This format guarantees a peaceful and open collaboration amongst all people. There won't be a need for secret laboratories and closed research facilities where our brightest minds develop weapons for individual countries. Currently, these exceptional human minds are working on weapons that could cause more harm around the world. In the creative society that we talk about, all our scientific efforts will be directed towards improving and making every single person's life on our planet as comfortable as possible. As a result of this, the conditions for any country to hide its best scientists from others will disappear. The top scientists will be gathered in a unified international scientific center. They will be provided with every single thing they need: unlimited funding and access to all technologies and technical equipment, as well as all the necessary infrastructure to address the climate threats caused by the 24,000-year cycle.
Wow, that's awesome. Yes. Besides solving the most pressing crisis, the climate crisis, the creative society format also fundamentally improves the lives of every individual. That's because in the creative society, the most important thing is caring for each person and being focused on people's interests and what matters most to them. Therefore, the priorities of the creative society are safety, stability, and high quality of life for everyone. The creative society creates conditions where even during the transitional period, we will all receive the benefits that are currently unattainable. For example, free healthcare, education, electricity, and a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 US, in the creative society, the primary value is the life of a person, including their health, youth, and well-being. I also want to highlight an important aspect regarding the population size. Right now, while 8 billion people might seem like a bit much for our consumer-oriented format, for the creative society, even 50 billion people would be considered too few. Yeah. And yet, every individual's basic needs will be met, starting from food, clothing, and shelter, and extending to luxuries we can't even dream of today.
In addition to all of this, even technologies that currently sound like science fiction to many people, or are not profitable for a business, in the modern economy will be available. Take, for example, the fuel-free generator. Introducing FFG means you won't have to pay for electricity anymore. You won't be dependent on external infrastructure. That means no more worrying about cut wires, down power lines, or malfunctioning transformers. You'll have your own eco-friendly source of inexhaustible energy within your home. This is something that will be completely free and available to every single person. You may think now that this is a fantasy, like a movie, but today, we as humanity are already technologically advanced enough to implement such developments. We have all of the technology to do so. Now let me draw attention to your screen. Focus.
How many people can our planet sustain? We are made to believe that the Earth is already overpopulated and there won't be enough resources for everyone. But is it true? In this video, we'll present the facts so that you can draw your own conclusions.
Territory. Currently, more than 8 billion people live on the planet. It seems like we occupy a huge territory. But look at the map. The areas marked in yellow have the same number of people as the rest of the landmass. And even if we assume that every single person has 200 square meters of land, then all humankind could comfortably fit on the territory equal to the area of only one US state, Alaska. And if the number of people increases right up to 50 billion, even then, we will occupy no more than 25% of all habitable land. And what about food, water, and energy? Resources. Today, technology is able to provide humanity with organic food and clean water in unlimited quantities anywhere. Food can be grown on vertical farms without pesticides and chemicals in any region of the planet, regardless of climate zone, and even directly within residential areas. For example, the dragonfly concept. This structure has 132 floors and is 600 meters high. The dragonfly can accommodate 28 different agricultural fields for growing not only fruits, vegetables, and grains, but also livestock. The widespread implementation of vertical farms will allow us to abandon large cropland areas and pastures for cattle grazing. Dixon D. Despomeyer's 30-story pyramid farm can also grow fruits, vegetables, fish, and poultry in one closed loop, and almost every element in it is recycled. One such farm can feed about 50,000 people a year.
So the answer to horizontal farming is to move the horizontal farm to the vertical farm. Take the same amount of land and put it in a vertical situation, and then have year-round farming.
Doing so, optimal conditions for plants and animals can be created indoors. This method of cultivation increases yields tenfold and saves up to 95% of water consumption compared to traditional agriculture. You might think it would take years to implement vertical farms, but it won't. In the United States alone, 20% of office buildings are vacant. These spaces can be repurposed for vertical farms. In Canada, the AgriPlay Ventures company has already converted some unused office space into one of the largest productive vertical farms in the country. Setting up new buildings is also not a problem. The experience of Chinese builders shows that a 30-story 5-star hotel can be constructed in 15 days, and a 57-story skyscraper in 19 days. It turns out that to construct one 30-story vertical farm, we need only 15 days. And if we need 200 farms, also 15 days, because they can be built simultaneously. It is obvious that with such technologies, food shortages should not exist. But today, a huge number of people live in a state of constant hunger and lack of drinking water. And this is happening at a time when we can already extract moisture even from the air. Atmospheric water generators can do this.
So the technology is basically taking the water in the atmosphere. 90% of the water in the atmosphere are in the gas phase and not in the liquid phase. The amount of all this water is equal, almost equal to the amount of water that we have as liquid on the surface, either surface water or underground water. Generalized are termed atmospheric water, produce atmospheric water generators. So the atmospheric water generator takes the vapor from the air, cool it and condense it, collect the water that are condensing, pass it some treatment and produce potable water for use.
With the help of this technology, we will be able to provide the entire population of the Earth with clean drinking water, meet all economic and industrial needs, and even turn deserts into blooming gardens. By widely implementing atmospheric water generators, we can also solve a global environmental problem. Clean up the ocean. When moisture evaporates, microplastic rises from the water surface into the atmosphere. Passing through the filters of the device, it remains there. This microplastic, like all other waste, can be safely disposed of, and technology for this is already available. By removing microplastics from the ocean, we will restore its heat-conducting function. What is more, when we take moisture from the atmosphere in the vapor state, the atmosphere becomes clean of methane and CO2. As a result, the thermal conductivity of the atmosphere itself improves, which means that heat is better dissipated into space. Now the upper layers of the atmosphere are thinning, and it is decreasing in height. Intensive withdrawal of moisture from the atmosphere leads to normalization of its height, and the upper layers become more dense. The amount of moisture in the atmosphere will stabilize, which will reduce the amount of extreme precipitation and winds. However, one should understand that this installation cannot solve the climate problem, as the cause for climate change is not in the atmosphere. Atmospheric water generators can only mitigate the effects of climate change and expedite the planet's recovery if we solve the core problem of protecting the planet from the external cosmic influence.
So, with air condensation systems and vertical farms, we could already feed and provide pure drinking water to the entire population of the Earth without damaging the environment. And with these technologies, increasing the number of people is not a problem. Then why are they not being implemented? One of the reasons is the need for a vast amount of energy to operate them. And in order to be widely used, it must also be environmentally friendly. Where can we get this kind of energy? In today's world, where energy is becoming increasingly expensive and dangerous, where climate and geodynamic changes threaten our lives and the life of the planet itself, where billions of people suffer from a lack of resources and opportunities, there is a technology that can change so many things. And this technology is a fuel-free generator, or abbreviated as FFG. A fuel-free generator is a device that can produce an unlimited amount of clean, affordable and safe electrical energy from virtually nothing, so to speak. It doesn't require oil, coal, gas, or nuclear fuel to operate. The FFG converts into electricity the energies that are already present around us in an unlimited quantities. FFGs can be based on various principles such as magnetic fields, vacuum energy, cold fusion, anti-gravity, and others. A fuel-free generator can bring immense benefits to people because FFG doesn't pollute the environment and doesn't create radioactive waste. Moreover, it can operate in any conditions, anywhere and at any time. Such generators can power homes, factories, vertical farms, transportation, communications, spacecraft, and even entire cities. Imagine a world where you forget what it's like to fill up your car, charge your phone, or pay for electricity because energy is always at your disposal. Well, such a world is an absolute reality because it's all possible right now. Fuel-free generators have been invented, tested, and used in various parts of the world for over 100 years. Today, many experts are working on developing FFGs and achieving impressive results. We will now introduce you to several examples of operational fuel-free generators, and their developers will tell you about them. What you will see is only a small fraction of the vast number of fuel-free generators that exist today. Especially for the participants of the Creative Society project and the Forum Global Crisis, The Responsibility, FFG developers from different countries have given interviews explaining how their devices are designed and how are they used. In October 2023, the Creative Society volunteers were invited to the International Thorium Energy Conference, which took place in Switzerland. We encountered a wide variety of approaches to generating free energy. For example, scientist and developer Hartmut Dobler demonstrated a power station that generates energy from vertical water energy. Inside a water-filled column, there are buckets that continually move up and down. When the buckets reach the bottom of the column, air is pumped into them, causing them to float. They release the air at the surface, flip over and sink back into the water, and so on continuously. This circuit transfers rotation to a generator which powers a compressor and produces additional electrical energy. This installation, about 8 meters high, was located for about 3.5 years in the town called Spich, near the city of Cologne. The generator produced about 58 kilowatts of power, while the compressor consumed about 4 kilowatts. Thus, we had an output capacity of 54 kilowatts of electricity, which we dissipated on the heating element. We completely abandoned the use of the electricity grid and converted all the energy into heat. Later, the system was modernized. As of now, the height is 25 meters, with a capacity of 500 kilowatts, but no longer standing vertically on the surface, rather drilled into the ground. Such an example indicates that there are no limits to expanding the horizons of discovering sources of free energy. Another scientific breakthrough in the field of clean energy is the system developed by Dr. Robert Holcomb, MD, and co-founder of Holcomb Scientific Research, an Irish-based research company. Mr. Holcomb invited volunteers of the Creative Society to a demonstration of the working model of an FFG, which took place in Florida, USA. The system harnesses the energy of moving electrons in iron atoms, converting it into a useful electrical current.
Iron, if it's excited, will put out 4 times as much energy as required to excite it in the system. So you're looking at 500% return. Total amount that the unit is capable of putting out depends on the size of the unit. The energy is generated constantly by the electron spin of the iron atom. And I've had people ask me, even scientists, well, how long will electrons spin? I mean, you can't know much about chemistry or metallurgy or anything else and ask that question, because if the electrons stopped spinning in elements, we'd all poof into dust. There'd be a universe full of dust. We wouldn't have, because that's all that holds the universe together.
Furthermore, this autonomous HES Holcomb energy system operates independently of any external energy source through self-sustenance. In other words, it provides itself the energy while simultaneously powering any electrical devices.
The Holcomb energy system is self-powering and self-sustaining. This single unit right now is powering our 12,000 square foot facility.
Unfortunately, we cannot introduce the offer of the next device as they have chosen to remain incognito for security reasons. The fact is, in today's consumer society, FFG developments are, to put it mildly, not welcomed by the traditional industry. This researcher also demonstrated an unconventional approach to the laws of physics for harnessing free energy. In particular, he managed to bypass Lenz's law by using the power of magnets and gravity. He discovered that there is an energy addition in a generator with a rotor made of permanent magnets, and he linked this phenomenon to the gravitomagnetic effect.
This phenomenon is unique, so to say, because presumably we extract energy from the quantum vacuum. That is, from the quantum fluctuations of the vacuum. We can use this device anywhere in the universe, because anywhere in the universe, we will find quantum fluctuations of the vacuum. In other words, at any point in space, under any conditions, let's say, of a magnetic field, if we talk about the geomagnetic fields of the planets, currently, our device has an efficiency of 200%. The purpose behind creating this device was to simply demonstrate that we have the ability to extract energy without using fuel. It only utilizes magnets and conductors.
Here's another inventor from Zimbabwe, Tapiwa Muvangani, as an example of how one can, in an effort to help people assemble a fuel-free source of electrical current from readily available materials. His device consists of 3 batteries and inverter to convert direct current into alternating current, allowing for the connection of common household appliances. To ensure that the batteries provide the necessary output power without discharging, he employed several approaches for their continuous recharging.
The other thing that we get to utilize, I think, is charging of the devices themselves by radiant energy or atmospheric electricity, if I can call it as well. And on top of that, you also get to use some principles of telluric currents in the Earth. So telluric currents, they're basically naturally occurring electrical currents that are more or less on the surface or below the surface of the Earth and transparent to the Earth. I think the third as well leverage that we get to utilize in this case, it's the power of, let's say, exclusion zone water. So the key then is to be able to arrange a very standard, let's say, cell working on the principles of exclusion zone water or fourth phase water that allow you to produce as much current as possible to recharge those batteries. So from our trial runs, as I mentioned, the very first one that we managed to make, the one in August 2022, it had a power output of 1 kVA or a single kilowatt, that's like 1,000 watts. But it's not limited to that.
An inventor from Kazakhstan managed to use the lever rule and force of gravity in a highly unusual way. Murat Palmahov managed to make a regular water wheel rotate endlessly without the need for an external power source. In his invention, he used a generator set in motion by the water wheel. The energy it generates is directed back to supply power to the wheel. The device self-sustains and provides electrical power to the consumer.
What is the principle of operation of a hydroelectric power station, HPS? Water is fed under pressure and spins the turbine. I've created something similar, except without water pressure, using a flywheel instead. A certain amount of water is directed onto the flywheel, which spins the pulley, and that will rotate the generator. The generator, in turn, will power its own battery, its own pump, and then continue supplying power for further consumption, including the law of the lever. Accordingly, the longer the lever, the more energy will be transferred.
The next device we will tell you about was developed by the German mathematician and entrepreneur Holger Thorsten Schubert. In an in-depth interview exclusively for the Creative Society, he explained the operational principles of the device created by his team, known as the neutrino power cube. It is essentially a sandwich of many alternating layers of graphene and doped silicon. The technology is based on converting the kinetic energy of particles into electricity through the vibrations of graphene atoms that absorb this energy.
Neutrino voltaic is an energy harvester. It doesn't produce energy. It converts existing energies, and we have a lot of energy around us. That's what it's all about. Our trick is that we create large physical surfaces. The energy created is much weaker. That's why in a cube like this, which looks very compact, but has up to 1,500 square meters of wafer surface area. That means that, basically, this cube is nothing but a folded giant-sized solar cell interacting with non-visible light. As a result, we obtain a net output power, what we currently have. It could have been made in different sizes. An output power of 5 kilowatts, which is enough for a large flat or a small house. If you need more, you just take 2.
Mr. Schubert also shared with the Creative Society participants his motivation to continuously progress in the development and widespread implementation of FFGs in the world community.
Energy supply has something to do with peace, with life, with education, with light. Those who do not have energy are not able to compete at all in today's world. Power grids of many continents are isolated. The wars that we wage today in this world, the geopolitical conflicts, always have their causes in the distribution of the last resources of fossil fuels. In my personal view, and this is why I also lead this project, I imagine that if this kind of energy supply becomes prevalent in the future, the world can be a little better and more peaceful. And for this, it is worth overcoming all these problems and difficulties that I have gone through in the last 15 years. And if you take all these billions and billions that are being spent on armament, it could be used to provide people with energy, food, education, and solve all these issues. And now, here's what I'm going to tell you. Today, we're already at a stage when it's impossible to stop it. Today, we are at the point where too many people have understood how it works.
The examples you've heard today are a compelling testament to the fact that unlimited, clean energy is already available to us for industrial and domestic needs. So, there are technologies that can provide all humanity on the planet with the necessary energy in unlimited amounts. 8 billion people, and even 50 billion. History shows that every new billion people gives an impetus to the development of civilization and allows making a technological breakthrough that elevates us to a higher level and opens up new opportunities for society. Let's sum it up. We have enough territory for at least 50 billion people to live comfortably. It is possible to provide food and water for all people. There is unlimited pure energy for industrial and domestic needs. In addition, the more people, the greater the scientific and creative potential of humankind. Just imagine how many problems could be solved if this technology was introduced for widespread use. But for some reason, this isn't happening. Because they cannot be introduced in the consumer's format of society in which we live. For example, if we were to switch to fuel-free generators worldwide, the energy sector would become unnecessary. Power plants, factories, mines, oil pipelines, and gas stations would be shut down. Millions of people would be left without jobs, and this would inevitably lead to an economic collapse, increased poverty, crime, and chaos. Yet, how can we introduce these essential technologies without causing a collapse of the economic system? In order to do this, we need to change the format of society from consumers to creative. In this kind of format, the goal of the economy is to provide a high standard of living for every person. All people receive unconditional basic income and are protected from economic and social risks. In these conditions, widespread implementation of fuel-free generators becomes possible. This will allow for a mass use of vertical farms, generators of water from the air, and other advanced technologies. Accessible sources of water and energy will make the production of all goods significantly cheaper. This can become our reality if people take responsibility and decide to change the format of society. You can make such a decision only when you know that there is a choice. That is why it is very important now for all people to hear about the opportunity to build the creative society. By uniting around one idea, we can easily build the world everyone dreams of. But it all starts with you, my friend, with your decision to let people know what kind of a world we can live in if we want to. And for that, you just need to start talking.
As you can see, the technologies that can provide us with a significant portion of the benefits discussed today of the creative society are already a reality for every single person. They can be accessible to us even before the creative society. During the transitional period, humanity has many opportunities. Specific conditions, however, are needed to realize them.
In the creative society, humanity will live harmoniously with nature. Our environment will thrive and our oceans will be cleansed. We won't need to kill animals like this duck right here. And because we don't need to. We won't even need to pluck fruits from the trees. That's because each of us will have a matter replicator, a technology that can create any product you desire. A matter replicator is a technology that allows us to create anything we want from the tiniest particles, manipulating matter. This technology will be in every single home.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Guys, in the creative society, the issue of disease and aging will be completely solved. Now, how is that possible? Thanks to a technology that extends human life beyond the species limit. In the creative society, every person will have access to a health capsule absolutely free of charge. This capsule can extend a person's life to at least 1,500 years, restoring youth, health, and even older people. Take a look. Now, each home will have a capsule just like this, right? And the health restoration procedure will take only a few minutes and be entirely painless. I don't know about you guys, but I personally have tons of family that have experienced tons of pain from the healthcare system currently. And it is essentially designed to keep people in their current state and just continue getting rid of the symptoms, so to speak. But with this, your health will be so robust that a person will have the ability to climb Mount Everest if they wanted to, and that's even without a mask or oxygen, if they desire.
Oh, I want one. Send me, I'm ready.
Their state of health will enable them to achieve records that are currently considered impossible. And this is an absolute reality. Life extension is simply a matter of physiochemical processes. Today, there are already fundamental studies that are the first steps in developing this technology, proving that living for 1,500 years is possible. We present a movie after which all of this will no longer seem like a science fiction movie to you. Check it out.
Youth is a magical time. Everyone's best memories are associated with it. Some people don't want to lose it, while others hope to get it back. Modern science assumes a challenging mission, not only to restore our youth, but also to prolong life for hundreds of years. For thousands of years, biologists, physicists, chemists, and other scientists have been grappling with solving this challenging task of searching for the elixir of immortality. Some people believe the answer lies in the DNA, while others think it's in the brain. But what if we say that now? For the first time in history, science is on the brink of great discovery. Today, we will slightly lift the veil on the mystery that has intrigued great minds throughout history. we will answer the ultimate question: can we live over 1,000 years, keeping a young and healthy body? And where is the secret of our longevity kept? Firstly, let's take a look at what stage of development modern science is. Even though it appears that scientists are using a variety of approaches in their attempt to prolong life, it all boils down to one thing: manipulation with DNA. Even though the term DNA is widely known, not everyone fully understands what it refers to. In simple terms, our body is printed like an object on a 3D printer, according to DNA instructions. DNA is a book that contains all the instructions for the construction and functioning of our organism. The chapters of the book that the printer must read to construct specific cells are marked with special bookmarks. These bookmarks are called epigenetic marks, or epigenome. The bookmarks do not change the text of the book, but they determine what the cell will be like, how it will function, and so on. By using this system of bookmarks, the body can quickly adapt to changes in the environment. Depending on the conditions, some bookmarks can be added, while others may be removed. Over time, the quantity and placement of these bookmarks change, reflecting the natural alterations occurring within the body as it ages. Investigating these processes, Steve Horvath, professor of genetics at University of California, Los Angeles, developed a mathematical model to determine human biological age. This model is called the epigenetic clock. In other words, it is an indicator that shows how old or young a cell or the entire organism is based on certain changes in DNA. Epigenetic clocks are used by scientists to evaluate the effectiveness of rejuvenation and life-prolonging techniques. Unable to directly place epigenetic marks on DNA, that is bookmarks, scientists employ various methods to influence the organism and investigate how it affects the placement of these markers. Japanese scientist Shinya Yamanaka discovered a way to remove all bookmarks. He identified 4 factors, 4 special proteins that he used to transform ordinary adult cells into cells resembling stem cells. In other words, the cell forgot that it was, for example, a skin cell and reverted back to the state similar to the cells in the early stage of embryo development, when it is not yet determined what type of cells they will become. He was awarded Nobel Prize for this groundbreaking discovery in 2012. David Sinclair, professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School, believes that our bodies contain a backup copy of information about our organism's youthful state. He's working to activate this backup copy at the DNA level, based on Yamanaka's discoveries. An important point emphasized by Sinclair is that people don't die of old age, but of diseases, while aging itself is similar to disease. His team demonstrated the ability to influence physiological processes at the cellular level. Specifically, they were able to switch on and off the vision in mice. While some scientists are studying methods to reverse changes in DNA back a few years, others are searching for an intact copy of DNA, hoping to transfer this original information to the entire organism. Obviously, the source of such DNA is the cells of the umbilical cord and placenta. Services for freezing and storing these tissues have existed for some time now. It's important to understand that not everyone has this opportunity, and not everyone can afford it. It is also worth noting that today, there is no full understanding or much experience in the use of stem cells preserved in such a way. Moreover, scientists have established that the role the cells will play in the body is determined by the environment that surrounds them, the extracellular matrix. The extracellular matrix is a unique environment that performs numerous functions, providing support to all cells and regulating their fundamental life processes. It is important to understand that extracellular matrix undergoes changes as we age, and using stem cells alone in such a matrix will not provide the desired results. Figuratively speaking, if you throw meatballs into the oversalted broth, they will also become oversalted. In other words, without changing the extracellular matrix, you can't change the cells. Without changing the conditions, we will not get a new result. Despite the fundamental role of the extracellular matrix in the structure of our body, its study doesn't still get enough attention. In this regard, we suggest taking a look at two very interesting studies. In the first case, scientists use a preparation based on the extracellular matrix from a pig's bladder. The matrix-based preparation was applied to a wound as an irritant preventing cells from forming a natural scar. When this preparation was applied to the wounds, artificially created openings up to 2 centimeters in diameter in the rabbit's ear. They healed in just over 30 days. Moreover, with a full hair regrowth and without scarring. Due to the circumstances, these studies never saw the light of day. A while after, American scientists Stephen Badleck and John Mockford, working for the U.S. Department of Defense, achieved breakthrough results in tissue and limb regeneration, this time in humans. They also utilized preparations based on the extracellular matrix of the pig's urinary bladder. The application of these preparations led to reparative regeneration up to tissue restitution, meaning complete restoration, including the recovery of the nerve, bone, tendon, and muscle tissues. Despite the fundamental breakthrough of military medicine, these technologies have not yet begun to be applied in everyday life. Another regeneration expert, Michael Levin, wondered, how do cells know when to stop the division process during regeneration? Once the correct salamander arm has been completed, and how do they even know what a correct salamander arm is? As Michael Levin says, we can read the genomes now, and there's nothing in there about the size and shape of your arm. So DNA alone is not enough to recreate a body part, let alone the whole organism. The question arises, if this information is not in the DNA, then where does the organism acquire the data for the regrowth of a lost limb? The answer to this question can be found in the Kirlian effect. The lost salamander's arm is visible on the image made using the Kirlian method, which proves the existence of an informational structure at the level of which the object has preserved its integrity. In other words, the informational matrix is preserved. It serves as a source of information, which the organism uses in the process of regeneration. That's an interesting point. A person's lost limb would appear on Kirlian effect photo as if it was still there. The paradox is that if a person loses weight, the lost limb will also appear slimmer on the image. Thus, it becomes clear that our body is structured according to the information matrix. The aging of the body reflects changes at the level of this matrix. Therefore, to restore the body to its youthful state, changes must be made at the information level. The second study we promised to talk about is precisely related to this aspect. Scientists became interested in the fact that only cells triggering an autoimmune reaction in all vertebrates on a planet are the nucleus pulposus cells. This occurs whenever there is a rupture of the fibrous ring of the intervertebral disc. In other words, the body's immune system perceives its cells as foreign and attacks them. How can one's own tissue trigger an immune system response against itself? It's a paradox. This should not be happening. Scientists were interested in how the body would react if a substance from a purified matrix of the nucleus pulposus was administered intravenously. The substance of nucleus pulposus was acquired through puncture and refined off cells until only the matrix itself remained. Then the matrix itself was purified. The obtained substance was tested on mice, and it prolonged their lifespan beyond the species limit. Old mice that were about to die quite soon became quite alive. The control group died very soon, while these mice, after 3 months, gained a second life, started reproducing, and continued to exist for more than 10 years. As a result of the experiment, it was possible to restore the youthfulness and prolong the lifespan of a mice threefold. In other words, the mice lived not just an average lifespan, but a full lifespan, 400 years in terms of human life. Provided that the substance was administered every 3 months, there were no signs of aging. The mice were young and healthy, and they were not even aware what had happened to them. Unfortunately, the experiment had to be halted due to external circumstances. It is worth noting that after stopping the administration of the substance, no accelerated aging was observed, and the mice lived till old age as usual. The same result was obtained with rabbits, but their lifespan was prolonged only once due to their longer life expectancy and the necessity to interrupt the experiment. While observing the mice during the experiment, scientists did not notice any pathologies. which led them to assume that this process could be repeated indefinitely. Unfortunately, this result cannot be considered scientifically proven, as the experiment was stopped and the animals were withdrawn from it prematurely. Nevertheless, it was an evident fundamental breakthrough in science, as it demonstrated that the substance collected from the extracellular matrix of nucleus pulposus affected the information matrix. This is proven by the fact that no accelerated aging was observed in mice after the substance has been discontinued. Based on the results of this experiment, we would like to present the following hypothesis to your attention. The nucleus pulposus of intervertebral discs originates at the very beginning of embryo formation, has no blood vessels, and is nourished through osmosis, diffusion, that is, it is isolated from the blood circulatory system. Furthermore, in all the vertebrates, when the fibrous ring is ruptured, an autoimmune reaction to the contents of the nucleus pulposus occurs. An autoimmune reaction in the body is an abnormality, and in this case, in 100% of all vertebrates without exception, the organism reacts to the contents of the nucleus pulposus, perceiving them as foreign. As a result, we get a herniated disc. The wall of the fibrous ring is thinner on the side of the spinal canal. This area experiences the highest physical stresses, and it was seen that nature should have maximally reinforced this part of structure. However, the fibrous ring is the first to wear out, and in almost 100% of cases, the rupture of the fibrous ring occurs in the direction of the spinal canal. Apparently, it was initially intended that upon rupture, the content of the nucleus pulposus of the intervertebral disc was spilled out into the spinal canal. It is on this side that the cerebrospinal fluid goes up and reaches the brain. In other words, the contents of the nucleus pulposus, along with the cerebrospinal fluid, passes through the arachnoid membrane and gets into the brain, the center of genetic formation, where it will start the processes of rejuvenation and complete organism regeneration, similar to those observed by scientists in mice. During the course of life, the fibrous ring wears out, and even in the absence of trauma, senile osteochondrosis develops by the age of 60 to 80. Considering this fact, the fibrous ring will sooner or later rupture and trigger the rejuvenation process. But this process is currently being blocked by the body's autoimmune response. Is this a consequence of evolution or something else? Therefore, we could assume that the human body possesses a self-healing mechanism, knowledge of which existed in ancient times. However, for some reason, it has been disrupted. Evidence that humans carried a source of life within themselves can be found in myths and legends of ancient times. For instance, Judean tales of the Lutz bones as a bone of immortality, a resurrecting bone, an ancient Egyptian legend of the backbone of Osiris, the jade symbolizing the triumph of Osiris over death. However, this mechanism has one disadvantage. If a person has a congenital diseases, they will remain despite the rejuvenation of the body. And now, we come to the most interesting part. This problem can be solved if we make changes directly to the information matrix. It is at this level that the health capsule, mentioned at the forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, will work. The health capsule will form the informational matrix of a healthy and young body, and the cells will rebuild themselves according to the new program. In just 30 seconds a day, the capsule will scan and repair our body, changing every cell at the beyond quantum level.
The regeneration capsule of the first generation 1.0. The regeneration capsule is a unique daily comprehensive care for your body that includes diagnosis of your body, prevention and treatment of any diseases except mental disorders, restoration of lost body parts and organs, body shaping according to your wishes, hygienic procedures, and cosmetic body care. Thanks to this innovative method, you will be able not only to revitalize your body, but also to extend your life up to 1,500 years. The regeneration capsule works at the information and physical levels. At the physical level, the regeneration capsule will detect any parasites, viruses, bacteria, or toxins in your body, extract energy from them, and transform it into useful elements for you. It can urgently remove any pathological changes, such as blood clots, hemorrhages, or stones, eliminate inflammation, and restore damaged organs and tissues in the body. Thanks to this technology, there is no longer a need for hygienic procedures such as taking a shower or brushing your teeth. Epithelial particles or any dirt will be broken down into elementary particles and used as useful building material to transform your body. At the information level, the health capsule restores all the functions of the body and rejuvenates your body at the DNA level, as it contains all the information about how the body should function. The capsule only changes the program inside the DNA and corrects just 1 pixel at the beyond quantum level. The rest is done by organism itself according to the new information. In this way, any cell can be reprogrammed. Everything unnecessary is removed and everything necessary is added. Thanks to this technology, you can change your appearance, change your height, weight, body volume, and set a program for the regeneration of limbs and organs. By changing information at the beyond quantum level, you can make a cell, as well as the entire body, rejuvenate and live a long life. Moreover, the whole process takes place at the micro level, completely painless and safe for you. Thanks to the regeneration capsule, any diseased organ can be repaired instantly, and its function will be restored. There is no need to replace your heart with someone else's to make it start beating. It is enough to run the necessary program on the regeneration capsule. Now you can choose any look you want. To transform the entire body, it takes time depending on the scale of anthropometric changes for the body to transform according to the new information in the DNA. Physical transformations in the human body take place over a period of 9 to 14 months. Start the rejuvenation and life-sustaining program in your capsule, and every day you will feel healthier, younger, and stronger until you reach the biological youthful age defined by your program. It is possible to extend human life by an average of up to 1,500 years in a young and healthy body. You can also change the characteristics of your body according to your preferences. The capsule technology allows you to become an athlete with any body type, muscle tone, and level of training, and maintain this form according to the parameters set by you. You don't need to spend any personal time exercising. Just 30 seconds spent in a capsule in the morning can replace hours of workouts, freeing up time for your personal development. All necessary procedures, including hygiene, are performed simultaneously with the transformation program. The capsule technology is very easy to use and completely safe for everyone. Information about your personal parameters and preferences will be stored in a unified database. When you travel anywhere in the world, you can activate your personal program with any other capsule. All you need to do is to use your individual code, and a perfectly tuned capsule is at your service. The regeneration capsule is an innovative technology that allows you to stay healthy and youthful for many hundreds of years. Forget about any diseases and improve the quality of your life. We wish you a creative use.
It might sound like science fiction, but the technologies featured in this video actually demonstrate that regeneration and life prolongation beyond the species limit are already possible today. There are numerous doors leading into this room, and today we presented the most well-known and promising approaches. The information about them can be found in the public domain. Considering all scientific achievements, we could already not only be healthy, but also live much longer in youthful bodies. Unfortunately, the consumerist format of society pursues the opposite goals. On the one hand, there is an increasing emphasis on the need to reduce the population. On the other hand, healthy people are not beneficial to big business, as colossal profits are made on pharmaceuticals and healthcare. Thus, those who already profit from the sick are not interested and will do everything possible to prevent the development of technologies for health improvement and life extension. That's why we don't see the implementation of methods based on cutting-edge developments that could prolong human life beyond the species limit. These are the realities of the modern system of the consumerist format. Even the wealthiest and most influential people on the planet age and die like everyone else. What's the point of building an empire and striving for fame throughout your life, only to bite the dust at the peak of success without truly enjoying life? As long as you're alive, there can be lots of things you value. Once you're gone, there are no values for you anymore. And the main value in modern society is profit. The entire scientific potential is engaged in the development of what can be sold. New types of weapons and goods. Meanwhile, people haven't significantly extended their lifespans. The question arises, what difference does it make if you died with the latest model of a phone in your hands? If you couldn't live longer, you won't actually live longer in consumerist format, where fast computers are more important than health and longevity. That's the absurdity of the consumerist society, which we support ourselves. We've accepted it as it is, and don't even think about what is really important for every person. Life. Do you want to forget about diseases and aging? Feel what it's like to be truly healthy and start enjoying life to the fullest. Choose life. Choose a creative society.
As you can see, science has already made significant progress in research related to life extension. And in the creative society, within the framework of unified science, we can go much further, living for 1,500 years in a healthy, youthful body will become an absolute reality for every person. In medicine, it's long been known that aging is a disease that can be treated. We've talked extensively about the model of the creative society, its technologies, and its benefits. You can learn more about the creative society from our previous forums: Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, and Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity. Especially for our forum, Global Crisis, The Responsibility, Dr. Itzhak Calderon Adizes shared his understanding of the need to transform our society. Dr. Adizes, world business consultant, author of international bestsellers, founder and CEO of the Adizes Institute, one of the top 10 consulting companies in the world. The floor is yours.
We need a totally new system. Paradigm shift in thinking, not correcting here, correcting there. We're not talking about remodeling. We're talking about rebuilding. That's what we need. I'm going to tell you about the self-management system. It's possible to have it, what I'm talking about. Inclusive decision-making, and because of it, inclusive benefits. There was always profit sharing. Nobody is left out. We all benefit from what we do together. What impressed me about it is that this system is very good for managing change. And that's what we need. Why? Because people participate. They're not kind of on the receiving end. They are managing the change. Here, you have to take responsibility. You have to sit down and participate and decide and go through the suffering of making a decision. But you know what happens? I'm empowered. And once we make a decision, we implement it. Change is fast. Participation, empowerment, involvement, a system where decisions are made and implemented by the people that are involved and their interests are being heard. And there is a way for this conflict of interest to be resolved. We come to common interest and we make decisions together. We need to start taking a system where we take care of each other's interests, not only of your own interest, of each other's interests. And that's what the self-management system is. All interested parties have a forum where they debate, discuss, and decide and implement. Nobody is left out. Nobody's interests are being ignored. The interests of each other country are not being ignored. That is a system that I'm talking about. And pay attention. The moment we pay attention to the interest of the other party, you're starting to work with your heart. Because you cannot do it only with the brain. You have to start working with the heart. We have to recognize that we are one. That what I do is impacting you, and what you do is impacting her, and what she does is impacting me. Start looking at humanity. Start looking at the globe. Don't just look at yourself. It's a change of values. It's a change of way of thinking. I wish that creative society will make the change. I hope you can do it. It's a change of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adizes.
The creative society opens up vast prospects for us, and most importantly, it allows us to address our most pressing crisis, the climate crisis. I understand that if all of humanity, through collective choice and active public demand, can save ourselves from climate catastrophes, boundless opportunities for self-discovery and understanding of our world will unfold before us. And the most important thing today is to make that collective decision, as a result of which we, the people, will be able to stop the climate collapse. It does not matter which option we choose, A, B. The main thing is to save our children's life and our world. But of course, my personal dream is a creative society.
The creative format of society is based on the fact that the highest value is human life. It is the safety of the human being. This is what the Creative Society project proposes. This is what this format proposes, that our lives will come first, that we will function as one civilization, in which we will take care of each other, in which we will take care of our lives.
Your whole family will be safe in a creative society. You won't have to worry about going outside anymore. Every human being will have a chance to have the greatest possible life that they can live without any worry.
Why am I participating in the Creative Society project? This is the most normal and most logical thing that any normal and sane person can do nowadays. To volunteer in the largest and most popular project of humanity in the entire history of humanity.
I support creative society to make this world a better place for everyone.
What the Creative Society means for me as a retiree. First of all, it is free healthcare and new technologies.
Do you want to always be beautiful and young? The solution already exists. In the Creative Society, all the latest technologies and developments will be equally available to everyone.
In my daily life, I use a bicycle because I enjoy it. However, in the consumerist format, it's not very convenient. But in the Creative Society, I know I'll find my bicycle where I left it. Because firstly, any theft will be detected within 5 minutes thanks to technology. And secondly, why steal when you already have everything you need?
I recently found out that in the near future, we will stop cooking altogether. Scientists can make replicas in the near future for everyone.
Are you tired of working like a slave and still not having enough? Do you want to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week? Let's build the Creative Society together.
In a creative society, free housing will also be available. Education is free and high-quality products are available anywhere in the world. You can develop special skills and join different teams around the world to work on the projects for the benefits of the society as a whole.
Why spread the information about the Creative Society so much? Simply because I want a better world for everyone. For me and my family, for my children, for my grandchildren, for my mother, for my brothers and sisters, for their families, for my neighbors, for the entire society.
I have a son who tells me, "Daddy, a champion." That's what he always says to me. That's very valuable to me. But now there are questions swirling in my head. The first question is, do I deserve to hear those words from my beloved son? Do I deserve to be worthy of such admiration when he says, "It's okay, Data Champion, everything will be fine," and he smiles, even with his eyes, well, telling me, how can we look into our children's eyes if we can't leave them a warm home so they can continue brightening the world with their smiles? That smile, which is the visible reflection of God's love. And for the love of God, I ask that we build a happy world for our children, the creative society.
Now, it is a great honor for us to introduce esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. The words you will hear now concern each and every one of us. They touch upon our society, what is happening with the climate, and our future. These words give us the strength to move forward whenever things become very difficult and the darkness thickens. These words give us the strength to move forward for the sake of our children and our future.
There is such a phrase, punish not show mercy. So the comma has not been placed yet. I would say that our chances are substantial. And indeed, very broad opportunities are open before us. Yes, I can understand people as well. They're doing a lot, informing others, but people seem not to hear. Yet, on the other hand, my friends, just look at how many people today support the creative society around the world. Thanks to you, thanks to your understanding, your efforts, your tireless work. It is precisely your volunteer work that has currently had a tremendous influence. It has even influenced those very journalists and those very climatologists. Just look at what they have started openly talking about now. Yes, so far few of them. But my friends, they didn't talk about it until quite recently. I understand that the climate Cerberus has also played a role. And in fact, those changes, which are happening now, were predicted to happen at least 100 years later. But they are happening now. Thus, many climatologists become aware of their mistakes in the calculations. And this is your merit. Their merit is that they are not afraid to admit it. Why? Because a lot of people find out the truth. And a lot of people have paid attention to the climate. Since in this world, we're only concerned with our own survival. This is really true. The consumerist format drives us into its traps, which, pardon me, are set everywhere in our society. We're like cornered animals. We don't even have anywhere to go. In any situation, whichever we look at, we face some problems that we have to deal with and resolve. We have a problem with justice. We have a problem with the economy. We have a problem, with sanity. This is indeed so. When we watch the news, there is such an impression that the world has gone crazy, that we're doomed. They scare us with large-scale wars. They scare us with a nuclear war and whatnot. They divide us and tear us apart. Meanwhile, there is inflation across the world. At the same time, there are various diseases, and many things are associated with them, those which we do not perceive. A problem with food is starting. They say that famine is approaching, and all this is indeed troubling us. But the most interesting point is that this entire fuss, and it's a fuss, friends, despite the fact that it directly affects our lives, it distracts us from the main thing, from the climate Cerberus. Yet now even climatologists and journalists start calling climatic changes the climate Cerberus.
This means that they hear you, friends. Indeed, we can do a lot. We have good chances. And even if we had no chance, we would be obliged, if we had a seedling in our hands, to keep planting it to the end. That's the right thing to do. It doesn't matter how the world will react and what will happen to it tomorrow. What matters is how we act. Our conscience should be clear.
We express immense gratitude to Mr. Igor Mikhailovich for your care for people, for your love, for your example, and for knowledge that allows us to see the truth about what is happening in the world. Because only when we see the truth do we have a chance to make the right decision, and thus we have a chance at life. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, which gave us the strength not to give up and to believe in ourselves. Thanks to you, we know for sure that the power is in us, in people, in the unity of people, and as humanity, we have a chance not only to survive, but also to build a bright future for our children. Thank you very much for the chance at life.
The Creative Society offers opportunity to secure a future for our children and improve our lives. Both Dr. Chelakian's model and Creative Society agree on the fact that people need to express their demand on a mass scale. Only this will attract decision makers' attention and provide an opportunity to implement one of the options. If the demand from the people is put en masse soon, there will be also a timely solution to the climate threat. And that's what we all need right now. Today, we heard about model proposed by the esteemed Dr. Chelakian, and we talked about the Creative Society. We have extensively explained the Creative Society in all our previous forums and conferences, providing various viewpoints and examples. We understood that every person wants to live in the Creative Society, but not everyone wants to fight for it. That's because many people are currently immersed in their own problems. However, those problems will disappear very soon, and unfortunately, along with us, if we don't fight for life. If you don't want Creative Society, that's your choice. But let us at least take a step now, one that every person is interested in. Let's save the lives of our children. We all must collectively convey the truth about climate to each other and all the people. This way, a mass demand for people will form. Then the people in charge will pay attention to it and create the conditions for uniting and working with scientists. This is our only chance for survival. And then, when we save our lives and everything settles down, we will surely come to understanding and realization we need to build the Creative Society. The Creative Society is our dream. I know Legeni shared that it is hers, and it truly is our dream. And we want it to come true. And we definitely want it for all of the humanity to resolve the climate issue together. Our primary task now is to defend our world, our lives, and most importantly, our children's lives. As humanity, we are obligated to save ourselves.
You know, when we talk about survival, we're talking about dealing with the climate collapse because that's the only thing that guarantees humanity survival. But after watching the conference, Global Crisis, America at the Crossroads 2024, many people thought that the green zones in the United States, which we discussed at the conference, are also one of the options for survival. But let me remind you, a green zone is an area that will be less affected by global disasters than the others. After the conference, we received many letters from people from different countries asking us to show all the green zones that exist around the world, not just in the United States. People requested that we discuss this topic in more detail at today's forum. We will return to this topic later, but first, let's watch the film called The Green Zone.
But 33 inches is nothing to be ashamed of. Good night.
Good night.
Now, what's the matter with him?
He's going to bed.
Oh, it's too early. I feel too good. Oh, I wonder if there'll ever be another time as good as this.
Gary.
Listen, just listen. Wonderful book in it. Maybe I'll write it someday.
Darling.
Don't spoil it. Don't talk it all away.
Damn it. There shouldn't be earthquakes like this here. This is a green zone.
Only the thoughtful have stayed with us. You have remained, and it's only you, for those who represent the hope and stronghold of all of America, that we will now share the most crucial information.
Let's look at the map of America. Do you see the red, yellow, and the green zones? This map shows how soon the different areas of our country will be subjected to devastating climate catastrophes.
How soon? How soon?
The green zones are the territories where livable conditions will persist the longest.
Fuck! Everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine. Earthquake 8.2. 8.2? But the guys are there. The guys are there. Hello, Vlad, buddy, hi. Hello.
Hi.
Heard you had a huge earthquake over there. How are you? How are you? How are the guys? You need any help?
It's too late to offer help. Dug a hole for yourself, so stay in there.
What the fuck? Look, I don't get it. Why didn't they show a green map of Europe? Why is it only for Americans? Have you heard anything? Just be honest.
No, haven't heard a thing.
So, what are we gonna do now?
Support the Creative Society even more.
Well, I think we need to push harder for the green zones. Before there's a frenzy. Get visas, sell everything we got, and get the hell out of here. I also feel like we've been screwed over. Those in the know, they've been in the loop for a while, and we? Who are we? Just foot soldiers. But think about all the stuff we've done for the cause. Remember all that time and effort we put in? And some didn't hear us. Others screwed us. And now you want to push even harder for CS?
We didn't waste time. We made the best use of it. Hey, remember you said you knew the vice president of ASP? Why don't we get in touch with him? He's an erudite, intelligent man.
Hey, are you even listening to me?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear yourself?
What's wrong?
Well, that's selfish.
That's a hell of a twist, buddy. How exactly is it selfish?
In what you're saying.
Wow, surprise. Surprise. You know, there's one thing I've noticed for a long time. Although, what's the point of talking to you anyway?
Come on, say it.
Screw you. The world is falling apart. The only news is climate disasters all over the planet. There's terrible smog outside. There are fires burning all the time somewhere. What could be burning out there for so long? There are hardly any clear days. It's only when hurricanes hit does it clear up a bit. But the scariest thing is the human being. It's people. When you first see the chopped up and nibbled human remains by the campfires, it takes a long time to come to your senses. How could we have fallen so quickly? Just a few years. It's horrible. And we really had a chance to avoid all this. To build the creative society. Peace, prosperity, new technologies. It was quite achievable. Why didn't people do anything? There were forums, conferences. They were told a mathematical model was given. Why didn't they choose CS? Why didn't they use their chance? Maybe because they didn't realize how serious it was. Like me, for instance. I heard about it, even participated and tried to do something, but I didn't believe it. I did stuff, but only a little, half-heartedly, occasionally, once in a while. All those global crisis forums and conferences, there were so many. We were told, shouted at. They tried to get through to us. And everything was confirmed, everything was proved. Year after year, the climate kept getting worse. They showed us graphs. Scientists spoke to us. They broke down the information and showed it to us as if we were children. It's a 12,000-year cycle. If we don't act, the climate will wipe us all off the face of the earth. There were only two options. The creative society or become another Mars. But we had other concerns, other worries. We saw the cataclysms getting worse. Earthquakes, floods, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions. Couldn't we see that it wasn't going to stop on its own? And yet, I saw it, heard it, and kind of believed it. I even built a bunker, but I didn't really listen or fully believe it. It's weird, isn't it? I believe it now, but what's the use? What's ahead? Didn't I know it would be like this? I did. So why didn't I do something differently? This is a cage. It seemed that someone would do it. Someone would step up and solve it. Somewhere out there. Surely someone would handle it. Just need to wait it out and everything would be fine. That someone won't let it end foolishly, won't allow it. But who won't let it happen? And who won't allow it? Where did I go wrong? I'm not stupid. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? The internet's completely gone. It's been a month without any contact with the outside world. Never thought it'd be so hard without external information. It's such torture. My mind is a mess. Gotta make sure I don't lose my sanity. Now I realize how lucky I was to get the FFG. I got it last moments. 10 kilowatts. Without it, I'd be a goner a long time ago. But now I have everything. Electricity, ventilation, heating. Food is strictly limited, yes. But it can't be helped. I gotta conserve. Not a single thing has happened in the last year to give me hope. It's caged and it's slammed shut. Series number 3. I don't know who I'm recording this for again. More for myself so I don't lose it soon. It's been 3 months now without internet. It's impossible to foresee everything. There are difficulties with the well. It seems like the water table is dropping. Water, as they say, is a Thursday thing. But I think I'll make it as long as it still rains. What did I do wrong? That's the question that's been bugging me. I thought thought of everything, planned it all out, except for one thing. Everything that was said on the forums and at the conferences turned out true. It's all coming true. This means 2036 and the hydraulic impact from the Mariana Trench rupture are coming up next.
Vlad, I wanted to tell you this. I'm starting to understand what you were saying back then. Yes, I was hurt, offended. Now it's funny, but also scary and painful. Belatedly realizing the missed opportunities. It's like that bottomless abyss where you fall into and fall, constantly anticipating the impact on the rocky bottom. I was living for myself. I didn't grasp the gravity of what was happening, the responsibility. I lost my purpose. Yes, I could have done things differently. I could have given it my all in those last relatively calm years, so I wouldn't be sitting here now, howling in regret. You know, I keep wondering what I could have done. What could I do? I had connections. I could have tried, made an effort, at least an effort, but I was such a badass. I was afraid of losing face. Remember, they criticized us, persecuted us, harassed us. They silenced us. We've been laughed at like idiots. Fuck everybody. Politicians, church, journalists, regular people. Where are these smartasses now? Paradox. We wanted what was best. We wanted to help people, and they made sectarians and criminals out of us. What the hell happened to us? We could have built the creative society and lived another 100, 200, 300, 1,000, or millions of years. With new life-prolonging technologies, in prosperity and security, under peaceful skies. With happy offspring and great prospects. We chose chaos and a grave pit instead. We really are insane. Though, who's we? Everyone's already in that grave. I'm the only one. See? The sneakiest one. Hiding like a rat in this hole. Other way. I want to show you my treasure. Look. Imagine how values have changed. Food, water, and lighters. Lighters. Lighters.
You know him, right? You've met. He's quite the maestro at his academy. I saw him at the summit in this. He was speaking as...
Yeah, and?
He's come to our town now. A public lecture on climate change. This is a serious chance for us. Let's meet with him together. Maybe chat over coffee and lay it out the way you do. After all, he's the only one among them who speaks sensible things out there. He understands.
I think he's not going to have time to hang out.
And I really can't make it work. The project handover begins tomorrow, and I'll have to be there around the clock. And I can't let people down. You understand. Need a ride? How stupid everything turned out. And you know why? Because I couldn't join with others. It's all on me and my damn selfishness. I was like that center of the world around which everything revolves. Just sitting there, looking out for my own gains. I was getting to know someone, making some connections, getting involved somewhere, and implementing projects. I was afraid to open my mouth, to say the right things. Afraid of criticism. Afraid of everything. Who am I after that? A fucking asshole. We were all like one global asshole. We sat in the same boat, across from each other, and silently watched the boat go full speed towards the abyss. It's not even strange. It's not even crazy. It's inexplicable. A total absence of sanity. Who the hell are you recording this for? This isn't for you, Vlad. Here's my own movie. Series number 7. Green Zone, Green Zone. Haven't you, jackass, realized that it was a setup from the get-go? You should have realized the scale of cataclysms, not saved your own skin. You were supposed to go into 5th gear, not back up. To prolong your existence is to prolong the agony. What's the point of survival if all that's left is waiting? Waiting for the inevitable. The worst part is waiting. To be afraid of every rustle. It's maddening. It's torture. Sometimes it's so terrifying that the legs go numb. We could have moved mountains and turned rivers back. We could have stopped all wars and comforted the suffering. We could have fed all the hungry and cured the sick. With knowledge and understanding, we could have dried all the world's tears and built a creative society. An Eden on Earth. And instead, you put all your energy, all your time, all your dough into burying yourself in this hole. Look around. Fuck. You invested in a coffin. Vlad. If we stopped lying to ourselves, every epitaph would hold one sole bitter meaning. Pissed away everything in life. Why didn't we do things differently? The second sensor hasn't been recording data for 3 days now. Surprisingly, the first one is still working. Yesterday's winds were 304 miles per hour. Hellish hurricanes. Flying dust microparticles like shavings. They're literally obliterating solid rock. Are there any people left anywhere? How terrifying. And yet, I'm still alive. But why? Series number 19. There's only one door out of this cage, and that's to the past. What could we have done? Vlad, that's a question I answer myself every day, and I could probably write a thesis on it. Look, do the math. Simple math. Everyone could buy a smartphone because there was money. There were smartphones, and there was the internet. Everyone could get on social networks and post at least one video a day because there were social networks. It was possible to record a video and immediately, right away, post it on the internet. Next, even with just 100 views per video, that's 36,000 in a year. And there were videos getting 1,000 and 10 and 100,000s, even 1 million views, which means that is not 36,000, but at least 360,000 views per year. You know what I mean? Now multiply that by 1,000 people, 1,000 volunteers, and we were already get 360 million views per year. Multiply that by 10,000, and we get 3.6 billion. Multiply by 1 million, 1 million people worldwide, and we get 360 billion views per year. Do you understand? This information wave would inevitably have created new waves, according to those same principles of elementary physics. But we sat there and waited for something. Millions of waiting fools with their tongues stuck up their asses.
Зажигнуться одним словом, лаконично.
Это любовь, конечно же.
Значит, одним словом.
Свобода. Это жизнь.
Дружба без границ.
Это будущее. Это выживание.
I was feeling alive then. And that will never happen again. Fuck. Fuck me. Fuck me. Good. Warmth. It's getting warmer. Where is that warmth coming from? Snow? In the middle of July? Winter in the middle of summer? What the hell is even happening? Was that Yellowstone? Fuck me. Are you just going to stay silent, asshole? Or are you gonna say something? Or are you gonna make excuses too, saying you didn't know? You knew damn well and understood everything, and ran away like a rat. 8 billion people died because of assholes just like you. Then, it didn't concern you then? And now? What do you say now? Take a look around. Look around. Where are all the people? Where are you? Where is the CS you didn't believe in? Die, you scum. Like the chosen one, like the privileged one. Count the minutes. Count the seconds. Haven't you deserved this? Wasn't it by your choice? And just like that, ingloriously and ridiculously, I've passed by my real life. It is time to tell myself the truth, to confess all the things I've been hiding and running away from for so many years. I've been hiding from myself. I thought I was the smartest guy in the world, but I ended up buried alive. Because I didn't understand the most important thing. You can't run away from yourself, and it won't get any easier. When all this started, I was still in touch with a bunch of people up there. They felt it was the climate Cerberus that had taken away their future. Later, they cursed God because he didn't answer their prayers. It's a shame so many of us never figured it out. God gave us a chance, but we were so damn smart, we thought it was a utopia. He extended his hand to us, but we didn't just refuse it. We spit in it. We didn't just give up our happy future. Didn't fight for it. Didn't make an effort. No. We did something even crappier. We made a mockery of God. Each of us made our own choice.
He turned pale when he read the report. The puzzle must have come together. He even brings it up in his lectures now, although only in passing. He said he couldn't talk about it, that he'd not only be kicked out of the faculty, but stripped of his titles, but he connected us with a very cool person. We're planning on contacting him today. By the way, he's also an engineer. Would you be interested in talking to him? We'll set up a conference call. I think you'd be awesome at talking to him. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
We could really use your help. Will you join in?
Listen, well, today I definitely can't. Definitely. got more important things to do. I've got more important things to do. I've got more important things to do. I've got more important things to do.
I don't know about you guys, but I would never want to go through a series of events so traumatizing. This film makes you reconsider your attitude towards life and what takes it from us. We take away our own lives with our inaction and our cowardice. Way more important things to take care of. This phrase is becoming deadly for us right now. Just think about how many of us are thinking, I have important things to take care of, right? So important that we dive into them head first, completely forgetting that the world around us is falling apart and that we need to survive. Instead of telling every person in your contact list about climate threats right now, instead of using every second of this time to raise awareness about the climate issue, we run towards our important things. Even without building bunkers, we are each constructing traps of inaction for ourselves, in which we will be painfully dying from the realization, how did we miss this? How did we not see it? How do we not believe it when so many people were talking about it? When your friends were taking the time out of their day to talk to you regardless of how crazy it seemed. They were looking after your health, after your future, after your family's future. And instead, you just ignored it. Why would you act that way? Why can't we just take action now? To not lose our lives, and our loved ones and our friends. It's normal. Guys, it's normal to be scared. It's normal to be worried. And obviously something like this would make you anxious. It makes all people anxious that hear about this. But it's not normal to run away from it. And if we remain inactive and we deny our reality, we condemn ourselves and our loved ones to the same future as in this film.
Guys, I also, after watching this movie, I just want to also share that I couldn't even imagine being in this position as this man, the main character in this movie, knowing that you had all this opportunity to do something, living with this and struggling through all that pain, that heartache, knowing that you betrayed your friends, knowing that your friends are no longer there, that you only tried to save yourselves, knowing that as we talked today, that all these children that you could have saved and you didn't because you were only worried about yourself and you had this opportunity. And it's really hard to imagine that someone can be in this circumstances, and even psychologically, it's hard to imagine, to think that if you don't inform people and you have to live with this reality, this conscience that you killed your friends, you killed your loved ones, you could have been that one person to save humanity, but you didn't take that chance, and you only worried about yourself and your life and your well-being, and then you're still going to die alone, all alone with all this misery and fear. It's terrible. And, right now we still have this opportunity. We still have this chance. And regardless where you are, right now we can see that the climate crisis is the only enemy that we have today. And we have to use everything we can. Social media, while we still have the internet, because we don't know how long we will have it. Talk to our friends, neighbor, any kind of opportunity we have to share this information, any resources we have to share this information. We understand that we have to use it, because sooner or later we won't have this opportunity and we won't be able to relay this information, and then it'll just be too late. and we won't be able to save anybody. So we need to do everything in our power today to make sure that we pick a solution. And we presented 2 solutions today, and we need to choose one of them to save humanity and our children.
After watching this short film, I realized that I'm not doing enough. Even though you guys know that we all sit here and we volunteer our time every single day. There's not a day that goes by that we don't talk about creative society. We don't reach out to people about creative society, but I'm still not doing enough. I haven't done enough for that person to make a decision and use his resources to help us out. I haven't done enough to inform many more people because I'm just like you. I have laundry to do. I have to go to work. I have to pick up my kids from soccer and gymnastics and drop them off. I'm doing all those tasks that do not matter. They just don't. And still, I'm not doing enough. And you are afraid to click that share button and share this broadcast to your wall, Facebook wall. You're afraid to do that, but you're not afraid to die.
And watch your kids die right in front of you.
So, guys, thank you so much for sharing. I completely agree. And sometimes I just wonder, why are we such cowards? Attempting to escape leads to nothing good. I mean, that's what happened in the movie. And we saw how much this engineer tries so hard, but at the end, he suffers so much, even though he thought about how to build this bunker, how to engineer it so that he's safe. But what happened at the end? And now let's come back to our world. What's happening right now? Just imagine the cities, entire countries. Let's go back to his situation. Just he's in a bunker. Maybe he's safe, but all the storms that's going around. Just earthquake after earthquake, tsunamis after tsunami, tornado like hurricanes, just shattering cities into dust. There's massive precipitation, floods just covering everywhere. And all infrastructure technologies, research centers, they're all going to crumble. There is no place for us to live. And of course, when this intensity of events starts to becoming so drastically pronounced, I guess everyone will realize, oh crap, we need to take an action. Oh, we need to unite scientists. We need to find a way out. But by then, it's going to be too damn late. By then, we will have lost the opportunity to change anything. By then, we won't be able to gather scientists and support their work. Nothing will function. No ships, no trains, airplanes, satellites, space station, whatever. Nothing will work. Our capabilities will be critically diminishing with each day passing. And we, as humanity, will be like a herd of sheep running around from one dying part of the planet to another and just trying to save our own asses. But, it won't be easy because everywhere there will be gangs of savages, those who resort to murder and, even cannibalism. Perhaps that might sound no more than scenes from a horror movie to you, and you may not want to believe this, that this could become a reality. But, unfortunately, if we don't do anything now, that horror movie will become our reality.
And I wanted to highlight another point of this film we just watched, and this was revealed. It is just crazy that thirst that people have for the green zones in their country, just looking at it and not seeing red, but seeing the green, even if you have to zoom in multiple times to really recognize that there is a green zone. Are we blind Can we not see the red? How can we focus on the green when we know that red can be green if we choose to today? If we take that responsibility and we choose to turn it green. This October, this year, at the conference Global Crisis, America at the Crossroads 2024, in this very studio with you guys, right here, we revealed the information about the green zones in the America. It was publicly disclosed for the first time. And these are the areas that will remain habitable for a year or two longer than the rest of the world. But by 2036, they will no longer be suitable for life, just like all other parts of the Earth. And since publicly shared this information about the green zones, we have been receiving emails, messages, letters, comments, you name it. Give us green zones in Europe. Show us green zones in Africa. And why aren't you showing green zones in other parts of the world? And why you only provide them for Americans? Are we worse than them? Are we not deserving to know where our green zones are? Come on. Are you people out of your mind? What green zones to show when we need to save the world? Don't you understand that any bunker in the green zones will become traps, which we've seen in the film? That is our future if you move to the green zone, in which people will rot painfully, struggling to prolong miserable existence, not even life. You're not living. While tormented by their own thoughts, guilt, and memories, and the decisions that you could have made, but you didn't. Climate catastrophes will still catch up to you, because if you hide, it will be impossible to gather all the scientific potential, all the scientists that we need right now. We cannot do it without you. You won't be able to convey this globally because you will be hiding. And hiding will do no good for you or us. A global public demand for societal change won't be formed without you. If you hide, don't hope that someone else will reach out to the scientists and that they will magically be heard, especially many like you are hiding right now. We won't be able to reach the scientists or those who can provide them with the necessary working conditions because there is green zones that you think you can hide in. There will be no chance for us or our children. And climate catastrophes will relentlessly progress all this time. Green zones are not a place of salvation, but a place where you will die in agony a little later than others. That's it.
Yes, that's right, Olga. And judging by the trend of actual climate and geodynamic progress, our planet will perish no later than 2036. We understand that you might think that green zone offers a chance, but chance for what? For prolonging suffering? And we're just shocked that people don't want to hear the truth about the climate and don't understand why we've been persistently talking about it for so long. What do you think? Why have we been talking about it for 10 years? To wake you up and get you to take an action. Because we can't do it alone. We need billions of us. But You can't seem to understand that our planet will only exist until 2036 if we don't change anything. And that's for the planet, not us.
You know, it's true. We're already tired of proving the truth and fighting against foolishness and misunderstanding, like John was saying before. This message has been being told for almost 10 years now. It feels like the world's gone absolutely crazy. People demand some kind of evidence when all the facts have already been presented to them over and over and over again, presented in 100 different ways. Thousands of people are already dying, and for some, that's not enough. Human deaths are not enough proof for them. Are we, as humanity, really so foolish that we can't see the obvious? Do we not understand how serious the climate threats are and how quickly they progress? Do you see it? Look at this graph. You don't need to be Einstein or Chalakian to understand it, yeah? See, there was little, and now there's a lot. But a lot of bad, not good. A lot of danger for all of our lives. There are more destructive earthquakes now, and there will be even more every single day. Is that really not clear?
And you still don't hear us, no matter what we say. We say we need to save the planet, and you look at us like we are crazy bunch. We're just regular people. And you can look at us however you want. It's not going to matter. It's what will you do next? You say we are not presenting the information correctly, but we are ordinary people just like you. And we speak what we know the best we can. But if you know how to talk about climate so that it reaches everyone and everybody gets it, go ahead, do a masterclass. We'll love to attend, show us how. But so far, no one has come to speak and do what we do in our place. No one has taken the time away from the families to be here together. No one has taken time off work. No one has taken time off vacation. And you give us plenty of helpful advices. Go to the politicians. Go to the celebrities. So we went. And what? They asked us for money. They asked for money. They won't say anything unless you pay them. These heroes portrayed in the movies, they ask for millions of dollars from us to relay this information to you. And what would such a hero say anyway? They're just talking heads, puppets. They will say what they're paid to say. Going to politicians? Great. We've done that. Awesome. We've gone to them. Lobbyists told us we can arrange a meeting with the country's president for you, but it will cost you. And then they mention an astronomical sum. Do we have to all donate our blood and sell our kidneys to raise such an amount? And what about the president? He will give us 5 minutes of his time, and then what? What can he understand in those 5 minutes when he has a lot of other things to do and plenty of advisors he listens or she listens to? I'm sorry. If they had advisors with the intellect of Einstein or Egon Chalakian, by now, all this information about the climate that you're hearing won't come from us. Your presidents would have already known this, and there would have been significant global effort to address this issue. But unfortunately, presidents have ordinary people as advisors with an average intelligence, often not understanding anything in science but good at playing games. Yeah. They got their advisor positions through some shady means and don't understand what really is happening to our planet Earth. They may be excellent specialists in their fields, but they are narrow-focused experts. So if we take someone who is a specialist in geophysics, they may not understand anything about oceans. Therefore, they don't grasp the oceans are dying. They might understand that earthquakes are increasing and magma is rising up, but they may think that similar processes occurred in the past and the life just persisted on the planet. They may not be aware that because of the dead ocean, much more heat is accumulating in the Earth's depth than ever before in the planet's history. There might be a science advisor who understands that the ocean is dying, but does not comprehend the changes occurring within the planet. So this is why politicians don't understand what's happening with the climate, even though they're parents too, just like us, you guys. And they wish the best for their children too. And even if we were, to sell our kidney and donate the blood to pay lobbyists to arrange a 5-minute meeting with the president, what then? Let's say he tells his subordinates to go look into the issue. And what's next? Will those subordinates dive so deep into the climate problem? Hell no. They will not. Of course not. Their first instinct will be, just like yours, go online to find information about us, and they will encounter the hate, the lies, the nonsense that narrow-minded people spread about us out of fear that we might pose some kind of competition or enter politics. But we are not interested in politics and we don't compete with anyone. We care about saving the lives of our children and your children. We don't want to end up buried under the rubble during an earthquake like Turkey, or burn alive like people did in Hawaii. We understand that the progression of catastrophes is unavoidable. We know this. We know. So we are here trying to reach you while you're sipping on your hot coffee and enjoying chocolate. Instead of fighting for your children's life together with us, we are confident that parents who calmly sip coffee while their children are dying are in the minority. But if we are wrong and such parents are the majority, then we are doomed.
Yes, and this is why we're so emotional, because we know there is a real chance to save our lives, and most importantly, the lives of our children. And we are concerned about the lack of understanding and inaction from other people. Some say we're deliberately scaring someone, and others believe we are getting into politics or wanting something from someone. Why would we want something from you when we spend our own money? Just so you understand, all these cameras, filming, the forums, everything is done with people's personal funds. All this is put in place and organized to make you hear that the growth of climatic and geodynamic cataclysms has a terrible progression, and it won't stop because there is no reason for it to stop. For this growth to stop, scientists must deal with it, but no one will let them do it if we don't draw attention to this issue. And that means there will simply be no future for us and our children. What kind of parents are we if we don't fight for the lives of our own children? As the Creative Society Project president, I state with full responsibility, we do not seek politics, power, or competition with anyone. We will support anyone who knows how to save the planet and our children. Yes, we dream of a creative society. If the creative society already existed, we would not face the problem we do today, the problem of survival due to climate threat. But as long as we live in a consumer format, as long as a cup of coffee and a chocolate bar are more important to us than the lives of children, we cannot avoid a global catastrophe. We fail to understand that the facts that other people's children died from disasters yesterday means that ours will die tomorrow. And this is a tragedy we all share. As long as other people's children are strangers to us, nothing will change. Nothing will change until we realize that all children are ours and we are one human family.
Absolutely.
And this understanding is what we want from you if you are indeed a genuine parent.
We often hear the argument, who will listen to you? Politicians have long planned how the world will develop and where changes will occur. They don't have time for you. Regardless of their plans, politicians will listen to us and make rational decisions if the majority of sensible parents speak up. Then we and our children will have a chance. That's why it's so crucial for everyone to talk about climate now. It's so simple, and we don't understand why it's so difficult for you to grasp. Why are you willing to believe anything, even though cause of catastrophes is a weapon like HAARP? HAARP? Are you kidding me? Think about it. HAARP can transmit 3.6 megawatts of power. An average hurricane requires 600 million per day, meaning it would take 500,000 years to generate that amount of energy. Are you kidding me? Or consider that to trigger defocused earthquakes, thousands of nuclear bombs are needed. Thousands. And they have to be detonated at 300 to 800 kilometers deep within the Earth's mantle, whereas we humans have capacity to be able to penetrate up to 12 kilometers deep. 800 versus 12 kilometers. Since 1995, the number of defocused earthquakes has been growing exponentially, leading to destructive earthquakes on the surface, such as the earthquake in Turkey this year. No weapons on Earth is capable of causing that amount of change that's currently happening inside the planet. But I guess it's more convenient for us to believe that in this nonsense and anything else, because if climate changes are caused by humans, then I guess they can easily be stopped, right? It means that someone has it under the control and they won't allow a catastrophic disaster. Of course, it's easier to believe in such a simple explanation. But why believe it if it is not true? I also sometimes find that people do expect current consumer format science and modern scientists to understand it and do something about the problem. Do you think divided scientists are capable of doing that? The problem facing the Earth today is a realm of physics. Since it's physics, that means we can solve it. But we can only do this by consolidating the world's best scientists. And all such brilliant scientists must work together with proper coordination and effective collaboration. If we can bring them together, then we do have a chance. If we can't, there won't be a chance. All we need to do is to convey information about the climate threat to everyone we can reach, to sensible people, to those who want their children to live. Then we will be heard and everything possible will be done. We simply don't have other options.
Even in the best case scenario, how many more people will perish while scientists are joining forces? And how many more will die while they seek for a solution? And people, that's us. That's our children. But it's at least some chance. Without the unity of scientists, there is no chance for anyone at all. We don't want to die. And we don't want our children to die. And if you don't want that either, you must stand with us. That's all we ask of you, is be confident, understand what it is that we're saying, because if you don't understand, it will be disingenuous. Take this information and understand that's all we ask of you for your own life and for your children's lives. But if you don't care about your lives and the lives of your children, then just stay silent. Don't pass on what you heard today from the forum. Just stay quiet. Go have your coffee and your chocolate bar if that's how you feel about your own life and the lives of your children. But we want to live. And even more, we want your children to live.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we are not understood. And some people inexplicably accuse us of advocating for someone else's interest, like political or business groups. Let me tell you this. We are all different here. Use your eyes. The Creative Society Project has brought together many, many, many different people. Still, we all share one goal. And that goal is life. We do not advocate for any other. I mean, political or underhanded interests of others. We advocate exclusively for our own interests. As you can tell by the theme, what motivates us as parents who want to protect the lives of their children, all children. Don't you have such a goal? We are merely people just like you. Here's the difference though, and it's that we know what is happening with the climate. We are aware of the progression of climatic and geodynamic disasters, as John has shared with us, while other people do not know. You see, that's the difference. That's the difference between us. While you are buying a new car, or even cars, or a new iPhone, or even iPhones, for yourself and your children. We can't even afford to buy laptops. That's not a joke. My laptop broke. Hard reset to keep doing voiceovers. Old ones break and burn out, and we use them, pass them around, do what we can around the clock, 24 hours a day, just to try to reach you. We spend our savings on travel and flights to inform people like you. We spend our money on advertising the forms, this information. We hope that by knowing this, you, as responsible parents who hear us today, will not remain indifferent to the real threats to your children's lives. And that you, like us, will do everything in your power to save your children.
So, while most people are planning vacations, Christmas shopping, we are taking that time and planning how to reach all of you. So you guys understand that your very home, our very home, is on the brink of destruction. We've spent a lot of resources and personal time, and we continue to spend them, all to ensure your survival and the survival of your children. But we can't do it alone. If you don't hear us and don't realize the threat hanging over all of humanity, then you already know what will happen to you and your children, and unfortunately to us and our children too. We understand that we might go unheard simply because you are just like we used to be. You may not have the time to fully grasp the seriousness of climate change. You might look at all of these forums and say, oh, this one's 10 hours, this one's 12 hours, this one's 4 hours, right? But I don't have that sort of time. You have the time, you don't make the time. You might believe, oh, if it's destined for someone to die, then, it will be. But we don't want to simply just give up and die. We want to use this chance, even if it's tiny. We hope that you do not remain indifferent to the fate of your children, and that reason, compassion, and parental instincts will prevail in you. And you will join the fight for the lives of all children on this planet.
I don't believe that you want your children to share the fate of the thousands of children who have died this year. You have already seen how sudden disasters strike. Remember how abruptly the fire in Hawaii started, how it caught people off guard, how it was difficult to escape from there. Now, I just want to ask the technical team, please show the footage from Hawaii.
I don't know whose house this is, but I got trapped.
We just can't get out. There's no way out. Yes. Dead end. Dead end.
And I would like to ask our viewers, including those who understand all the climate processes happening on Earth, tell me, please, are you really concerned about the climate threat? Are you truly worried about what the climate can do to all of us? Do you really grasp the reality of this danger? Tell me, do you lose sleep at night, can't enjoy your coffee, can't eat your sweets? Do you spend whole days thinking about the children who died this year? No, of course not. You don't think about them, yet thousands of them died. Some of them were trapped for weeks, others drowned in floods, and their bodies were washed up on the shore by the sea. While some burned alive in agony, and their bodies were never found because they turned to ash. Tell me, do you really remember about them? Or have you pushed children's deaths to the corners of your minds to avoid even thinking about them? Because those are just terrible thoughts. And do you reassure yourself by thinking, what can I have done to help those poor children? And do you not realize that you say this today, but tomorrow others will say the same about your children? But if you don't care about your children, just like you don't care about others, others will not care about yours either. If you don't talk about what's happening with the climate, if you don't stand shoulder to shoulder with us, if you pass the responsibility onto us or anyone else, be sure that tomorrow someone will try to forget what can happen to you and your children today. Someone just like you will be drinking coffee and eating a chocolate bar, detaching themselves from reality and thinking that it doesn't concern them, that it's someone else's tragedy. But this is our common tragedy. What's happening with the climate today is our tragedy. Yes, thousands are dying today, but what about tomorrow? I'm afraid to even think about the day after tomorrow. Time is running very fast, and every day that they don't hear us diminishes our chances and the chances of our children to live. This is our only motivation, to save the lives of our children. Don't you yourself want to live, to see your children grow up, to have grandchildren? Every normal person wants that. And we will have this chance if we declare that we want our children to live, and then the world will pay attention to the need to do something about the climate threat right now.
We are parents and deeply concerned about our children's life. That's why we have been reaching out to you for the past 10 years, talking about climate and irreversible processes that are already happening. But let's be realistic. We don't know how to reach you. And that's true. But we know one thing. Without responsibility and humanness, the world will end. We want you to understand that responsibility for the lives and future of your children primarily rests with you as parents. Climate and geodynamic processes are reality, a threat to your lives and the lives of your children.
We were supposed to show this later, but I think it's appropriate to show this now. So I want to ask the technical team, please, to play a video about how the children around the world are suffering from climate disasters. Please, let's show this since we're talking about children. I think it's right.
Yeah.
Where were the babies?
Right here. One was in this arm and one was in this arm. I never saw my 3-year-old because my face couldn't turn that way, but I did see the baby, and he cried, and then he just stopped. So at that time, I thought he was sick. Oh, God, he was sick. I never heard my 3-year-old say anything.
Did Jalil die in your arms?
Yeah.
She brought the infant, and there was a shard of glass deep in the back of her head, and she was bleeding to death. She was saying, "It's not breathing, she's not breathing."
And she thought her baby was alive, but she was already dead. The baby was already dead.
The mother came back out after that, and then she brought in a dead infant, and then we set her on the couch. And she said he wasn't breathing.
They were lying in our living room. They were dead.
She was a little girl that was friends with my daughter. I knew her family, and her whole family was killed in the tornado. All 7 of them. And after the tornado, they found everybody but her. Me and my kids went to search for her. We started at where she lived at, and we walked and moved things and moved debris, and then when we found the little girl, her body was literally wrapped around a tree. And I'm like, I mean, it was one of the hardest things that a person would ever have to go through, is to literally you're out searching for someone, and you're begging, you know, God, please let me find this person alive. But then you find them and they're wrapped around a tree.
People are finding whole families in cars that are just charcoaled and fried. They find the car and they find mom and dad in the front seat and the 3 kids in the back. School was out that day that the fire raged through Lahaina. So parents were at work and all the kids were at home. So there's massive amounts of children who perished.
911. Hi, I called early about all my kids that I left in Lahaina Luna.
Okay, are you able to get to them, or is somebody going to get them and evacuate? Because everybody needs to evacuate.
But I called early to see if they can get them because they don't have a car. It's a 19, a 12, and a 5 years old.
Okay, ma'am, I understand that. They're all working on this fire. They're not able to just go and get your children. Are you able to get your children?
No, I'm not.
Ya Allah, Buri Allah.
I was really sad. Even yesterday, we found a mother holding on to her 2 children. I can't imagine what they went through when they were trapped and surrounded by hot ashes. I feel very sorry, especially when I try to imagine the hot ashes falling at that time. Imagine the feelings and the screams of a mother who tried to calm her child by cuddling him. That is very sad. I couldn't stand to see the corpse of a mother hugging her burnt child.
First, we heard a noise. Then our home collapsed. I wasn't able to grab her in time. My little girl died.
I lost 4 of my children.
I'm left alone, and this is the end. There is no God but Allah. I don't blame God, but I blame those who are responsible for this. The water flooded the house while my children were inside. Water started flowing into the house through the windows. The next day, people told me they buried them. They found 4 bodies on the living room floor.
Oh my God. My family. Where are you? Oh God, just one body. My God, just let me find at least one body. God have mercy on us. Who can be called accountable? Who is responsible? To whom we can say, you're responsible for this? Who is responsible? What is the fault of people and those who died? Why would the whole family die? The whole family line ended.
It took hours of painstaking work to make their way through to rescue her. The 9-year-old was finally removed. But she died on her way to hospital.
We don't want bread, food, money. I don't want anything. I'll eat sand and stone, but please help our children. I don't want anything else.
My children are in the building.
Three of our children are still alive. It's been 4 days already. Their cousins are with them, and they say they are alive. Afad came, did nothing, and left. Only volunteers work here. Afad does nothing. Let them come and save my children. Whoever will come, let them come and save my children.
She held my hand tight and asked me not to let the roof crush her. She rolled as I'm here. Don't leave me, please take me out.
At first, I cried for several hours. Just cried, and then I fell silent. I bear witness that Allah is one. I prayed to Allah, called my brothers to save me, but I only saw my husband crushed by the ceiling. Above me lay dead children, many children, my dead boys. I was saved by my brother, and then they brought my son to me and said that he was alive. I prayed and thanked God that he was still with me. When they brought him to me, I kissed him, and he kissed me. My son said, "Mom," and called for his brothers. In the morning, before the morning prayer, he was taken away, and then they said he had died. What more can happen than what has already happened? What else can happen? I've lost all my children and my husband. What can be worse than what has already happened?
What about the poor things, mother?
Go and call the doctor again. Go! Her mother, God bless her, is dead. Slowly, slowly. Her mother is on this side. Wait, wait.
That's the mother of this poor thing. What can we do? She's stuck. That's her mother's hand. Her mother is dead. Unfortunately, most of the wounded people brought from the earthquake hit areas are women and children. Nearly 80% are women and children, because they were at home when the earthquake struck.
We were all sitting when the earthquake hit. The roof collapsed on us. I was holding Safa, my 6-year-old sister, when the roof collapsed. She was screaming. Safa died. My sister is martyred. My dearest Safa is gone.
اشتیلاک مربوط به ولسیالی زندگان ولایت هرات طوری که به تصویر می‌بینید شما یک پیدا کردید ببینن که شیواز آمده تمام خاک و عشق و همه آمده بر بدن اینا شهید شدن حدوداً 20 شهید الان ما اینجا داریم و ایشان هم خانواده از این شهیده هستن. خداوند رحم کنه دیگه اصلا چیزی گفته نمیتونه فقط خداوند رحم کنه. خدای پروردگار رحم خودت یا ذوالجلال و الاکرام به این ملک خدای پروردگار رحم خودت. الحمد لله كل عام بس الله وجعت قلبي يا اخوي ضعيف قولي بابا
Our children are not guilty of anything, but it is they who pay the price for our inaction with their lives.
No words in this world can describe all the pain of losing a child's life. There is nothing scarier for a parent than to hold in their arms the lifeless little body of their own child, who was happily played right before your eyes just yesterday, smiling at you with eyes full of hope, life, love, and a pure desire to discover the whole world. And then suddenly, their world ends. Your child is gone. Your sunshine, your beloved little one, gone. They will never be back. Your child is dead. Because a merciless natural disaster force took away their precious little life. And there is nothing you can do about it. You can make a deal with anyone or take any action to bring them back. Your connection, your knowledge, your contacts won't help. Your child is gone. forever. I'm finding it extremely hard to speak right now. Please forgive my emotion. But I'm a mother too. I have a wonderful son whom I love dearly. And I know he loves me too. And I know, dear viewers, that you have children too. You know what it's like to be a parent, to worry about even the smallest problem of your little one. We worry whether they have eaten on time, are wearing warm clothes in the cold, have fallen at practice, or are coming home before dark. We want to protect our children from all harm in this world. But how can we protect them from a sudden climate disaster? How can we shield them during a powerful earthquake, a tornado, or a hurricane? Of course, we want to scream right now. I will rush in, run over, dig through the rubble with my hands, cover them with my body. But will I save them? Did the parents whose stories we just heard have a chance to save their children during those disasters? No. And for me, personally, this is the most difficult, the most terrifying realization, that in the moment of disaster, I will be powerless to save my boy, to save my beloved child. I will tell you honestly, this realization of helplessness haunted me for a long time already. More and more people are starting to ask questions like, how will we cope with this? What can I do in that moment? Am I completely powerless to protect my family, my child? And the video we just watched answered this question for me once and for all. And the answer is yes. We must admit that during a natural disaster, we are already powerless to save our children. Yes, then we can fix anything. But the time when we have power is now. Our power is now, and our power lies in preventing this natural disaster. Our power is in action now. What does it mean to act? What does it mean to prevent? This means that right now we need to do everything we can do, draw the world's attention to the real climate threat that has come to our planet and into our homes. We need to focus all possible attention on the necessity of rallying the world's best scientists to solve this problem, to save the lives of our children. We can only secure a life for our children if we protect their future. Only if we come together and raise the issue of the climate threat at the international level, only then can we prevent a catastrophe. And if anyone has doubts like, is it worth doing this? Will it help? Or is it really that bad? Then I have just one question. Are we ready to give up fighting for our children's future just because we are too lazy to independently verify the facts of the real causes of climate change? These terrifying disasters are already getting close to every child, both mine and yours. I can't believe that we as parents would just accept such a fate for our children while we still have a chance to fix it. I refuse to believe that we as mothers are capable of such indifference. I can't believe that any mother in this world is ready to look into the eyes of her 1-year-old who is diligently trying to say their first mama and calmly accept that her precious baby might not say in the future, "Mama, I love you." Because a disaster could take their life before that. What mother's heart could endure that? I believe that the power of us humans, the power of us mothers, is a great power. Though we are powerless in the face of a natural disaster, we have power before it arrives. We are strong now in our firm intention to save the lives of our children, to restore the value of their lives, to draw society attention to the climate threat, and to unite the scientific community to ensure life for all of us. And each of us holds responsibility for that.
You know, it's very loud in my head right now. We watched this film. We've listened to heartbreaking experiences, lived experiences. Watched fathers hold their dying children's hands. Watched a man make a mistake, building a bunker, wishing he could do more. And it's tough to talk about this and to even listen to all of this. I'm a father of 2 children, a veteran of Afghanistan, the very place that we've seen before our eyes. Before I continue with my experience in that direction, I'm going to tell you something honestly. We can all pretend to be heroes, bravado, when we go to bed at night, when we step over our conscience. But the amount of pain and despair you feel when you bury your child lives with you forever. There's not a moment, there's not a second that goes by that you don't think that there's something else you could have done. And the fact that for years, information has been presented to people on our own dime, on our time, with sacrifices to prepare all of humanity for what's to come, to make the right choice. I want to distance myself from these thoughts and forget this terrifying reality that we as humanity are facing and live really like before. And all I could think about was how my son Jameson just wants my time and to play games with me. But I'm here with you. And this isn't new to many people, my loved ones that are going to hear this today. It's not new to you. You know what we're all doing and you see it. And I look at many of you who are my friends and I talk to you knowing all of this, wondering when you're going to get it through your heads Will it really be the way? The 10 to 1. Will you really have to be smacked upside your head to see that it's real? I hope not. I won't be able to forgive myself, and I know you won't either, knowing you had the opportunity to save your children and mine and didn't do it. You don't get a warning when you're being mugged. You don't get a warning when your wife gets into a car accident. You don't get a warning when your cousin's shot. You don't get a warning when your grandpa dies in his sleep. You don't get a warning for any of these things. Right now, we have our warning.
I'm really sorry. Sorry for interfering. I have to give my speech in a few hours. A completely entirely different topic, but right now we're talking about our children, about our responsibility to them. That's why I speak now, because I want my child, just like other children, to stay alive. Everything we have seen and heard today is terrifying. The most terrifying part of all this is helplessness. You're willing to do everything to keep your son alive, but there is nothing you can do. I know what I'm talking about. I've experienced it firsthand in the war. I have seen those torn bodies with my own eyes. You can't even imagine the horror. While my son and I were hiding for weeks from the shelling in the basement, I lived every minute with the thought that this minute could be my boy's last. All around, there was nothing but horror and death. And all I could do was just to hold my son tighter and to make him feel less afraid. I remember it vividly. I'd held him very close to him. I could hear his heart beating. And I was terrified myself, terrified by the overwhelming feeling of helplessness. You can't even imagine what it's like. When I saw an airplane flying to take my son's life, I couldn't do anything about that. What could I do? Shield my son with my own body? But how would that help him? It wouldn't save him from the aerial bomb that would destroy half the block. All I could do was just watch that damn airplane and pray that my son would survive. This is the reality. Here it is. You know, before this, I was sure that if something happened suddenly, I could protect my child because I'm a dad. I should protect him. And I always could, but that's not true. That's my experience. You just heard it. My family, my son survived only because the warring sides agreed on a green corridor. But no one will make a deal with a volcano, with a wildfire or a tornado for a green corridor. No one, no matter how much money or under what conditions, will rescue more living children from under the rubble of an earthquake. Look at the Turkey and Syria again. Just a few minutes. A few minutes of an earthquake and 50,000 people are buried under the rubble. And no green corridors. No one will sign a peace treaty with the climate. It's just impossible. When I lived in the war zone with my family, every single day, I mentally buried my son because I knew that the next second, the next day, could be the last one. Even right now, when my son goes to bed, I give him a very warm hug. Because I know that the next day may not come. Because I know I've seen many eyewitnesses. I have spoken with many eyewitnesses. And I know for sure that you can go to bed today and never wake up tomorrow. But still, after that, after my son falls asleep, I go and continue to spread information about what is happening with the climate right now in every possible way. Because I know that protecting my son is my responsibility. And as long as we're alive, we're obliged to act. Listen to me. It's better to look at the real facts of climate change right now than at your child's lifeless body later. Because when disaster comes to your home, in the form of earthquake, hurricane, flood, you won't be able to do anything to save your wife or your child. You just won't be able to do that. Right now, this moment, I want to address to every man, especially to those who are fathers or are going to become one in the nearest future. The fact that we have such a society in which neither our wives nor our children are protected is our fault. Our fault is that we remain silent about what's happening and close our eyes to it. Right now, when the safety of our wives and our children depends on us, depends on how quickly everyone learns the truth and demands a solution to the climate problem, we remain silent. How can we stay silent when we are talking about our families, when we are talking about our children? Because our families, they rely on us. Because they have no one else to rely on. They're relying on us, fathers. They're relying on us, men. Because it's our duty to protect. It's our duty to ensure that our children have future. It is our duty that our wives and our children are safe. It is our most important duty and responsibility. We're not bringing life to this world. This duty is given to our wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters. But our duty as men and fathers is to protect life. It's our responsibility.
I also feel a great responsibility for my little daughter, who is 6 years old. I remember the moment when I first saw her tiny hands when she was a newborn baby, holding her tiny fingers, made me realize how vulnerable she is in this world. I realize that I am essentially the only person who can protect her. She came into this harsh world full of injustice and violence. And she doesn't know anything about it yet. But she relies on my protection. I am the only one who can protect her in this world and provide her with safety. And now, during our conversation in the studio, I realize how many of these little vulnerable ones who have just opened their eyes and cannot protect themselves perish in climate catastrophes every year. It's so unfair. I realized that their parents would have wanted to protect them too, but couldn't. And I can't imagine what such parent is going through. I want to candidly share with you that for a while, I had the illusion that I could protect her from all of the troubles in this world. I told myself that I will work tirelessly, no days off, to give my little girl the opportunity to study well, dress nicely, eat healthy food, and be healthy, warm, and comfortable. I told myself that I will go to great lengths to provide her with a better life, better than I had in my childhood. I was firmly resolved that my life's central creed will be to protect her, to shield her from any violence, lies, deceit, cruelty, and all problems. I will do everything to ensure that she lives and enjoys life. And you know, for a while, I believed that I was succeeding and that I was a good mother because I was doing everything in my power for my daughter's well-being. But that was precisely until the moment when I learned about the situation that is happening with our planet's climate right now, about how our planet is facing unprecedented challenges and climate disasters continue to intensify. With each passing day, the likelihood of encountering a powerful catastrophe increases. I realize that ruthless natural forces could strike both me and my daughter at any moment. That's when I asked myself, will I be able to protect her? Okay. And with her, I realized I might not be able to. I asked myself, how can I be a good mother if I don't care about my own daughter's future? If I remain silent about climate threats, I understood that to ensure a safe future for her, I needed to strive for science and our scientists to solve this climate problem, to stop this external force that affects the core of our planet and trigger natural disasters. I felt that I could make a difference, you know? And as soon as I realized this, I found hope. I started recording videos, talking to everyone I know, my friends, my family, at work, I understood that this was exactly what we needed to do. But you know what I encountered later? That on the path to my daughter's safety, on the path to her safe and happy future that I try so hard to secure for her, some unexpected people are standing in the way. It's those among you who remain silent, who don't believe and do nothing. I apologize for being too direct. Unfortunately, that's the reality. I understand that we can only generate a global response to this problem by creating a global demand. This means that every person in the world must express their opinion, their request, their demand that we must save the lives of our children. The more heartless people there are who remain silent about the actual climate progression, the greater the threat to our children's life. This means that because of those heartless people who stay quiet, my child, just like yours, can die at any moment in another climate catastrophe. As a mother, how should I react to this? What should I do? I ask myself, how could I convince you to speak the truth about climate change? How could I persuade you to not remain silent? How could an ordinary person like me convince you to save our children? Your children. And I realized that I can do something. I can simply ask for it. Because we're all human beings. We all know pain, sorrow, right? You know, there are times when a child is sick and desperate parents start fundraising for their treatment. I don't need fundraising because, thank God, my daughter, she's healthy. But she lives in a world that is fatally ill. And I just want to ask you, save my little girl. Give this world a chance to survive. Tell your friends, acquaintances, and colleagues about what is really happening with the climate. Tell them about climate progression and help draw the attention of the media and the public to this issue. And right now, I'm asking you to do this not just for one child, not just for my daughter, but for every child in this world, for every child's heart that is still beating. All the children in the world are ours. The responsibility to protect them lies with us, the adults, with me and you, with each and every one of us. One wise man once said, when you come to God and tell him that you lived your life as a good person, trying to protect your child, then God will ask you, what about my other children? Why didn't you protect them? They're all my children. And as a mother, I ask you to contemplate these words of this wise man. There's no such thing as other people's children.
Just maybe, your parental instincts will awaken, and you will start protecting your own children. And then our children will have a chance, will have a future. We want one thing for ourselves, for our children to survive. Right now, the most important thing is to solve the climate problem. To do that, people all over the world must start telling the truth about the climate catastrophes and what awaits us. Do you want to live? Do you want your children to live a long and happy life? Then speak out. If we act separately, we will have nothing. Nothing will work. But if we unite our voices, there may be a chance that responsible officials will hear the mass of people and create conditions for uniting scientists and finally start doing something for our survival. Tell me, is it really so difficult for you to go to your neighbor while you are both still alive and tell them the truth about global catastrophes and ask them to pass on the information? If it doesn't work once, do it again. If all of humanity knew what we know, what every single person who has watched our forms knows, we would have already begun to act and already started uniting our scientists. Our chances of survival would be much higher than they are now. 10 to 1. Is this so hard for you to understand? As Stephen had said, good, bad, small, big. How much more simpler can it get for you? Is it so difficult for you to take our material and make a video and share it on your social media? We provide everything. All people are welcome. Obviously, we've been telling you we need humanity. To say what you have understood from today's form is not difficult, and it's the very least you could do. Is it so difficult for you that in your video to ask others to support, to protect the lives of children?
We hope and encourage ourselves that we will reach you and that we will make it in time. Many volunteers of the Creative Society, after work, we search for, study the information, record videos, edit, translate into dozens of languages, attend organized events, conferences, forums, sacrifice our sleep, try to reach out to you while you're still living your last days, enjoying the sun. We're trying to reach you, and we do not see the sun. Instead of chatting with your friends in a cafe, we have not seen our friends for years. Sometimes we don't even have time to talk to our relatives because we understand that if we don't reach you today, our loved ones won't be around tomorrow. But we also realize that it's your choice. It's your responsibility to do whatever you wish. But for now, it's our responsibility to reach you. But, if you don't hear us, your children's future will become your responsibility. I will continue and keep going because otherwise, how the hell am I going to look into my daughter's eyes? I as I said, I had little ones. How will I explain to them that Papa knew how to save their lives, but gave up because we're not being heard? How can I look them in the eyes if I knew how to save their lives, but I stopped acting? We act for our children and for all children. We understand that some people don't have children, but doesn't your life deserve to be fought for? 5 to 7 years is just a fleeting moment. Some believe that death is not scary, but we've talked to eyewitnesses and seen many stories in survivors. Our hearts were torn apart when we heard the story of a father from Turkey. If possible, please show this photo. You see, I have 2 young daughters, and what if it was them? Oh, what can I do at that point? We still have a chance to change things.
As a man, we don't like feeling helpless before our children, and we want to solve everything. It's very hard doing this.
Thank you everyone for being here today. Everyone here, all the volunteers of the Creative Society for speaking up, for sharing the truth, and for, protecting the lives of our children. It's really the most honorable thing that we can do, and you are true heroes, everyone that's doing this. All the Creative Society volunteers, thank you.
Once my husband and I were discussing climate issues quite emotionally, talking about the 5-7 years that we have, the green zones. And my son came over and asked, "Mom, what are these green zones? What is this 5-7 years?" At first, I told him that we would talk about it later. But then he asked me with hope, Mom, will you really manage to build the creative society in time? He asked this with hope because he has his own dreams for his own future. And for my son, I want a world where he can find himself, uncover his talents, explore the world, and find the love of his life. A world where I can share in his joys and support him in the difficult times. A world where I can support his fresh, young, fulfilled life. You know, my son wants to become a spaceship engineer when he grows up. My son really wants to leave, and he relies on me. Just like billions of children rely on their parents, because we are adults and we can still make a difference. Will we really betray their hope? You know, I often think about the meaning of my life if my child were to perish. If we were to die together, at least I would be with him. But how can I know if a natural disaster will be so kind? But if it takes my boy, but leaves me alive, would this life still be worth living for me? Would this world, or even a better world, like the creative society, matter to me? What do I need? The creative society. Why? Well, then, it's not a better world for me. For me, it is a sheer hell. For me, the best world is one where my child is alive and safe. And for such a world, I'm willing to fight. But too few of us are ready to fight for it right now. And we simply are not heard yet. You know, it hurts me. It hurts a lot. I'm overwhelmed by the internal pain of having to explain to the world why we want our children to live. Isn't this desire the most natural thing that comes from a mother's heart? Isn't it self-evident? A child's life. Sorry.
Dear friends, please forgive us, our emotions. You know, all of this is just too heavy for us. We've been sleep deprived. We've been preparing for a long time. And, finally, all of this just boiled over. The situation with climate, with wars, and all the injustice that we see in the world today it's not easy. You see only a part of us here today. Still, there are many volunteers behind the scenes who, for over 10 years, have had no vacations because they try to use their free time to convey information to you. And please understand us. What we're saying is the truth. We are all parents, and this really is what motivates us. And today we prepared a 12-hour long forum. And today many speakers were supposed to speak, and we wanted to show you a lot of information. But after what has happened, we realized that honestly, none of this matters anymore. And we would like to apologize to the speakers who didn't get to speak. And we want to stop the forum now because we are just overwhelmed by emotions. And it's really hard for us to cope with them. So please excuse us. We're stopping the broadcast. But we really want to say that despite everything, we will fight to the end for the lives of our children. So go ahead and stop the broadcast now.